Check, check. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Just getting the final touches. Do we have audio? Wonderful. Fantastic. Love to hear it. Yeah, I don't have audio on the fire right now because it's been triggering some kind of bot, which has been muting the audio for these anyway. I'm gonna get some new audio for it, but I just haven't yet. Wonderful. Okay, let me just pull up what we're gonna look at today. I have it saved, so that should be fine. Just gotta wipe off some gunk on my glasses. Not that my glasses aren't absolutely destroyed and covered in gunk regardless, because I've had them for 8 years. These glasses are probably a decade old. Alright, let's see here. There we go. You ready to destroy your brain? Because that's how we start. I was hemming and hawing about what I wanted to do today. If I wanted to do art or if I wanted to let this just kind of stand alone as it is. And it's probably better to stand alone it with everything that's gone on. I must consume caffeine. Wop, 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 wop. Wop, 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 wop. Alright. Are you guys ready? What is that? Why do I have this? What was this for? Oh, that was for the clock, wasn't it? I don't need that anymore. Maybe I will never need it again. Hello. It's me. Fuck is present. Somewhere. Right there. Hi, buddy. How you doing? Oop. I don't know if you guys can see him. I had Wendy's. Hi, buddy. He's such a good boy. A little bit hard to see him right now because I don't have all the lights on. Alright. So, this is Erin's video. Oh, I guess having it that way doesn't really do anything. Okay. I feel like we probably want the side chat. I guess, I don't know. Hold on, let's make an adjustment here. I just want you guys to be able to actually see things appropriately. I don't like having you guys. Maybe we can go here. And then I can go. I can move. I can be up here. Hello, it's me. I'm up here now. Look at all that extra camera space that I wasn't using. There we go. Okay, I don't need that. And then you guys. You guys are a pain to move. You guys suck. Hold on. And moves you up there. Now that moves you over there. Hold on. This is gonna look wacky for a second. Whoop. There we go. That should do, right? And then we can do, let's actually do this. That should be fine, right? We can clean this up with a little bit of a crop, I guess. Like, I know the way she does her videos, and she always goes right here, so I just want to make sure that there's space for her as well if she starts screen sharing. Alright, is that fine? Does that look good to you guys? Is that passable? What do you guys think? Good? Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up, thumbs down. Good, good, wonderful. Good to hear it, love to hear it. Alright, so this was... Did I freeze? No, I didn't. We're fine. There we go. Okay. So this is a video titled There's No Place Like Home, and That Ain't Kansas. So she's mixing two song references up, or I guess just references. Because, like, you know, There's No Place Like Home is the Wizard of Oz, and That Ain't Kansas, I'm pretty sure, is a song, like a pop country song. If I remember correctly. What is called, like, This Ain't Texas, I think. I'm not sure, I might be giving her too much credit. Anyway, it was streamed a day ago at like midnight, if I'm remembering correctly, so it was like Saturday into Sunday, Sunday being Mother's Day weekend. Finally home and my cat could care less. Well, I mean, considering the story she was telling about her cat last time, or some other cat, so I haven't watched this video yet, but what I have heard is that she's big mad. That's what I heard. She's big angy. So, I did like destroy my voice, by the way, so if I'm a little bit low and like not as loud and stuff, it's because I'm trying to be a little bit gentle on my voice. Should we check to see if our memes are working? Yep. Memes working. Looks good. I almost feel like I'm wasting Erin's space because she has so much extra space on her videos. You want to try and do something silly? Hold on. I think we could do something silly here. Wait a sec. Wait. Who'd I ruin my voice yelling at? I don't know, man. Couldn't tell you. Hold on, I got an idea. Just because I think it'd be funny. There we go. Small. Small? Being silly. Don't mind me. Hold on. Where is this? This would go... You guys would go, like, here? I think maybe I'd have to make you a little smaller. Wider. There we go. Hold on, let's look. You're a little bit in the thing. So we need to go diagonally a little bit. Okay, hold on. I'll get it. Just give me a second. Hold on. Right there, maybe? A little bit more to the left. I'll do this. Make my life easier. You guys gotta get smaller too. You guys are also too big. Athens out here being, not wrong. Alright, how's that? I don't know. I don't know. I think my silly joke's not gonna work. You know what? I bet you I can make it work. Hold on, hold on. I got this. I got this. I'm gonna make this. I can make this function. I can definitely make this work. Hold up. You guys can go here. Save that. So then it's in its regular spot. Then we're gonna move. I'm sorry. I'm like squirreling myself for no good goddamn reason. Just because I think it's kind of like it's almost a joke. I want. Can live chat move? Like I still want live chat. I just want a different. Oh, maybe he doesn't like that I'm widescreen. Hold on, hold on. Go away for a second. There we go. Show chat replay. Show me it at the bottom. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Now, how big can I make it? And it stays at the bottom. There we go. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. I do wish I had a little bit more options when it came to how YouTube displayed itself, but you know, that would just be silly. There we go. We're gonna get some of the chat at the bottom. Okay. My joke almost works. Hold on, I'm almost done. There we go. We're gonna go here. There we go. Now that can stay. There we go. You just recenter this a little bit. Yeah? How's that? We want live chat replay. I don't like how little of that you guys can see. I want you guys to be able to see the chat. I don't know for sure, but I have sneaking suspicions. Oh, there we go. Do-do-do. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. Alright. Let's work with this. Look, I made a whole new, changed all my stuff around just for this. Aren't I a nice guy? Alright. Cool. You guys ready? Are you ready to dive into how dumb this is probably gonna be? I'm kind of expecting it to be considerably stupid. Oh, I'm gonna mute it because she's got that playing music. I want to do one more thing. There. You guys are important. There. I'm sure that won't block anything important. To be fair, I could probably cover this entire thing and we won't be missing anything terribly important. Okay, so TLDR. Handful of YouTubers decided they wanted to go after some woman because they didn't like the way she did something on a group Facebook page. And those groups of creators add up to around, like, this group of creators decided to all work together because they just really didn't like this lady for some reason. This lady doesn't have a YouTube channel. She doesn't make content. They have accused her of a lot of different kinds of crime. Said that she's a psychopath, all that shit. I dove into them to kind of see what the hell was going on after one of them, who I used to be friendly with, said that she had swatted him. He in fact was not swatted and has demonstrated no piece of evidence that it was her who did it. He tried to take her to court in California and he dropped his case. She has taken TROs and received restraining orders on a handful of them. There's been rumors circling around about one of them getting a restraining order and then reporting on or describing things that were happening in court because there was another hearing this past week. Those hearings they had to travel to go, well, to Kansas to show up in person. So we watched last week, at the end of last week, we watched leading up to the two streams that she did leading up to this case. And then this is now after she's returned home. So there's been some talk, some things said, some things not said. From what we've been informed up to this point, which again, we may or may not get any information, it depends on what the court agrees to. We might not get a satisfying conclusion. Oh, one of the reasons I'm so invested is also because I went to court as a witness. So last I heard from Erin was that she's not allowed to talk about wow, hello. She's not that she said she can't talk about her business. Now she had been talking about it all the way up to despite having a TRO, which is a temporary restraining order, which means like, shut the fuck up until things are resolved. But supposedly she's not going to talk about her business now. So we'll see. She wasn't the only one there. It was her and another creator that goes by Vada or Vada, VADA, and I haven't heard in her. To her, props to her. She hasn't said shit. So okay, I guess we'll get started. I'm always slow on Monday mornings. Oh right, I need to keep that muted because she's gonna play her music and it's annoying. I guess I could have explained all. I should have just been like, yo, listen, 20-second TLDR. That would have been really funny. Yeah, like and subscribe and share and shit. Let's go. Enable me telling stories about how I killed my pet mouse and how my sister strangled my grandma's cat. Oh, you guys can't even hear that. Hold on. Let's get that fixed. This ain't Texas. There you go.
Oh, wrong one. Hi, I'm home.
Yeah, she has like a little. Her intro's been that long for a really long time. It's got like a 20-second countdown and like a whole thing. Or do you mean me? Because I especially on a Monday morning, I'll just hit her off into nowhere. In the land of nothing. Okay, yeah, she's home. I only have really one complaint about her streams, and it's that her camera is potato quality. Like, it's so. I don't know if it's her internet, I don't know if it's her camera, I don't know if it. Like, StreamYards can put out at my. I use StreamYards sometimes, and it goes out better than this. I don't know.
Home. Oh my god, I'm so happy to be home. But there's good coffee. Yeah. I don't know what it is about the Midwest there. They like to burn their coffee, it seems. All right. How is everyone?
Hello, Unfinished Journey. It's good to see you. Thanks for swinging by on your way to work. I hope you have a good day. I hope it's a lovely Monday morning, Monday weekday, first day of the week for you. I don't know. Actually, I don't know what your schedule is like. That's none of my fucking business. I hope you have a good day. Is it her camera? Because her audio's like cutting as well. I don't know. I had somebody in my Discord ask why she didn't use OBS. She tried to use OBS. She doesn't know how to make the intro work, if I remember correctly from the struggle she was having. Because I've had to watch this lady for like the last year and a little bit. Yeah, like a last year because of all this court shit because it's been going on for your Monday is your Friday. Oh hell yeah. Enjoy your Friday then. Nice. Props.
Everyone, hi. Where am I? Where am I at? There we go. Hi, Linda. Oh wait, let me mute that. All right. Hi, Autistic Show 2, if you're around. Again, thank you for earlier. Oh, there you are. Thank you for earlier, and I'm sorry. I didn't know why the Wi-Fi wasn't working at the airport, and I had a when Vada and Faith's.
You should be less concerned about the Wi-Fi at the airport and more about the Wi-Fi at your house. Yeah, she said she was gonna stream while she was traveling, and she tried to stream two separate times using airport Wi-Fi. Airport Wi-Fi is not good enough to stream from. It's also not good enough, especially not in like America. I'm sure there are other countries that have like better airports, especially busy ones. Everybody's using the free airport Wi-Fi. People who stream while like they're traveling, who are like professionals that do that, use their roaming data plans to do it. They're not using the airport Wi-Fi. So this to me is one of those things. It's like, are you that dumb? Or are you just trying to pretend you were going to stream like nothing was bothering you, but you wanted an out because you didn't actually want to stream? So you were like, oh, I'm going to use airport Wi Fi, knowing full well that it was likely going to fail. Or at least, like, it wouldn't be good enough that even if you did try and get through to some degree. Like, I've been on Discord when I've been traveling, and that's like using the airport Wi-Fi through my phone, but like, come on, you're not gonna use airport Wi-Fi to stream. What a silly thing to even say. Then again, we also know that Erin doesn't know how to trigger an update on her computer, so I don't know about that. You be the judge.
Plane left with about 10 hours before my plane left, and that was my only ride to the Wichita airport, so I had to take it. So I was sitting around the airport for 10 hours trying to stream, basically. And I didn't know why the Wi-Fi wasn't working. I just kept thinking it must be me. It must be something I'm doing wrong. And then I found out, no, it's because Russians hacked Kansas again. They haven't, I guess, I remember. Stop. You okay? You almost fell.
You know, I thought that was a joke that she had made before. No, apparently she actually thinks that Russia hacked Kansas. I don't know. Weird. I doubt it. Airport Wi-Fi is just not that good. Why did she stay at the airport for 10 hours? I don't know. I don't know. I, because her only ride to the airport from the middle of nowhere, Kansas, because that's where this lady is from, or so that's where the court was happening. The middle of nowhere, Texas. Sorry, the middle of nowhere, Kansas, to the airport. Now, she could have gone to one of two airports. I don't know if she went to the Kansas City airport or if she went to the closer one. She probably went to the closer one. I guess she could have like gotten there, wandered around, and then took a cab from there into the airport if she wanted to. If she's going to be around for 10 hours, I don't know. Poor planning. The answer I think is poor planning, probably.
Huh? You okay? Oh, I remember being told that last time I was there that the Russians hacked something there. So yeah. Hi. Oh, maybe Kitty did miss me. Mm-hmm. I miss my kitty. Oh, I miss.
His cat is like, stop smothering me. I can see the cat pushing on her. Oh boy, she missed her cat. Aww.
Miss my kitty so much. Hi. Mm-hmm. So, I was extremely frustrated. That's putting it mildly. That's putting it delicately, nicely, whatever. I was about to go batshit crazy. So, thank you.
She actually thought she could use airport Wi-Fi to stream. That's all right. Well, Cat's gone. Goodbye, Cat. What do you think, Puck? What do you think about this? You have a smooth brain? You got a smooth brain. No rivers or lumps, no valleys, no bumps. Smooth brain. Boop. Okay. Puck's just like, what? I don't want anything to do with this. What do you think? Oh, buddy. Hey, Nick, if I have to go to Kansas again, do you want to come with me? Huh? You want to go meet? You want to go meet? Go make friends? He's like, no. I don't want to get an airplane. That sounds terrible.
And I apologize for all the bullshit today, just trying to stream. Because I thought, what better way, I'd spend.
Sorry, I stopped her too early. Dirty Uncle said that's really funny. Surprised she hasn't gotten the computer genius that is her buddy Veda to assist in all of her technical woes. Oh, well, I mean, it's not just that. She's got Steve to help her stream too, right? Yeah, I mean, Steve's been doing that for how many years? Like, at least, like, nearly a decade of streaming experience? He should be able to, help her out. If he had any kind of production knowledge. Let's see what we got down here. I feel like I remember this guy. This guy looks familiar. I don't know. Anyway.
Spend a bunch of time, I stream from the airport. Like, it's cool, Well, the news is, though, I did learn how to work with new filters and sound settings on OBS. So there's that. For no reason, but I learned it. So yay. So let's see here. Hi, John. Holy crap, I'm actually able to catch you live in a while. I know, it's been a while. How you been? Hi, Bobby and Gizmo. Hi, Sunny D. Lazy Wolf, what's up? So, hi, Elizabeth. Anyway, I wanted to commentate a little bit on a stream tonight.
I made a mistake. I want to be clear. I've made a terrible error. Last time I was streaming, watching Erin, it was incredibly boring for the majority of the time. There was like a couple little like bombs of like what the fuck moments, but it was mostly just like boring or dead air. And I was like, oh, I should have had that dead air meme. I didn't go and get it ready, because I am a fool and I should have. I wonder if I can try and we'll see if she does it. I'll see if I can find it. I should have. I just want to be clear one more time too. This isn't my internet. This isn't like my playback, my YouTube playbacks that's being chunky like this and like low quality. That's how she's streaming. I just want to be clear here because I don't want people being like, "Oh, well, why does this suck?" And it's like it's because it's not me. It's not me. I promise. Everything on my end is all well in the green. I don't understand.
I wanted to commentate a little bit on a stream tonight. And I want to do this because I want to point out exactly what these two careers are doing. Because it's personal. So I want to personally point it out. Hi, Blizzard. Yeah. Thank you. I'm so very glad I did. But
I'm pretty sure Blizzard is down the rabbit hole at bedtime, by the way. I'm pretty sure they outed themselves on one of the subreddits and explained that they were down the rabbit hole, if I remember incorrectly. Again, there's a lot of like I think Necro called it cloak and dagger. There's like a lot of like this person has this many sock accounts to do this thing, and like there's a lot of that going on.
Of course they had to lose my luggage, how is this? Okay, like when I left Kansas, I checked my bag, my big, huge suitcase bag, okay? Because you have to. The thing's like almost as big as me. I checked that. And then
What the fuck? What, was she not just like super serious a second ago? It's like, oh, I gotta, this stuff is personal and I gotta address it. Now she's talking about the size of her luggage. Okay. You know what? I I get it. I get having like things like you want to talk about your actual travel and what had gone on and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Fine. I get that. That's not a big deal. But my question is like your priority order. Like talk about your trip and then be like, okay, I'm gonna talk about the trip. I'm gonna talk about like what I'm allowed to talk about or what I can talk about from court stuff. And then I want to address some stuff that was said in a live stream. And then talk about your trip and then talk about the live stream. Like have some kind of cohesion to what you're doing.
I fly into Chicago, and I don't like to check my other the big ass suitcase. Then there's the carry-on suitcase, and then there's the personal item, which is kind of like a purse, but my computer bag works as that, so that's what I use. But the carry-on suitcase, they have like the four wheels on it, so I put my other bag on top of that. So I don't like to check that one. But when I'm leaving on my last flight, then I will check it because then I don't have to carry it on and off the plane or whatever. It's just put it right down there. I fly to Syracuse. It's not a very big airport. It's baggage is just right downstairs. It's quick and easy. So I checked that one in Chicago. Would you know I lost them both? How do you lose them both when they're literally in two separate states that I check? I don't understand how that happens. I don't. But I digress. All my important shit was in my carry-on bag, so I'm not too upset about it. And they're going to deliver.
When I travel, I only take a carry-on bag. Especially if I'm only going for like a week. I have a big canvas bag that I got at the surplus store, like the surplus store, and I got it for like $30. It's this great old. Oh, you guys want to see it? It's super cool. Hold on. Let me show you. Let me show you this bag. Puck, entertain the fine folks. That I can store enough shit in this bag to last me for like a month of like clothes and like notebooks and books. It's got like a double flap on the inside so you can separate things out. It's like super deep. It's got like side pockets, front pockets. Does a drawstring. This bag is great. I can fit so much shit in this bag. Get yourself one of these. It's fantastic. You have 2 packs? Yeah. You have two. Oh, those ones? Hell, aren't they great? Those things are awesome, man. Like I love them. I love them so much. I can fit my Switch in there because it fits right in the side pocket, and then I put all my toiletries in the other side pocket. Anything I need easy access to in the front pocket. The books that I want to have in the slot, and so I can easy access them on the plane if I want to like read something or whatever. And then on the inside part is just where I put all my clothes. It's perfect. It's a thing of beauty, quite frankly. I love it. Pack this kitchen sink. Yeah, you're one of those. I always forget something. But, whatever. I usually don't stress too much about it. I usually pack like the day before. Once in a while I'll pack like a couple of days before, but that's not very often. Anyway, that's what I'm going to take with me next time if I have to go, if I end up going. We'll see. I don't know for sure. It's possible. It really just depends on what they decide and who says what about what. I ain't stressed about it.
Tomorrow. So, because apparently they were still in Chicago when I arrived in Syracuse. So, and the lady said, they'll be here tomorrow. I said, well, I won't be though. I live in Utica. She said, we can deliver them. Okay, then. I'm happy. I'm not going to leave her in tears. Yay. So, okay. See, I never had my bags lost before. Never. I don't fly a whole lot either, I flew maybe like, I don't even know how many times. less than a dozen, I think, maybe about a dozen times in my life. I don't know, maybe a little bit more, but it's the first time my bags were ever lost. Still though, even if, let's just say a dozen times, it's 1 out of 12. It's not very good rates, of baggage.
Yes, airports suck. If you want to know about how badly airports suck, watch John Oliver. He's got a really good layout of airports, and then from John Oliver, you can kind of fall down the rabbit hole of all the crazy bullshit that goes on with like Boeing and how baggage is treated. And there's like some really dangerous things about traveling with animals if you're really not careful and stuff like that. One of the reasons why I don't fly with Puck. One of the many reasons I don't fly with Puck. The other one is that he's old and trying to like he's not acclimatized to it. I'd take him in a car if I was like driving or then I'd take him, but I'm not gonna. No.
It's safety, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, like you should earn some frequent flyer miles for that. Exactly. Anyway. So yeah, so I'm gonna commentate on part of the stream. Now
she hasn't told us what stream she's talking about yet.
But like I said, because I want to show what these two creators are doing, not just to me, but to other people or whatever. I'm not going to commentate on the things that most of what they're talking about, but some things I am. So, and they're going to be talking about my business that I had out of state this week. I'm not going to commentate on any of that. I'm not going to react to it. I'm not going to say or do anything about it. But I do want to just point out, and I want to show how incredibly happy they are over by their claims anyways, by their own admittance or whatever, someone being bullied or whatever online, allegedly. You know what I mean? Like they're.
No, I don't know what you mean. What stream are you talking about? Which creators? Who's being bullied? I have no idea what you're talking about. Her chat's moving. There's the bottom of it. I wish I could make it smaller so it would like kind of flick up here, or if I could reverse it so that it came from the top down. But oh well. Hopefully Kansas will remain in your rear view mirror. We'll see how that goes. I mean, if Kansas is gonna remain in her rear view mirror, is she not gonna go back for Steve's hearing? One of the few times like her face actually looks clear on her stream. Whoops. So I guess she's not going to. I mean, to be fair, he didn't show up for her, so I guess it's only fair. Yeah, that's what I mean. Only if she's a witness. So she not gonna go as a witness for Steve? I don't know. Okay, well, whatever. Them leaving each other all out to dry? No, say it ain't so.
Happy. They're so happy about this. I don't get it. So anyway,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyway, it's on Cheshire's Twitch channel, which I don't know. I mean, I don't know why she put it on Twitch. Really, I mean, I'm wondering if maybe she didn't want the views because she got like 30 views on it. But like on YouTube, whenever she streams about myself or anyone involved with Steve, really, basically, she gets pretty good views. So I'm kind of curious why she didn't put it on YouTube. But I digress.
Would you like me to answer that question? Steve doesn't need any witnesses. He's too good for that. Would you guys like me to answer her question? Because like I could just, it's really not that complicated. because I moved the majority of my just chatting streams onto Twitch because it's more conducive for long-term format and so I can do art. So, sadly, I guess to her, I don't treat her special. It's really that simple. She's not the YouTube content is produced shows, right? If you go onto my YouTube channel, you get one of these VODs a week goes out on Sunday, right? If you're a member, you get all of the VODs. But the this type of reactive content, because I usually am doing art at the same time, and it is very much a more free form thing. Whereas on YouTube, the live shows are just that, they're produced shows. Like the content is specifically curated. Like Dumbfuck Friday has a whole thing behind it. The Unnamed Tavern, it has like a whole slew of production that needs to be done for it. I mean, you saw me at the beginning of this one just futzing around and moving stuff around. Like, I don't want that on YouTube. That's why. Yes, I upload the VODs later. Correct. That's yes. Yes. The VODs are there for anybody who's a member over on YouTube. They get all of the VODs. And what I'm starting to do now that I have a little bit of a backlog of VODs is I'm starting to now edit portions of the like taking the highlights and then taking those highlights and putting them into a video, which will be made available, just regular available. So what you're going to get as a member is you're going to get four videos a week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday you get Dumbfuck Friday, or you get the Volcano Show, and then Saturday, every other Saturday is a tavern, unless it gets moved for the sake of the guest. So like last time it was on a Wednesday because that was when the guest was available, and the next one's also going to be on a Wednesday because that's when the guest is available. So it's an alternating week. Then there's debate hubs when we get them scheduled. I try to do one a month, but I also don't want to force them when people aren't totally I don't want to force them. And then I have another show that I'm working on producing, which is another once a month show that is about philosophy and like real life application of philosophy. So needless to say, me just sitting here and kind of reviewing Erin's stuff doesn't really fit on my YouTube channel right now. Right? Nikki's open to Discord. Yeah, what do you need help with? Yeah, Discords aren't a... Yeah, sure, send me the details on Discord. Or something. Or Twitter. One of the two. No. Is that good? Take it and run. No problem. Does that work for you? Yeah, Discord is my Discord is very like picky and has like the rules are pretty open-ended in my Discord, but it's also like yeah, if you use it, tag me. If you don't use it, don't worry about it. No stressors. All right, let's get back to this. Do you think I adequately answered her question? It's almost like it's not really about the views, it's about the consistency and the vibe of the channel. Right? And like if I were to do this on YouTube, would I get more views? Yeah, sure, but I don't care. I don't care about about YouTube views that way. It doesn't matter to me. This might go out on YouTube if you, the people, vote for it to be there publicly. Otherwise, it'll be available for members. It's it's fine. It ain't that deep. It's called having a clear So what we watched her last time on Friday. She said she didn't know what her channel is about. I do know what my channel is about, so it's not arbitrary. I don't pick random shit. Like, the stuff that's on my YouTube channel is curated to be on the YouTube channel. And I've been slowly moving this stuff over to Twitch for like a little while, and then just kind of now I've dove into it, right? Yeah, Discord's useful for storing stuff. I've got a lot of art stored on Discord, which is a terrible idea because it could disappear tomorrow. It's useful for organizing. You kind of have to know a little bit about how it works. Thank you. Yes, I put a lot of work into keeping things like tight knit. This kind of content of me like looking at her stuff is very like loosey goosey. That's why you'll still see like on the YouTube channel a video might come out about this, but not like I won't do the live stream here like on YouTube anymore because it just doesn't fit there. Yeah, if you need a rundown of Discord, it's not hard. It's just the UI is a little bit janky. Once you kind of understand how Discord thinks, it's like, oh, okay, but it doesn't work like the way you would it's not as easy to go from like other programs into Discord. So it's not like the same as like Skype or anything like that. So if you're familiar with Skype, you're still gonna I don't know about that. I've heard China's listening through it though. Okay, I hit. Oh god, I regret everything. I'm doing it. Gee, it's playing. It's just me yelling about how I regret everything. That's perfect. You could not have a better fucking clip. I have better comedic timing in Erin's videos than Erin has. The way you uploaded the company VODs was well done. Thank you very much. Yeah, that worked really well. That worked out a lot in a way that was... That worked out well. The only thing that I would change if I were to do it again is I would have split the rabbit video into two. It should have been two, and I didn't split it, and I hemmed and hawed about it, and I didn't, and I should have. Alright, sorry, I'm... This reminds me of the time I was watching, so like sometimes I don't even review her videos live, sometimes we just watch them in the Discord as like a whole bunch of us will sit in there and have a giggle at it. And... and so... So one time she says like I'm such an awful person or whatever, and she says I can click anywhere in this video and Chesh is saying something awful, and she clicks into a random spot on the video, and it's me being like, okay, well, I'm taking a break, and I just walk away. And I just about fell out of my chair. It was really funny. There is some level of just amusement that I get of watching Erin watching, like, me watching Erin. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got a giggle fit now. The rabbit one should have been split up, yeah. Anyway. Okay, I'm gonna... I set it back just a second so we can... I'm sorry. Oh. Is this gonna be Dumbfact Friday? Because if it's Dumbfact Friday, that was still on YouTube. I don't know what her deal is. But we'll see.
Whenever she streams about myself or, you know, anyone involved with Steve, really, basically, she gets pretty good views. So I'm kind of curious why she didn't put it on YouTube, but I digress.
Oh, God, I regret everything. I'm doing it. Doing it. Everybody gets a poll. You get a poll, and you get a poll. Everyone gets a poll.
I want to watch it from down below.
I realized I got like 3 things I didn't actually open that need to be opened. Whoops.
It's okay. Watch it from down
It's fine. I'm a professional. Did I spy Jesse Jerdak in the chat? My buddy, my pal, my friend. What are you doing in this cursed land? Yeah, she's watching Dumb Fact Friday, which is one of the produced shows that's on YouTube. First off, she needs to stop using light mode. First off, cut that out. Stop it. She's been using light mode the whole time. It's terrible. This is the video she's talking about. It's this one right here. This is YouTube. Let me make sure you guys can see my cursor. Yeah, it's this one. It's right here. Look. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much caffeine have you had? On a scale of... Oh. You get a poll. Everyone gets a poll. See? I realized I got like 3 things I didn't actually open that need to be opened. Whoops! It's okay. See? It's this video. It's got 246 views. It was streamed on YouTube 2 days ago. So I don't know. I don't know why she's trying and failing to pull it on Twitch as if we didn't do it on YouTube. That's kind of weird. I don't know. Could it be? Yeah, she's not even watching what she's bitching about yet. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's been like 8 minutes and she told us a story about how her luggage got lost, so... And I started having a giggle fit. So this is my fault, I'm sorry. I just don't quite grasp why she's struggling with Twitch, which she apparently doesn't know how to navigate or operate. When she can, and she's trying to say that I streamed it on Twitch and didn't get any views, but it was streamed on YouTube. I don't, it's right here. This is YouTube. See, look, you can tell it's YouTube. Look, I can click this and it's YouTube. Look, it's YouTube. YouTube. I don't understand. I don't think she knows what she's talking about. This is a bad way to start, though, not gonna lie. Big yikes.
Hello, sir. How are we today?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Dumb Fact Friday. Now, I know we promised, or we didn't promise. We said that we were going to talk about.
Oh, true. Oh my God, I almost forgot. Autistic Shell, thank you so much for the PayPal too. By the way, I saw that I didn't see it until like I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before. I can't tell now. They all blend together. But thank you so much. That PayPal fed me today while I was sitting at the airport for 10 hours. So thank you so much. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. It was awesome. And I will be posting receipts for everything too on the
Side note is, since she can't navigate it, if I had done a stream before she got home to watch this, that stream wouldn't be the one that's featured, which means she wouldn't know how to get to the stream. just to point that one out. What are you doing, Buck? Being a little weirdo? Okay. I might start folding laundry.
the GoFundMe over the next couple days. I'm not going to do it tonight. And I was supposed to work tomorrow 12 to 8. Now I've been asked to go in early, so I'm not going to probably do it tomorrow before tomorrow night anyway. So
for today. But we're not doing that today because I burned out all my brain cells watching Erin yesterday for 7.5 hours, getting through her stupid shit streams that she did right before going to court.
Thank you. I seriously want to thank you for spending so much of your time, effort, and energy on me.
Oh, she does sound mad. That didn't take long. Yeah, look at all the empty space on the stream. See, this is why I said, you remember when I was like, oh, I'm gonna move my stuff around because I know how she lays her streams out? Hi, Erin. It's so silly. Look, I'm not giving you another ball. You have like 7 of them. Go find one from somewhere else. I'm not giving you a new one. I'm not doing it. He's trying to yell at me to give him another ball. I'm not giving you another one. You can go find one. Go on, go find a ball. Go get it. Alright. And he's back. Okay. I don't know. There's no winning with this. She wants to thank... You're welcome? You're welcome.
I mean, I've only been asking for that for like years now, right? And it's, I mean, I don't know what's up with some of the YouTube content creators because like, with Katie Joy, no one bats an eye. People just jump right in and start streaming about her. But I've been asking for this shit for years, and it's taken me a little bit. Well, it's taken me a minute to get it. But thank you, Cheshire, for fulfilling my desire.
So, there's been a few longer form streams that I've done about Erin, and she never responds to them. So, the thing is like, if she wants to be as popular as Katie Joy, then she's gonna have to actually put in the work. Yeah, no, I know I should bump her playback speed up, and normally, like, if I was just watching by myself, I would, but normally I don't bump her playback speed up, because I know people, if and when this gets uploaded to YouTube, people will want to watch it at a faster speed, and if I bump her speed up, then they try to bump me and her up, it's gonna make her too fast for them. So I try to do this in a way where it works for the future for people, so they can just speed it up without having to like switch back and forth. I'm just a nice guy like that. Oh, I was looking for these shorts yesterday. This is how entertaining Erin is to me. I'd rather be folding laundry. Alright, let's keep going. And I don't wanna use my brain. So I let Manya do all the work.
That's fair. Yeah, I got my 60,000 pages of words dossier and I flipped through it. I'm just like, yeah, here you go. Boom.
I don't think she's realized that in the bottom right corner of this stream, she could pop it out and make it fill the space. I don't think she's figured that out yet.
What?
Oh boy. Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna make it another poll.
Did she say she wrote 60,000 pages about me or something? It's what?
No, she didn't.
That's a bit much.
Well, I gotta make one for. The running joke is that anytime I'm like, hey, Manya, what about this thing? Or, hey, Manya, do you want to cover this? She's like, oh, yeah, hold my beer. She's got, like, her backlog of stuff to talk about is big. That's the joke. Because most of the time when we do Dumb Fact Friday, I do the curating for what we're going to talk about. But that means that Manya keeps a backlog. So her 60,000 page dossier is her all of the memes and stuff that she wants to talk about for things that we hadn't gotten to, right? So that's the joke. I know explaining the joke ruins the joke, but apparently Erin is so vain, she thinks everything is about her. For Twitch as well. We are live on Twitch and YouTube, by the way. Welcome. So instead of doing the cast report, Manya had been collecting a bunch of background stuff. And I pulled that together. But before we talk about that too much, we do have like a little mini update about court stuff. Do you want to give people a really brief TLDR for anybody who doesn't know?
So last year, Steve and Co, Erin et al. Decided that they're above everyone
I
else.
love Manya's TLDRs.
Oh, we didn't decide that. That wasn't us that decided that.
Yes, it
Not
was.
everyone.
You received cease and desists and you decided to double down and triple your efforts. That's a decision. You absolutely made a decision. It was up to you. You decided to take this route.
And not really above. I mean, just, I don't know. Just what. But we didn't decide that.
Started her.
Not really above, but maybe, I don't know. So you think that you're beyond reproach? You think that you're beyond the consequences of your actions if somebody pursues you legally. You think you're above it. So yes, exactly like what Manya just said. What a interesting admission, but okay. I mean, at least I guess you're being honest.
Harassing a private person for whatever reasons and didn't stop even after they got served with TROs. Did stupid shit. I told them, my advice to them was get lawyers and shut the fuck up. They didn't do that and ended up with such conduct that their TROs got converted into ROs. Some by default, some by their own dumb fuckery when they were present online and chatting with each other in the background.
I want to clarify the faces, the expressions I was just making. I was reading my live chat just now. That's what I was making expressions about. Someone said, when was the last time you used your brain, Chesh? So I just want to.
I just explained. The last time I used my brain was when I covered your live stream for 7 hours the day before. I didn't realize that was unclear. Charging by the hour for monitoring your channel. I should. That'd be hilarious, but that would be a lot different than me doing reactions. Me doing a reaction and like watching through and explaining all this stuff and having conversations with you guys would not be included in the charge. Because, like, monitoring the channel would only be the length of time, and that's assuming I'm watching everything and doing, like, that. Never mind, they don't know what they're talking about. No. No. Yeah, she's really mad.
I want to make that clear.
Hear them. So, fast forward.
They got busted.
Today,
wait, what was that? I forgot.
Had and chatting with each other in the background so that the judge could hear them. So, fast forward.
They got busted.
Today, Erin and Veda had to travel to the court in another.
You know, that the whole idea that Erin and Steve and friends got busted by the court for chatting in the background, and that was one of the reasons why the judge wanted everybody there, was speculation on our part. It was a straight up guess that we made months ago, just based on context clues that they had dropped about like the reason why the judge wanted things and descriptions that they had given over like what was going on. And so like we didn't have any real definitive evidence that they did or did not actually get busted by the court. But the fact that she heard it, she didn't hear it the first time, replayed it, and then doesn't contend that was what happened. Well, I guess that's exactly what happened then, so thanks for the confirmation. That's great. Oh boy. She's so angry. Oh no. Wait, she knows that it's on YouTube now. Why wouldn't she just switch to YouTube to get the better like, you can see, okay, see right here? Sorry, bottom right of the screen. I don't know why my cursor's not showing up. Hold on, let me see if I can fix that. Show cursor. You guys can't see my cursor. Why? Oh, whatever. Anyway, the bottom right beside chat here on the window that she's watching from, so like not the offline part, but the actual video, she's got the pause, right? She's got the volume, there's a widget there, there's display modes, there's 2 display modes. She could full screen this. It's right there on the bottom right. She also now knows that it's on YouTube, so she could switch to YouTube to get better, actually get a window, because theoretically she should know how YouTube works since she's struggling with Twitch. And also theoretically, she should probably put on closed captioning for people. She's been to Kansas twice and she didn't get a brain. Yeah, well, you know, whatever. Some people never learn.
County, or state, and come in front of the judge to do whatever, and they were then served with contempt papers for that. The hearings were yesterday and they're still going on, if I'm not wrong. The contempt hearings are still happening. So Erin very confidently, I think so 24 to 48 hours before, had said, oh, I'm going to stream with Veda once, once we come out of the court.
And see, and I had every intention of streaming. I wanted to keep in touch with people. Because I figured, like it was going to be a miserable time, and I enjoy streaming. So, and I thought that how cool, me and Vanna could be on stream together. Well, it was more draining on me than I anticipated. And I don't mean like it was like physically it was hard work, though it was hard work. Just all around it was draining. But also, between myself and Vanna, at times I wasn't sure if I trusted both of us to adhere to specific subjects and not others at times. So I thought it was best that we just not stream. And plus, one of the
Called it. That's what I said. They don't trust each other. They can't stream because one of them will say something and get the other one riled up, and then they'll start talking about shit. Listen, I think that's a good decision. I think it's a good idea to have not done the thing. You know what I mean? I think that's a good idea. Just stick to that. You probably shouldn't stream about your court case, which, by the way, you're currently doing.
nights I got kind of sick too, so I just came right home right back to the hotel, and I didn't even pass go. Like I just walked right past like Faith and Vanna. I'm like, I'm going to lay down, and I didn't see them till the next morning. So, yeah.
Within the 24 hours, that didn't happen, and then now she's saying, "Oh yeah, I will say something, but not about the court stuff. Just about what attacks have been happening on me. You're just saying she killed her fucking dog."
Okay, they're referencing my tweet. I didn't say that I was being attacked. I was aware of the hurls of vitriol being thrown mine and our way because.
Hold on, let's fact check that one. What did she say? Let's take a look. I know I show it on screen later of this, but I don't know if she's actually going to show that or not. But I have it right here. Ta-da! Look at that magic. It's gonna be awkward for you guys to see because of the way I have the screen laid out right now, so first I want to blah 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 blah. Oh, yeah. I am aware of the current attacks as well. I want to first apologize to my friends and viewers for not streaming the past couple days. I really did intend to stream, but my business called for more of my time and energy than I anticipated. Thank you to everyone for your support. I am aware of the current attacks as well. I promise to stream tonight, even if only for 5 minutes. That didn't happen. And to thank everyone personally. Please understand that I cannot talk about any business that's gone on the past few days, but I look forward to catching upon everything else with the community. Thank you. We're at the point where she's jumping the gun, but that's okay. Let her go. Let her cook.
People were alerting me to it. That's all. And they're going to go on. They're going to go into these stories I told the last time I streamed. Some stories from my family growing up. Keep in mind, here's my stories, okay? I was sharing, I had read something about a cat story or whatever, so I shared a cat story from my childhood. Well, it wasn't even my childhood, really, because I wasn't born yet when this happened, but I heard about it all growing up, so it kind of feels like it was from my childhood. But when my sister was really young, like 1 to 2 years old, like, barely even walking. Okay. And I was very clear about that.
This kid is getting younger and younger every time she tells this story. I'm pretty sure last time she said the kid was 3 or 4, and now she's going down to 2. Uh-oh, have fun.
They had gone, my mom and my dad and probably both my sisters at that time had gone to my grandmother's house, my mom's mom, and she had a cat. Well, apparently they were Colleen got away or went into the other room, as kids do sometimes, and play with shit. Well, she decided to grab the cat by the neck and not let go. And my
Shh. she's still laughing about it. Like, I don't think she understands the fucking contention here. It's the contention is that this is a story you can tell, but this is not a haha funny story. She's still laughing about it. Like, here, listen. And again, you'd be and a lot of times somebody telling the story, I'd be willing to grant that uncomfortable haha. Like, oh, I'm uncomfortable laugh. But she's told this story now multiple times. The setup for the story was that it was funny, and that she chose to tell the story out of nowhere. So it's not like it caught her by surprise, right? She told it as if it was some kind of haha funny story. Okay. She doesn't know what the criticism is yet. She keeps trying to get ahead of what we're gonna say, instead of waiting for us to say it and then criticizing or saying what we're wrong about. So she says something, she makes these arbitrary assumptions about what we're going to say, and then plays it, and then that's not what we say, and then she has to pause it again and try again. It's her format, I guess.
Got away or went into the other room, as kids do sometimes, and play with shit. Well, she decided to grab the cat by the neck and not let go. And
See? You hear her laughing?
Dad found her and the cat and ran over, got the cat away, noticed it wasn't really breathing. So my dad gave the cat mouth to mouth and brought it back to life.
And now the cat wasn't really breathing. Before, it was like that cat was pretty much dead and your dad was freaking out and the cat was definitely not breathing. So she's like trying to roll back the story and change minor details to try to make the story sound like it's better. But the problem isn't the details of the story. The problem is her presentation of the story. As if it's a funny casual animal abuse. Tee-hee. People not taking care of their animals because you have to keep an eye. If there's animals and children, you have to make sure that you have eyes on at least one of them.
Lived for another decade. Albeit it was a quiet decade because it couldn't really meow again after that. But the cat lived again for another decade.
Yes, and the cat was disabled for the rest of its life because it couldn't meow. Its vocal cords were crushed. Haha, very funny story. Just trying to downplay the disability that the cat now has. The permanent damage that the cat had for the rest of its life. So, what are you doing? This doesn't help you.
And the reason why I share this story, because it wasn't a tragedy, because it was crisis averted, okay? And it's one of those stories where it really...
Then what did you learn? Because that wasn't part of the story last time. If this is a story about a tragedy that was averted and what you learned from that tragedy to prevent it from happening again was what? You've never talked about that. If that's what the story was, then how? Because, it might have been pretty tragic for that cat. Although the cat survived, it walked away with permanent damage and potentially some kind of, issues. So, the thing is, when you abuse an animal, it can permanently affect that animal's behavior. We don't have that kind of information or those kinds of details, so I didn't speak on it last time. But if she wants to try to reframe everything, I'm gonna bring it up, right? So, if an animal is abused, their behavior towards that individual or individuals like that person who abused them can drastically change the attitude and the behavior of that animal, right? And now she's telling us that she doesn't remember this story. She got told this story later or whatever the fuck. So she has no idea if there was any kind of massive attitude change for that cat. Right? She doesn't know that. She doesn't have that information. It is possible that this cat could, no longer be able to be around toddlers because the cat would attack toddlers. Right? Yeah, that's not an anecdotal story. It's not a moral story. It's a holy shit poor animal story, and it's a cringe-ass story, and how is she not embarrassed? She's trying to, and that's the thing, right? She told it as a ha-ha funny story. And that's part of the problem. You're just dropping casual animal abuse as if it's funny. It's not funny. What the fuck? And like people abuse animals like all the time, or like accidents happen around animals all the time because people are not cautious enough and are not aware enough of what can be harmful to their animals, because we're people and we suck at that. And it's gotten better. Like declawing a cat. Declawing a cat is now considered abusive, and vets won't do it for the most part, right? So it's considered a thing that you don't do. I had a cat that was declawed. It wasn't my cat. I grew up with a cat that was my mom's cat. And that cat was declawed, and that's because we didn't know better at the time. Does that mean I go around and try to justify and say that it was right to declaw them at the time? I'm like, no, we just didn't. We were ignorant to that it was harmful for the cat. So we got it done. Well, my mom got it done. I was pretty young at the time. So it was done on the cat, and the cat lived a happy life, but that doesn't mean we should have declawed it. The cat would have been just as happy, if not happier, if it still had his front claws. Right? Like, it's like, oh, well, okay, I'm going to pull up, like, a made-up story, right? This is out of my ass. If you have a betta fish in a cup, and you get a fish bowl, and you get what you think is required because it's on the packaging of the fish bowl for a betta fish, and you take that betta fish and put that betta fish in a fish bowl, and that fish bowl is like this big, you're abusing that betta fish. Because betta fish need at least 5 gallons, minimum. They're better off in like 10 gallons. So if you're putting them in like a 1 gallon fish bowl, is it better than the cup that they were in? Yeah, but you're abusing that fish. Right? So, and like a lot of that has to do with like pet stores giving out bad information, or just like people with the times not realizing that that is harmful to the fish and thinking that they're doing a good thing, right? But you don't justify that abuse. You say, I was wrong, I didn't realize that at the time, and then you don't do it again. And you inform people when possible about, hey, look out, I had this thing and it was really bad, don't do that thing. And that's what you use that anecdote for. That's what you use that story for. You say, hey, listen, you gotta really keep an eye. The moral of the story for Erin should be, hey, my sister did this horrible thing to this cat when she was a toddler. You gotta be really careful around animals and toddlers. You gotta make sure at least one of them is in your eyes at all the time. That's how you do. Yeah, thankfully, we know more now about acceptable pet care. And, like, even the pet stores are doing better and don't treat the betta fish as poorly, or are making that changeover slowly over time. Like, if I go to my local pet store, it's better. Is it great? No. But is my pet store, like the pet store that's near me where I get, like, Puck's food, is it also, like, an aquarium? Like, is it a fish store? No. It doesn't really, that's, like, betta fish are the only, like, live pets that they sell there. Except for, I think they have a cat that's like, they keep adoptable cats once in a while. But it's also, like, you know what I mean? So it's like, they're making the changeover. It's not great. It's not perfect. But it's progress, right? So, and like with animals, particularly cats, you need to respect their boundaries. If you don't respect their boundaries, it stresses them out. We literally just watched her doing it at the beginning of this video. The cat comes down to check things out, and she picks the cat up, snuggles the cat. The cat's like, get away from me. She clamps it down, lets it go, and then the cat jumps away and leaves, and is just like, get me the fuck out of here. Right? Like, she says, I digress, but she never comes back yet. She probably just doesn't know what the word means. I digress. But, anyway. There's acceptable ways to tell this story, but it's not a haha funny story. Right? Yeah, it's also an example of acceptance of child neglect. Yeah, if you wanted to go a little bit further and say, well, so your grandparents and your dad, I guess in this case, knew there were animals and still didn't keep an eye on your sister well enough, because she was just able to just wander out of the room and then get a hold of the cat and start choking it without anybody noticing until the cat was unconscious and not breathing. That's a long time for there to be no noise. Like, how did this even happen? There's so many questions in like there's so much questionable shit in this story that's like the more like you like the more you think about it, the worse it gets, right? 7.5 hours. I guess their jobs are not important. Bitch, this is my job. Surprise! Alright.
Really presents my dad is it's representative of my father, and I love that story about him because he's kind of a it's kind of an amazing thing he did. Like, he went above and beyond, I think, really there. And
it's an amazing story of your dad for him to neglect your sister and a cat only to come in after the fact and potentially have saved the day by potentially having resuscitated the cat. Like, maybe the CPR worked on the cat, maybe it didn't. For all we know, your dad, like, cracked a couple of its ribs. Like, did anybody take the cat to the vet afterwards? Or did you just leave it alone? Because I kind of suspect that you didn't even take the cat to the vet afterwards. They were like, oh, well, the cat's conscious. Moving on. This is one of her favorite stories to tell. Because it's a great, like, good job, Dad. Are you serious? Your interpretation of this story is a lot different than mine, I guess. Oh boy.
And he succeeded.
Did he?
Awesome. And then as I was streaming, I shared another story. Like where we lived, it wasn't woods or whatever forest around our house, but there was, kind of like tree patches, I guess you could say, around. So there was always like a mouse or whatever running somewhere outside. And my sisters would sometimes catch the mice and bring it for pet. We had a
You notice how she is slowly, this is a really subtle thing, and it's a little bit hard to catch with how janky her audio is. She's removing herself from the story, as if she didn't participate. She's now saying, well, my sisters, not me and my sisters, not my sisters and I, not I did this, my sisters did this now. She's moving the story away from herself. She's being like, oh, well, my sisters would catch field mice and bring them in. She's changing her story. She wants to distance herself from the idea that she participated in this idea, because I'd be like, okay, Erin, fine. What do you know about the care of field mice and what they require to be kept in a captive setting? I bet it's nothing. I bet it's like, oh, like a hamster cage? We didn't even ask what kind of containment they had these field mice in. We didn't even ask those questions. We could, but we didn't, because we were just like, you're dumb. If you really wanted to hyper-analyze it, you could be like, okay, well,
teach the mice. But mice do what mice do, and they get out of shit. So while the mouse was out running around in our house,
like all those insecure lab rodents and all the rodents that are in pet stores, they're always getting out all the time. Didn't you know? No, that only happens when you don't have proper care facilities for them and proper containment. That's why they were getting out. Mice do what mice do. Yeah, tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that. Ridiculous. Like, come on, lady. Also, weird way to be like, oh, we've got mice all running around our house. Okay. Weird flex, but alright.
House. Like I don't even know if anyone knew that the mouse had gotten out of the cage. I don't even know if that was the case or not. But like in the living room, we had this is like 1980, mind you. So we had this big like Radio Shack, like stereo, these huge speakers and shit, but and these huge headphones. And we had this big ass puffy, just wooden rocking chair right there. So myself, one of my sisters, whatever, would just sit there and put the headphones on and listen to music. And even me at 5 years old, that's what I was doing. I was obsessed with Kenny Rogers at that age. I don't know why. But
so now she's rolled it back to maybe the story happened when she was 5, but she's not being specific about it. Okay.
So I'm sitting there in the rocking chair, listening to music, just rocking away. And apparently, my mom, who was sitting in the living room behind me and in her chair, she happened to look up and see right back just as the mouse ran underneath. And sadly, that wasn't a good ending. That was a very sad.
Again, she's changing the story. Before, she said, wow, I just watched that whole thing, meaning she saw the mouse come in, saw it go towards the rocking chair, and did nothing. That was the first one. And here's the thing. If you are neglectful of your animals, you won't know that they've gotten out of their improper caging that you're neglectful in. And you also told this as a tee-hee-ha-ha funny moment. That's 2 accounts of ongoing animal abuse.
But they're going to tell the story and they're going to make it sound like my mom just sat there and watched, like as if she enjoyed it or something.
You told it that way. That's what you said. You were like, wow, my mom was like, wow, I just watched that whole thing. You just crushed that thing. What? Like, you told it that way. What do you mean? Do we need to pull it up again? Do I need to go find it? I could. You want me to? Watch this. It won't even take me long. Watch this shit. Hold on. Let's see. I believe it was this one, right? And then we go downtown. And we open the transcripts. And we go Control F. And we go mouse. Here we go. Ta-da! Here you go, Erin. I'll tell you exactly how you told the story.
We used to, like, if myself or one of my sisters found like a mouse or something out in the wild, we would keep it. We always had like this constant like changing of the mouse or whatever, because like they get away, they run away or whatever, and whatever. Well, this one mouse got out of the cage. It was running around the house, and we used to have this. We used to have the stereo in the living room, and like this is like 1980, okay, literally like 1980. These big, huge like Radio Shack RCA like headphones and shit. And one of us would be just sitting there listening to the music, playing records, literally fucking records. And there was this big, huge rocking chair right there, and there I am rocking away, listening to music, and I just happened to rock back at just the right moment. My mom's like, I just watched it happen. She's like, I can't believe how immaculate that timing was. And I'm like, oh my god, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear I killed a mouse. It's so sad.
There you go. She's laughing about it. She participated in catching the mice, which she has now changed her story to distance herself from being the one catching the mice. She explained that the mice got off at a regular basis. Now she's added in that they didn't even know, maybe, that the mouse was out. Right? But I don't know why you wouldn't expect the mouse to be out if they got out all the time. It was immaculate timing. She watched it happen and took no action. And the first thing out of Erin's mouth is, well, I don't want to hear that I killed a mouse. What? Hello? Excuse me? And now she's gonna pretend that me and Manya misrepresented the story because she doesn't sound as good as she thought this sounded. Sorry, not sorry? We're not cool with animal abuse? I don't know why you are. That wasn't even hard to find. Like, people can go and look. You're telling this to your followers, who are presumably people who watch your content. They know what you said. You just think the people that follow you are stupid? What was that you guys like to say about Katie Joy all the time? Like, she changes her story. That's how you know she's lying? That's how you know she's full of shit? Is because her story changes? Or she's trying to cover up her bad behavior, so she, instead of taking the criticism, she changes the story? Weird. Funny thing, that. How bizarre. Alright, back to this. Oh, for anybody who wants the timestamp on this, it's about 40 minutes into this video. For anybody who cares.
And then they're going to say that I'm an animal abuser and I'm going to be canceled because of this shit. I mean, kids do stupid shit. Accidents happen. And Kids do stupid shit. But I find it really telling.
That's not the problem. The problem is that you're telling this as a haha funny story. And I don't think we said she was gonna get canceled. I don't know if she's even big enough to get canceled, quite frankly. What Manya said is smaller YouTubers or bigger YouTubers get fucking canceled for less. And the internet does not like people who think animal abuse is funny. Like, historically, the internet does not like that. So, get on the bad side of some very aggressive people in that case, because people feel very justified in protecting animals.
Though that Cheshire is going to say that my parents were was it negligent? Or no, I forget the word she used. Maybe it was negligent. I don't know. But I find it funny, though, to be getting all this parenting advice from two people who have no fucking kids. So, yeah.
Erin, we're not teenagers. Manya and I aren't children. We have friends who are parents. We've grown up. We're adults. We can read parenting books, too. We don't have to have kids to comment on it. I don't have to. I can look at somebody who, I think somebody in the Discord made a joke about saying, I could see somebody who rolled their car and wrapped it around, or saw a helicopter in a tree and say, I'm not a pilot of the helicopter, but that looks like pilot error to me. That helicopter ain't doing so hot. That is a pathetic answer. Also, she's watching the video. If she doesn't remember what we said, why don't you just wait till we get to that point in the video? And then you can respond to it instead of guessing about what you think we said, and then just end up having to roll it back because that's not quite what we had said. I don't have kids, Puck. Am I a joke to you? Yeah, buddy. And I mean, I've talked about that before. I've also worked a lot with kids, by the way. I spent probably the better part of 5 to 6 years of my life working with children. So yeah, no, I'm relatively familiar with parenting techniques as well as navigating early childhood stuff. And I mean, there is somebody in our vicinity who is literally a psychologist trained in early childhood development, Erin. I don't know if you understand what you're saying here. Plenty of people have kids and don't know how to raise them. Yeah, exactly. Being a parent, one of the things that parents say a lot is there is no manual, and you don't really know what you're doing, and you have to kind of navigate it as you go. And most parents will say things like that. That's a common phrase in parenting. So it's not like being a parent means you know better either. Communication is also works for everyone. And neglect is one of the pretty basic things to tell. Right? If you I get that people lose track of their kids and accidents happen, right? But that's not an excuse. It's a reason to be oh, we need to stay on top of this better. That's what that means. Especially oh, it was the 80s, and parenting in the 80s was different than it is now because we know more and we do different things and we have access to more information. If I see somebody beating the shit out of their kid, is Erin saying that I can't say that that's abusive because I don't have a kid? How can I possibly criticize the President of the United States? I've never been the President of the United States. This is such a dumb thing to say. Hey, I ordered a coffee from Starbucks and it tasted terrible because they put it together wrong. Well, you've never been a barista. How do you know that they put the coffee together wrong? You see what I mean? It doesn't work like that. And like you say about Katie Joy, if you put the information out there, you have to accept the criticism and the commentary people are going to make about it. Or is it, a rules for thee but not for me thing? There are clinical psychologists that study early childhood development that are not parents. Does that mean all of their work is worthless? Is all the experience that I have working with kids not worth anything? Because I didn't birth them myself? Is that how that works? With the plethora of children that are in my family as well? Yeah, a lot of that's private information that Erin wouldn't know about. So instead, she just says something stupid. How could Erin criticize Katie Joy about Katie Joy's channel when she doesn't have a channel that big? How could she possibly know? What a silly thing to say. You're so silly. That's silly. Adorable. Cute.
Sorry, she killed her pet mouse, and her sister disabled their cat when they were
Listening to Vanya's TLDR is hilarious.
Yeah, so here we are today, and I'm
It sounds like they're laughing. Like they're going to go on to say how it's not funny, but it sounds like they find it funny.
Then you don't know how to read people. I'm laughing at Manya's TLDR, and Manya's laughing at you. Actually, Manya's laughing at me, laughing at her. That's what's happening. Nobody's laughing about your story. Your story's not funny.
and we are it's I don't know, it's hilarious or sad or whatever, but I have made a bet that Erin cannot help herself from dropping something about the court unless she scripts whatever she's going to say today. If also I don't have any then also I don't have any faith.
She didn't do it. This is the first live stream that she did.
Then also I have no faith.
Well,
so yeah.
TLDR,
there's okay?
Yeah. I'll give a different one. TLDR, there's a lady who's been getting harassed over an anti-Facebook group for nearly a year now, and the courts are starting to wrap up. There were 2 court dates, Thursday and Wednesday, just this past week. One of the people involved decided to do 2 live streams right before court, claimed they were going to go and live stream after court. It is from as far as I'm concerned, and from the research I've done, to me, looks like I think Suzanne used the word cabal of YouTube content creators that were just harassing this woman who doesn't have a channel, doesn't have a platform, she's not like a famous person who's like, oh my God, we all have to follow around this person from TMZ or whatever. She's just a lady. I went to court. I've been back to court. May or may not going back soon because there's more than one content creator involved, so there's going to be more than one suit involved. But those court dates have wrapped up, and we're kind of waiting to hear on some of the information. But you want to see what Erin actually says, since now that she's out of court, this is the tune. Although I will side note the thing that Manya brought up. What? She's just playing my content at this point. It's just like people who give legal advice that have no legal experience. You mean shut up and get a lawyer? That's not legal advice without legal experience. That is shut up. That is common sense, bare basic minimum shit. What do you read? That's very silly. About pets. I watched her 2 streams from before court, and she randomly brought up a story that she presented as a haha funny teehee story about, trigger warning, her sister, who is now older than she is. Tell me how that works.
It was from her being born before me. I'm not sure where the impression came from, like she wasn't supposed to be older than me.
You said that who's now older than me. You said the word now, which implies that she wasn't beforehand. That's the joke. You misspoke, and I'm teasing you about it. You want me to play that one too? Let's see. Actually, let's use the word cat. Probably have to go from here.
Like little videos about it, but I do think he's been trying to run away. Oh, this oh my God, that's right. This made me remember something from my childhood or whatever. So, okay, for granted, I wasn't alive during this because it was my older sister, but I remember being told the story. So, like, okay, what I do remember is my grandmother's cat. I don't remember the cat's name, but it was this gray, real long-haired, puffy fur ball that made me sneeze and itch, and oh my god, it was horrible for like really bad. Um, but I remember too, the cat didn't meow. The cat never meowed. It would try, but you'd just be like, yeah, like that's all you get out of it. And come to find out, like years later, I get told a story how the cat used to meow. That was until my sister choked the life out of it. She was a toddler. She was like 1 to 2 years old. Like she didn't know what she was doing. And I assure you, she's older than I am now, and she is like a wonderful like mom to both kids and fur babies. Okay.
She's older than I am now. What she means is, that's the joke. She means that she's older than her current age. No duh. She has to be older than your current age. She's your older sister. So what do you mean? She's older than I am now. She doesn't get the joke. She's too busy being angry. This is the problem, right? And this is something that Erin brings up on occasion. She'll say that if you gotta take yourself so serious all the time, like what are you even doing, right? Hey Erin, if you gotta take yourself so seriously all the time, what are you even doing? You can't. You're just too angry to take a joke.
I never said otherwise, but okay.
Choked out and nearly killed their grandma's cat. Funny, haha. And that she killed her pet mouse. Because they just let these field mice that they used to catch, and they bring them into their house and then just let them run around the house.
Yeah, this will be good.
And she squashed it with a chair, and her mom just watched. I don't know what to tell you. The live stream is still up on Twitch if you want to see me.
See, I mean, I don't know. My cat's being so affectionate right now. I don't know if she missed me or what, but she's never usually this affectionate. I love it. I love it. I love it. No, I forgot. I can't remember what I was gonna say. My cat just made me happy.
You go through it. It will be up to vote if that's the one that you want. It's a whole lot of me being bored. Why do I get the feeling that she's being like super hyper affectionate with her cat because she's getting called out about like this as like a performative thing? Like, is that just me or is somebody else getting that vibe? I don't know, man. But and then there was like another story that somebody in the chat shared about somebody who had almost killed their pet cat when they were younger by putting it in a suitcase. Yeah. And like these stories were presented as haha funny teehee. Isn't that so wacky? Like, unprompted.
Now, I think we all pretty much have some sort of story like that from our childhood. And if we laugh at it now and it's shared in an endearing way, it's because no tragedy happened. It's because crisis was averted. Okay, it's when that
everted crisis was everted. No, that's not the problem. You're missing the criticism.
Instances if when it doesn't happen, if the crisis is not averted, that people try to just forget about it because it's traumatic. Okay, so I mean, and I get it. They don't have kids. I know they don't have kids, so they don't know what it's like to have a young child. They don't know what it's like to have to sit down for quite some time over and over again and explain to your young child as it grows up into become a bigger child how they have to be nice and gentle with animals. They can't be rough.
Yes, we do. Just because we didn't birth the child ourselves doesn't mean we have no experience with children at all. Just because it's hard doesn't mean there's an exception for you doing it. This is an excuse. Just because it's hard and it takes a long time, that's a decision you made as a parent that you're responsible for. What do you mean? Especially if you're going to have animals in your house. And it takes time. Nobody's saying that it doesn't take time and take effort. It's hard to be a parent. We talk about that on a regular basis. Of course it's hard to be a parent. But that doesn't excuse you from being negligent when there are animals and children in sharing a space. Simple as that. You should be learning from these stories, not being like, haha, isn't this so funny? It's not funny. Duh? You saying, like, trying to make an excuse but parenting is hard, and it takes time to teach a kid not to abuse animals? What? Who said it didn't? Nobody. You're just bringing this up as an excuse to try to hand wave away that you just haha funnied a story about a cat fucking getting disabled by your sister as a child. And again, keeping in mind, there's also a difference between commiserating over the of that story with your family or your friends and putting it out arbitrarily on the internet. Those are different things. Duh? Some people's kids, eh? Clearly, you didn't learn from the story.
Because they can hurt animals. Because they don't realize what they're doing and what they're capable of doing. This takes time. No, it's not like a child just wakes up one day suddenly at like 4 years old and says, oh, I know. Now, if I touch this animal too hardly, I could hurt it. You know, you have to.
No, duh, Erin. Nobody said otherwise. I like how you're trying to, like, mansplain child psychology and childhood development to Manya and I. And as if that's something you know anything about. Erin, what's your education in that? I'd love to know. Because, like I said, I have an educated person around that if there's something I'm unclear on, I can ask. Simple as that. And again, you're making some very, very clear assumptions trying to talk down to us about something we never questioned. Doth the lady protest too much? Guys, did you know parenting was hard? I didn't know parenting was hard. Never heard of that before in my life. Thank you for educating me about a criticism that was never made. But guys, my kid only got hit by a car because parenting is hard. You have to tell them lots of times and spend a lot of time teaching them not to just run out into the road. Guys, parenting is hard. You have to sit with your kid a lot, and like, it's not my fault my kid died inside of the car because I just needed to run into the grocery store while it was hot out. It's not like I told my kid to leave the window down, and they I don't know. It's not my fault. Parenting is hard. I need more tea. This is what a ridiculous fucking thing to say. Could you imagine? Could you imagine that? Oh my god. Also, by the way, if you don't teach kids that, they will develop empathy on their own. For the most part. Not every kid, but most kids will learn that hurting something hurts them, and they don't want to do that. Not all kids, but a lot of kids will, explore on their own and figure that out, even if you do neglect to teach them that directly. And some kids are better at learning things indirectly as well, where they see how people are treating the animal, and they treat the animal the way they see animals being treated. Right? So some kids will learn that way, and so no matter how, and sometimes no matter how many times you tell a kid to behave a different way, if they see you behaving in a certain way, they're going to copy how you're behaving, not what you're saying, because they understand the visual of what you're doing better than they understand the words and the concept that you're speaking at them, because that's how childhood development works. You're welcome. So if we wanted to extrapolate from that, which I don't necessarily think that we do, it is possible that your sister's learned behavior was that it was okay to be aggressive with animals, but didn't know what the limits were. And if you wanted to go even further, which, again, I don't think I would, but since this is the internet, and anybody can take this anyway, I could see somebody making the argument, well, actually, I bet because of what we heard with the mouse story and with this cat story, I bet you the animals in their house were abused. And that's why she thinks this is okay. That's why she thinks this is funny. That's why, the sister was copying something that she had seen a parent do. Whether it be, more or less aggressive. So, like I said, things spiral out on the internet when you just put them out there arbitrarily. So if you wanted to be hypercritical of it, Would that be going too far? I would think so, probably, but you certainly could. Oh yeah, the difference in the generations and like the way that people treat animals and the way they treat their children is vastly different. I grew up in the 90s I was a kid in the 90s. And so like Erin's talking about growing up in the 80s, right? And the 80s were drastically different in parenting styles in the 90s and then drastically different again in the 2000s, particularly when it comes to, hitting your kids. So it's possible that abuse to animals is something that can be learned because children are being abused. So the child thinks it's okay to hit because they're being hit, and so they hit. And the thing that they can hit is the cat, right? The thing that kid thinks that they have power over, right? Again, these are all I'm speaking in the abstract now. I'm not talking about Erin's specific situation anymore because, like, this is a way more interesting topic of conversation than listening to fucking Erin's drooling out of her mouth. But kids learn in a multitude of ways. You wouldn't lock the door and you would wake up to a kitchen full of kids who would be eating breakfast. That's hilarious. I would love to see, like, more of that kind of stuff in safe environments, but, like, the economy, not in this economy. There's so much difference. Especially, like, I was hanging out with some younger family the other day because it's like Mother's Day weekend and stuff. And I was listening to them talking, and they're like all teenagers now, or like early teenagers. And it was really funny listening to them talk to each other, and they were talking to like their aunts and uncles, and they're telling stories about what everybody would do hanging around this pool, where they'd be like jumping off the roof, or jumping off the fence, or jumping off the roof of the shed, and seeing if they could get into the pool, and yada 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 yada. And like the older generation, who are the parents, were like, "Oh yeah, we would do this and that and this and that," and it was like very dangerous shit. And the younger kids are like, "Oh well, you wouldn't do that," or "Yeah, we would do that," and then they never did. so like the generation that's like coming up, like a generation or two below me, is just too aware and smart to do things that we did, to not do those things because they're like, that's dangerous. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, we were just like, "Well, let's fucking go," and we do dumb shit. So, like, good. Like, they're safer. But it's not like those kids are bad for not doing those things or vice versa, right? They're probably doing their own dumb shit that we don't know about. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way it goes. That's welcome to being a kid. You do shit behind your parents' back. Duh. Alright, let's keep going. Is she popping off on Twitter? Oh. I'm sure that's going well for her. I can only imagine. She's definitely not sticking her foot in her mouth.
To explain this, you have to teach the child. Oftentimes it takes more than one attempt, and rarely does it happen.
Who said otherwise? These stories came out of nowhere. I don't know what to tell you, but her two now. Yeah, go ahead.
The post she was reading had something about cats and stuff, so that's why she started talking about it. The thing is that
that's a pretty loose connection.
That's a loose connection, yeah. The thing is that what I think happened there is because the people like Erin, Suzanne, Renelle, they try to relate personally with the stories that they're reading or presenting. So they try and bring up instances from their own personal life. But they also end up cooking up some stuff because they are so desperate to relate themselves, because they want a reason why it happened there. So that's why she started talking about it. The thing is that
that's a pretty loose connection.
That's a loose connection, yeah. The thing is that what I think happened there is because the people like Erin, Suzanne, Renelle, they try to relate personally with the stories that they're reading or presenting. So they try and bring.
That's called, it's called being humane, humanity. That's what that is. That's being compassionate. That's being understanding. That's showing that you can relate. Wow, I'm such a bitch.
Up instances from their own personal life, but they also end up cooking up some stuff because they are so desperate to relate themselves, because they want a reason to like talk about shit, right? Why would you talk about that shit? So they bring up some personal reasons. Oh yeah, this has happened in my life also, blah 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 blah. And sometimes
I don't know, like, if I can't.
You should probably wait for Manya to finish her sentence before you jump in. It's called relating. Manya's like, they try to relate. Every time. Every time. So here's the thing, right? There's something to be said about, like, the word trying means that you might not be succeeding or you might be overdoing it. So because you're trying so hard, it comes off as fake. And because you're trying so hard to be relatable, people don't find you relatable. Or you try so hard that you end up telling these stories that you think everybody can relate to, but then nobody does. And it gets taken really badly. Right?
Can't relate if it's not something that I can feel any type of connection to. I don't know if I'm going to want to talk about it. Like, I mean, because people want to talk about things that involve them or can relate to them, whatever, so I mean,
whatever. I'm gonna let that slide.
I don't know, it just seems weird, like I'm wanting to talk about all this crazy shit that has nothing to do with me, so I'm going to make up all kinds of shit to give me an excuse to talk about it. I don't need an excuse to talk about anything. I can just start talking about it, even if I don't have.
That's the problem. You're not thinking about what you're doing. You're not thinking about what your content is or what you're putting out in the world. You're just finding whatever excuse you can to have something to talk about. It's gossip. And you're just bringing up whatever, no matter how far of a stretch it has to be for you to bring it up. And then you try to make it relatable and you end up saying something really fucking stupid.
A personal connection to the subject matter, I can still just start talking about it. I can try to develop a personal connection. I can try to learn about it. But that's not going to happen until I start talking about it. Why you can just start talking about shit, it's okay. I don't understand.
Cook shit up, and
I don't understand. I enjoy that she tries to criticize things that she doesn't, have any grasp on. And because she doesn't let anybody finish, she tries to grasp onto a half-baked thought because she didn't let Manya finish. And you need to let her finish so she can get to the point. So that way you can then address the point. You don't understand because, one, you're not listening. And two, when you do try to listen, you only get halfway.
sometimes they run with it. So I'll give Erin her stupidity some charity and say she just didn't know what she started with and she just ran with it. And before she running her mouth just came out of these two ridiculous stories.
Okay, though I can kind of relate to what she's saying there. There are some times where, because when you're up here alone and streaming.
I can relate to what she's saying there. She's talking about you. I would hope so.
And stuff you have to keep talking. You have to keep the engagement or whatever. You sometimes even have to keep yourself engaged, And there are times where I'm talking and I'm just like, wait, what am I saying? But I mean, I don't make shit up,
So Manya's right. So Manya's description about her analysis of what happened with Erin in telling these stories was 100% on point according to Erin. But fuck her anyway, I guess, right? That's how this goes. Hello. Right? It's like, oh well, Manya's right, but fuck her anyway. Okay. I guess. She's caught on that it's just she thinks that when Manya says just make shit up, she thinks that Manya is saying she's lying. She made the story up like it doesn't exist. That's not what Manya is referring to. If you were listening to the entire thing that Manya said, when she says make shit up, in context, Manya is saying that she just picks or makes up connections and pulls up these stories and has to reach for them and just makes up a connection that it doesn't follow because she's just trying to talk, which Erin just agreed with. So she's just agreeing with Manya and then trying to nitpick a semantic out of context.
No, I don't have to do that. That's weird.
that she couldn't control because her brain doesn't listen to her. So here
My
we
brain
go.
is listening.
I'll just say that.
My brain has been tuning me out for a long fucking time. Thank you very much. That's not a recent development. Come on.
Yeah, we can tell. We know.
Anyway, she said
That much
as
clarity.
she had related to court stuff, she had said that she
Mhm.
had some extra stuff that she had to do, and she's been feeling confident the entire time. So let's take a look and see
Mhm.
what she's
I don't recall saying I've been feeling confident. I mean, I don't even know if that's how I was feeling. I don't recall even contemplating how I was feeling. So
Really? You've been doing these streams for months, talking about how you feel about court, and you haven't been contemplating how you feel about court? Remember what you just said a minute ago? This is your brain isn't listening to you? It's that. It's that thing. It's that thing. Do I really need to go and search for the word confident? What a silly, silly thing to say. So she wasn't confident this whole time? Okay. I think we should take a quick break. We've been live for quite a while. How long have we been live for? I don't even know. I realized that I've made a mistake and there's something that I don't even have Twitch pulled up properly. Whoops. Yippee. Welcome to Monday morning where, that's how I feel about that. Alright, let's just grab Twitch here real quick. Oh, that's the wrong thing. What made Erin think using your stream was going to get her off the hook not discussing the case? If I had to guess, alright, if I had to speculate about that, I think that I would suspect weird. I would suspect that she thinks that she can use me as an excuse to talk about it. If somebody else is, because she's done that in the past, right? I would suspect that she's like, well, I'm not supposed to talk about it, but this other person said something and I just want to address that. That's still her talk. She doesn't get that that's her talking about it. You know what I mean? So me taking a look at what she's saying is, like, she thinks that if she's addressing me, it's like it's within the boundaries of not talking about it, right? Because then it's not her instigating it. I think that's what she thinks. That's not correct. That's not how it works. So I'm speculating. That's what I think. Because again, she's kind of said that before. She's like, well, I'm not supposed to talk about this, but I'm just gonna address this because this person said this. Or I'm justified to talk about this thing because that other person brought it up. Right? So I would suspect that's what's happening now. Again, it is speculation on my part, but that's what I would suspect. So I'm gonna take a quick break. I guess I should pull something up for you guys. She complains that nobody makes videos about her. I did a 5-hour video response to her talking about my the swatting video I did, saying, see, it's called Oh the Drama. It was 5 hours long. It's right here. I'll put it on for the break. Why not? I'm not gonna take a break for 5 hours, but like, I'll just put a part of it on. And now she's like pretends that she hasn't seen that I've done this thing before. Like, lady, it's right here. I've reviewed you before for long periods of time. And then she just doesn't, she just pretends it doesn't happen. It's so strange. Look at her chat. Right here? Is Chesh the one with the pink shirt on? No, that's Manya. Chesh is the one on the right. It's because the bitter twosome let their hatred and bitterness color their take on everything. Okay, sure. It's like your opinion, man. I wanted to say, Erin, that you can claim up to $100 for your luggage, even if the luggage gets there the next day. Okay, cool. That was my comment and mine and she was 4 and special needs. What? Oh, the comment about the cat getting zipped up into the luggage? That's not okay. And so you're telling me that your family was paying less attention to a special needs child around a cat? That's real bad. That doesn't help. So Sidekick is confused that people share personal experiences on their own YouTube channel. I shouldn't be surprised since she's as personable as a dead eel. Yo, John's mad. Oh, John, are you okay? Did one of us kick your cat? Okay. So, Chesh, what do you do if you have a mouse? Make friends and pray it doesn't eat your food and spread disease? What? No, if you go and get a mouse and you go and have a pet mouse, you make sure that it has the proper needs that a mouse has, including a proper enclosure, so it's not running around your house and potentially doing any of those things. That's why you get a pet from a pet store, rather than just pulling mice into your house and letting them run rampant because you don't have a proper enclosure for them, like Erin described. That's very silly. Your projection is a bit much there. Mice are, by the way, also very social animals. So if you have a mouse, you either need to spend a lot of time with it if you only have one mouse, but you should at least have 2 at any given point in time. Ew. So, no. You can be very friendly with mice, though. They're, like I said, they're very social, so that you can, like, train them, and there's a lot you can do with mice. They're not stupid. But yeah, you make sure you have a proper enclosure and make sure that the mouse is properly, like, mentally stimulated with toys, and, like, they need, like, specific, like, hidden areas that they can climb into and that's dark that they can get into. Some people will regularly, like, cover the mouse cage at nighttime so the whole enclosure feels more, like, bolstered. The same way, like you would a bird. It's same thing. You would do the research and learn how to care for the animal. Duh. What do you mean? God, her chat is stupid. Alright. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna pick an arbitrary point in time. 30 minutes in. And I'm gonna take a break, so I'll be back. Enjoy!
Know what I mean? And also, like, I'll point. Well, I'll wait. I'll explain it all in the comments. I just want to get that out there. But that doesn't mean I disagree with Steve. I just don't think he was swatted. That's it.
Yeah.
But he has
Same.
every right, though, to be heavily concerned about this, because it is fucking crazy. Whether people showed up and kicked down a door, ring a doorbell, it's definitely concerning. Anyway.
Why is it okay for Steve to be freaked out, but not okay for Katie Joy to be freaked out? Because, like, half of her comment that she left on the video, because like I said, she left a comment on my video, right? And in that, hold on, let me pull that up real quick. In her comment, because I'm going to show you what people say instead of just telling you what they say, so I don't misrepresent anything. But if I go to the swatting video... and we go down here and we see, let's see if we can find it. Here we go. This one. I'm going to say the same thing that I said when Katie claimed to have been swatted. A SWAT team didn't show up, and since they rang the doorbell instead of breaking down the door, a swatting experience was not had, though that is very likely the intent of the caller. Unlike Katie Joy, Steve is not crying all over social media claiming to be traumatized by the alleged swatting incident. Well, okay, but you're saying that Steve's feelings are valid, but Katie's aren't. Why? Right? Like, so why is one okay and the other one isn't? Honest Right, good to see you. Welcome. Yeah, whatever.
So we'll start her video.
Traumatized by being talked to early in the morning. So, we talked about this on a Dumbfect Friday, and me and Manya kind of went over how just this general statement is bullshit. But a little bit more has come out since. So this one says, on September 12th, 2023, at 5:48 a.m., I was swatted by an anonymous false domestic violence call, and 4 armed police abruptly pounded on my door by a female reporting
I didn't know that 4 police officers. I didn't even realize that. That's a lot of fucking police to show up for a call.
It's normal.
I mean, usually it's just 1 cop that shows up, maybe 2, but 4. Like,
it's usually 2 at minimum because cops use the buddy system. But 2 cars showing up for this kind of a scenario is not unheard of or unusual.
There had to have been 2 different cars.
Although it's really weird that she accused me of not knowing what I was talking about or doing research or looking at facts to then be finding out facts from my video.
At the very least.
It's never
That's
1
2 cars
cop, yeah.
being allotted to
One
this
cop-
call.
It is possible that 1 cop is like the one that goes to the door and the other one hangs back. That can happen, but no. Cops use the buddy system.
That's not something that they just execute lightly, I don't think. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Party. I have the event report and the threat of it prior to the swatting, and still YouTube creators could not help me. So
yeah, YouTube's not going to care.
This is absurd, and we went through a little bit more detail
She
on
agrees with
Friday
me.
about why this
Weird.
is
Yeah, and since I have the weekend off, I'm indulging in a cocktail. I've come to find out that my body doesn't like to drink once it gets past like 6 to 8 p.m. But during the day, I'm a fan.
She's a day drinker.
And it's really yummy.
I approve. It's just kind of an absurd statement to have made, and is kind of nonsensical. But I'm going to go through it really, really quick here. At 5:48 a.m., I was swatted by an anonymous false domestic violence call. A domestic violence call is very unlikely to engage SWAT, specifically because SWAT deals with armed bomb threats, armed hostage situations, incredibly dangerous.
Well, if the domestic incidents call involves the abuser in possession of a firearm, maybe not SWAT. I mean, I don't know. I think that that's something that would be considered. No?
No.
But domestic violence calls are absolutely, like, potentially very dangerous situations for all parties involved, including the officers.
So, fun fact, I looked at the police report. It was a general disturbance. So, in this domestic violence call scenario, could you come up with a hypothetical call that involves domestic violence? Because the thing is if it is a hostage situation or if it's a domestic violence situation where a man or a woman is holding their significant other at gunpoint, it becomes a hostage situation and it is no longer called a domestic violence situation, even if they are still domestic partners. They change the title of what it's called because it entails more things and more crime. Go figure. But yeah, surprise, surprise, I debunk what she says. If you want to come up with a scenario, it will no longer be listed or called a domestic violence situation at that point. Good example is the domestic violence call that Miss Heard got, and we all know how that visit went. Correct. But yeah, she, I mean, at this point she's arguing, could it hypothetically bring SWAT in? It wouldn't be no, because it wouldn't be listed as a domestic violence issue. It'd be listed as something else. It'd be listed as a hostage situation in the example she gave. So.
Or the responding people, whatever. I mean, because you don't know what you're walking into. You don't know what kind of crazies you're walking into. You don't know who's. I mean, that's just assume that it's like a nothing call. I mean, that's crazy.
Right, so just a general domestic violence call would not. She definitely didn't watch the video beforehand because I looked at and I show the police report. Not only that, but she hasn't looked at the police report as of this point in this video, because if she had, she'd known it was listed as a general disturbance. Then I'm not just dismissing it offhand. Okay. Not engage SWAT. For armed police, all police in America are armed. So there's a big difference between the police are breaking in, guns drawn, instead of the police had weapons. It's like,
I will admit, I will agree that she does have a point. Like, to
right.
point out that the police are armed is kind of an odd thing to point out in America, because they're all fucking armed. You know, like, they have tanks and shit. Of course, they have a lot of guns at their disposal, and they're always, in possession of one. That is kind of a weird thing to point out. However, like, for armed police officers showing up at your door is something that's definitely worthy of pointing out. I mean, that's a big deal. And also, I want to point out too, like, Cheshire lives in Canada, and I'm very, very happy for her that she doesn't have the same maybe causes of concern that we here in America have regarding our armed police officers. Because I'm guessing that maybe Canadian police officers, they're not all armed, I believe. Maybe only under like specific, maybe their SWAT team is actually carrying guns.
You're doing a lot of maybes for being so up in arms about somebody you assumed who did a video without having information. No. The police in Canada are armed. The police in Canada are armed. Yeah, she's just agreeing with me so far. She's disagreeing, or sorry, she's agreeing with me and then trying to throw shade on by making false, like, just being wrong about things. So, like, it's not unusual for 4 police officers to show up. She is saying that the situation should be taken seriously, but 4 armed police officers is a big deal. She's wrong about guns in Canada and the police and what concerns exist in Canada due to the police. Also, I'd like to point out Steve lives in California, which has one of the lower police issues compared to, like, I don't know, Detroit. Also, Steve's a straight white man who lives in, like, a suburban area. Like, he doesn't live, like, on the wrong side of the tracks, if you know what I mean. So, like, maybe his concern for police officers as a vet, because he's also a Navy veteran, so, like, whatever. Context.
Maybe that's what constitutes a SWAT team in Canada. I don't know. But I just want to point out how very privileged it is of her to mock.
We have SWAT in Canada. It's just called something different.
These concerns of Americans that she'll never really have to contend with. No?
You have no idea what I'm contending with.
It's a big deal. Cops here are scary. I don't care who you are. I don't care why they're being called. Cops are fucking scary, dude. Especially here in America. Like she just pointed out here how they're all armed. Exactly.
Did I say that Steve... Did I in this video so far say that Steve shouldn't be worried or concerned? Did I say that? Is that a thing that I said? I don't think I said that. Like, yeah, of course they did. Abruptly pounded on my door. They knocked. You know what SWAT doesn't do?
I've never known police officers to just knock. Like this. I've never known a cop to do that. No. What I've known a police officer to do is more like, that's banging, that's pounding. That's what they do. They don't just gently knock.
Is she trying to argue the semantics of what constitutes knocking at a door? Because I would love to know what type of knock could possibly exist without it being abrupt. Right? Specifically, a knock constitutes being abrupt because it's supposed to be a sound that will alert you to the presence of someone on the other side of the door. The police also need to make sure that you hear them. And if you recall, it's also at 5:48 in the morning, so they also want to make sure that you hear them if you're asleep. How do you know they didn't knock lightly and then knock louder afterward? Like, what are you talking? You're really? The only way you know how abruptly they did or did not pound on the door is Steve's word, unless you have video and audio confirmation, I guess. If you're gonna try to make this argument, there's no such thing as a loud knock. Oh gosh, shit, my bad. SWAT doesn't knock, their knock is your door flying across the room and a flashbang going off. That is not wrong. That is not wrong. Oh my god. It's feline, it's not even good semantics. It's imagined semantics about knocking. Oh dear. Okay. SWAT doesn't knock?
I don't know from first-hand experience. I should point that out.
You don't know. Wait. So she just said and gave a whole demonstration of what she knows the cops to do, and then immediately paused and said, "Well, actually, I have no first-hand experience of the police ever knocking on my door." Who's the privileged one? I've had cops show up at my house before. I also had to deal with cops when I worked at. I had theft go on at a store that I worked at once. Sounds like I'm not the privileged one here who hasn't had to ever deal with police that were armed, even. Goodness. That's not a thing that SWAT does. SWAT is like, shoot first, ask questions later. Yeah.
All police are like that here. Not just SWAT. All police are like that here. They're all like, shoot first.
No.
We'll worry about the rest later.
Okay.
We'll lie about it later. Whatever, okay. I digress.
That is not true. There is a wide spattering across America when it comes to like how police officers are trained, because specifically, not only is it a county by county thing, but it's also very much a state by state thing, and different police officers get different amount of funding and they get a different kind of training, although there are things that are across the board. Right, so the things that are across the board is like general terminology is usually generally across the board. There is a basic amount of training, like a minimum, but when it comes to like whether or not your police are more or less aggressive, part of that will widely vary across like what state you're in and then what county you're in. It's not all the same. So, like I said, there's a really big difference between California, or rural California, or like if you're in the middle of like buttfuck nowhere, and Detroit, versus like Detroit the city versus like outside of the city itself. So there's a difference between like, there's a whole, like, have you ever seen Super Troopers? There's a difference between intercity cops and like your officers that go, that exist on the highway, like your highway patrol, right? I wouldn't call this out if she didn't say it first, but she said Chesh doesn't care about facts, and this lady didn't do any research based on the fact that she's using uncertain language and is also wrong about things. Yes, correct. But yeah, you can actually look up, there's websites that look up, or that keep track of like gun deaths, or sorry, police deaths across America, and they'll show you like they'll talk about the statistics of like, you can look through like, area by area, and you can actually look through this if you want to. It's a relatively interactive website. Whatever. You can look up this information if you're really that curious about it. This lady doesn't know the first thing about police, SWAT, law, or anything else. Apparently she doesn't know what knocking is, because apparently she's got to argue about that. So I think that's our baseline is, can you identify a knock?
They don't all lie. But seriously, all police are pretty much trained to just shoot.
No. No, the issue with this bothers me specifically because like the issue is not that they're trained to shoot first, ask questions later. It's that they're trained to shoot if they feel threatened, and a lot of cops live on like a 9, so they feel threatened by like the smallest fucking thing because they're trained to feel threatened. That's the issue. And the issue is that they are not good at de-escalating situations. Right, military policing. Exactly. So if you're gonna try to, like, circumvent the actual issues and take advantage of those issues of which people are dying, so you can justify Steve's stupid tweet, like, are you serious? That you already agree with me about? Like, you're really? Really? Ugh. Ugh. Email reporting party. So this is just a weird sentence. What he means is the person who called in the false domestic violence report was a female, according to the police. Yeah.
Probably because a female calling, I think, would just automatically, subconsciously elicit more of a urgent response, possibly, out of those receiving the call. I don't know why. I just feel like that could be the case, but I could be wrong on that.
Why do you think? Wait, hold on. Why do you think that? I mean, the person who. Okay. You're going to get a different response if you're calling and you're the one being assaulted. So, like, if I was, let's say I'm married, and I'm married to a man, and that man attacks me, and I'm the one calling the police then, and I am currently being attacked, that's going to elicit an emergency. But if my neighbor calls because they hear me and my significant other yelling at each other, no matter who my neighbor is, that's not gonna change that scenario. Right? Why do you... Impossible that some person heard noise at 5 in the morning in an apartment complex and asked the police to check it out. No, not possible. I just don't... I think this might be... You might want to reflect on this one a little bit.
Everyone is sexist, but everyone's sexist a little.
I have the event report, meaning the police report number. She just admitted what she said was sexist, but then dismissed it by saying everyone's sexist a little. Okay. Alright. Sure. Why not? Let's just go with that.
Everyone's sexist a little.
I have the event report, meaning the police report number, and the threat of it prior to the swatting.
Number? He didn't say anything about number. He said they had the report, not the number.
I have the event report. It's a number, which, best I can tell. The event... Are you serious? And this is how you know she didn't watch the video. She didn't watch the video. She hasn't even she hasn't looked at any of Steve's fucking shit about this. What do you think an event report is? It comes with a number. This... Usually there's like a couple of letters like dashed in there, but it's not like a word. What do you think they titled it? That time we swatted Steve. That's what it's listed in the filings at the police station. Okay. There was a YouTube channel that was named something about Steve and swatting. And still YouTube creators could not help me.
Wait, what?
The fuck does he want? Does she not know about this?
Read of it prior to... I don't know what that means.
YouTube to do about it. You don't know? What do you mean you don't know? There was I was able to confirm it a little bit later on that there was an account that was like, Steve, if you don't do this, I'm going to swat you. And that was like the name of a YouTube channel, right? Like, or not a channel, because they didn't have any content, right? It's like, this person made an account yesterday, and that's what they named the account so they could leave like chats or whatever, so that has that in the name to like make some kind of threat. How does Erin not know about this? You would think that would seem important. So from the best I can tell is Steve thinks that he's being threatened or extorted for his YouTube channel but I don't know what extorted would look like. What, like,
Exactly. You don't know. You don't know. And you don't talk to
serious
Steve
now.
anymore. So you wouldn't know. You wouldn't even know if there was something that he just interpreted that way. You don't know. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what's happened. And I get that. I do. I get that. But you just assuming that it's all bullshit. I'm telling you right now is false. Is wrong. It's not bullshit. Though I don't think that this was necessarily, at least not from when he made that tweet, there was no, I think, belief that this was in any way, shape, or form an extortion attempt for his YouTube channel.
So I'm right?
Possibly my opinion has changed since then, but that's not what it was at the time, I believe. No, I think what this call was an attempt at confirming Steve's address. That's what I think this was, me personally. And I'm pretty sure Steve might kind of think something along that lines too. But
then why would he confirm it? Then why would he tweet about it and make it public to therefore confirm for those people? Like, if that's what he thought, that's really stupid if that's what he was doing. And his address was already public record. Correct. He had quote unquote, like, even by the time I had made this video, there was already talk about that his new address where him and Kano live was already public information because he got served paperwork for his restraining order. He got a restraining order from a lady so that it would be part of the public record. So his address, he wouldn't need to confirm his address. He already had a restraining order. The address would be on the paperwork. What does any of this have to do with whether or not it's SWAT? And what do you mean, like, oh, you don't know what's going on, so why are you even questioning that this is all bullshit? When, like, I don't think he's getting extorted either. I'm right, but fuck you. Like, that...
It do be like that, though. I forgot how goofy all of this started. It was so silly. Like, it's so silly. Yeah, I don't have my lights on bright enough. It's stinking sunny out today, man. What up? I hope everybody had a good break. I'm back. I got food. Let's fucking go. I would also like to point out that this video was done 6 months ago. Like, it was live streamed on Twitch and then I put it out. This was 6 months ago. November of last year. Wow. Alright, well, maybe we'll come back to that for our next break, but I'm just gonna eat. And so I folded laundry and I've been eating. Next I'm gonna, like, vacuum while we're listening to her. Doing chores. I see Honest Red and Huxkull joined us. Hello, hello, hello. You have immaculate timing this morning? Hell yeah, let's fucking go. Alright. Anyway, I'm gonna just sit this back just to see where she was a little bit. Let's go. Let's take a look and see what she's,
I don't recall saying I've been feeling confident. I mean, I don't even know if that's how I was feeling. I don't recall even contemplating how I was feeling. So that's weird. I wonder, did I come off to you as confident? Is that what you're picking up there?
Well, yes and no. You came off as somebody who was posturing as if you were confident. But multiple times she said she was feeling good about the case. And that she was gonna win, and because this was all bullshit. So I don't know why she's contending this. It's almost like she's trying to sort of renegotiate how she felt about, or how she feels about the scenario. So when she inevitably loses, she doesn't. She's already, like, primed her audience to expect that loss. On the other hand, I don't know, do you not know what's in your own content? Like, I know that I stream a lot, and in doing so, especially now, and in doing so, there are going to be things that I don't remember, but usually if somebody reminds me about it, I'm like, oh yeah, or I can go back and check. So, she just makes shit, this is what Monty was saying, she just makes shit up.
I don't know. I don't know.
What's she
Oh.
saying now? Yeah, what you got, Mike?
By the way, I did offer her a copy of my statement. A statement which is what, 11,000, almost 11,000 words long. And
Yeah, it's long.
and Erin's logic was just because I wasn't posting my hard work for free meant I didn't have anything on me.
Did she seriously say that she wrote something involving me, regarding me, whatever, that's 11,000 words?
Why is she acting surprised? Manya finished that document months ago. It's been public knowledge for a long time. Why is she surprised? Is her memory just shit? Like, is that what we're dealing? Like, is it actually just her memory's like just poor? Because at this point, like, there's so many things that she just doesn't remember that are things that she's commented on in the past that, like, you would not even like that long ago, right? What the thing that Manya is referencing was like a month ago. It's not even like, it's not like it's old. I mean, it's been around for a while and people have known about it. She's talked about how, and it's just odd to me.
She put hard work into something that is not needed, requested, required, or even commissioned.
It was requested. It was requested to write a statement for court. It didn't get submitted to court because Manya wasn't able to travel all the way from New Zealand to Kansas to be a witness. This is all public knowledge. We all knew this. You knew this. You knew this because you commented about our GoFundMe to try to get her there. Said it was ridiculous that we were asking so much. Because it's expensive to get from New Zealand all the way to... Because she has to take more than one flight. It's like a week worth of travel for her. You knew about this. Why are you acting surprised? Yes, she was asked to be a witness and write a statement. Just because it didn't end up getting submitted to court doesn't mean it can't be... Like, doesn't mean it stopped existing or didn't matter. Sorry, I put a timer on my phone to make sure that I got back in time, and I beat my alarm. I want to make sure it's off. Okay, there we go. This is very silly. So yeah, no, it was requested. She was on the witness list. You should be aware of that. Were you just not aware of your own hearings witness list? Is that where we're at? You commented about this stuff. We know you knew. Have you just forgotten? Hi, Buck.
She took her time, effort, and energy to write an 11-word dossier, whatever, about something regarding me, or
an 11,000 word, not 11 words.
or about me. I don't know how I feel about that.
It was a statement about the things that were witnessed by the witness so they could make a statement so that way she could be questioned about it in court as a witness the same way I was. Why is this so fucking confusing for her? Manya was just very thorough. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, this is like a level of, like, do you think she's just blocked it out? Like, do you think what's going on? Oh, it didn't turn off. Damn it. Okay, well, it's off now. Do you think that she's just, like, do you think she's just, like, blocking out chunks of information? Like, her brain is just, like, it's like a defense mechanism, so her brain is just, like, she's just blocking things out? This is the your brain doesn't listen to you thing again. Also, for anybody who's been
Erin,
following the
I'm kidding. I kind of get it. I do. That made me a little fucked up, but I kind of...
Helldivers thing, Sony has lost... What the fuck was that? Oh, it's kind of weird and creepy that she did this thing that nobody asked for, except it was requested for the hearing. But now I actually like it though. I actually like it, even if it's weird on their end. I like that somebody wrote up a whole thing about me. Again, she assumes it's only about her, by the way. The stream that she's looking at, the stream that I'm watching of her is from Saturday into Sunday at like early in the, I think it was midnight when she went live, somewhere around there. And then she's watching Dumpfeck Friday, but she's watching it on Twitch because she thought I only streamed it on Twitch, but it was actually streamed on YouTube and Twitch, and she's just, I don't know, not bothering to go over to the YouTube channel to be able to make this, everything that's looking on stream right now, more acceptable. I don't know. Whatever. I would tell her thanks for, like, the advertising of my Twitch channel, but I don't want her followers here. So... is down negative 8.91%.
Holy shit.
For Sony Group Corp, it's a big drop.
It was not enough for Sony to get hacked by Anonymous. They didn't get the message then. Now they're doing it again to themselves. Why do
I just discovered that my little iPad holder. God damn it! Come here. My little iPad holder is a magnet underneath it. I did not know that. Interesting.
That poor cat.
keep doing it to themselves? Chesh.
I have
what
also
do they have?
I have also heard that they added 3 more countries to the block list for Helldivers.
Let me check if it's New Zealand.
Yeah, go for it. Hey, doesn't Erin think she's like some big nerd or something? Interesting how she seems to have no interest or awareness about the entire Helldiver situation. And Sony's stock market prices. Nobody's surprised by this. I'm joking. Of course she doesn't. So for anybody who's been following that, that's an ongoing issue. If you're interested, go check out Accursed Farms to get maybe something done about that politically from a different angle. But regardless, Sony just wants to shoot themselves in the foot over and over and over and over and over again. So this is where Erin's at currently. She tweeted out and said, I want to first apologize to my friends and viewers for not streaming the past couple of days. Initially, she had said she was going to try and stream every day for the week that she had off. She's not working, she's traveling and doing stuff. So she initially intended on streaming every day. Then she had said she had intended on streaming with Veda the night after the first day of court, and she hasn't streamed as of right now. So, sure. I really did intend to stream, but my business called for more of my time and energy than I anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think so. She underestimated. Of course, she underestimated traveling, attending court, back and forth all day long, sitting there giving testimony, obtaining testimony or questioning testimony.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard. It's a hard job. So I think so. She underestimated that at the end of the day, after that, she could stream. But on top of that, she's an idiot if she thinks that she can stream after when a contempt hearing is happening around a restraining order, violation of a restraining order, that she can stream about whatever's going on.
Whoa,
Yeah, I guess I should probably
no.
For people who don't know.
I never said that I was going to stream about anything, just that I was going to stream. And I can stream. I'm not streaming.
Erin, you can't go this route when you already admitted that the reason you didn't stream was because you didn't think you and Veda were capable of keeping your mouths fucking shut. We already expressed that we don't think you're capable of keeping your mouths shut either, so you're going to stream about what's been going on in court, even if that wasn't your intention. I'm sorry you can't put 1 and 2 together, but that's a you problem.
About anything pertinent here, nor will I. So, I mean, I guess I'm not an idiot after all. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I am. Who knows?
This was, her hearing was for getting a temporary restraining order turned into a restraining order, as well as there were contempt papers that were served to her a couple of months ago when she was at court last time, and those papers were for her to say how she's not in contempt of the temporary restraining order. And so that's what's been coming to conclusion. It's kind of amusing to me, like, how hard they push by to be like, oh, well, I wasn't served any, like, contempt paperwork. I wasn't served anything, like, that I had to, like, anything like that. I wasn't charged with anything. It's like, yeah, you're being charged with contempt. You've been served paperwork. But now she's, like, not denying it at this point. Not that she probably should be denying or agreeing with anything, but then she shouldn't be doing the stream where we're talking about it, you know what I mean? Like, she shouldn't be doing this stream where we're talking about court stuff because her answering or not answering is indicative, right? So, you know, whatever. I'm painting my nails. It doesn't surprise me that she had the intention to stream and got, like, a little bit overwhelmed. That's fair. I think that's reasonable. I think...
The problem is,
yeah.
the thing is that I have been giving them advice, some very basic advice from the start.
No, you haven't.
Get a lawyer and shut the fuck up. I've been doing some...
Yes, Manya has. You've complained about it. There's somebody literally complaining about it in your chat right now, that she's giving some basic advice. Get a lawyer and shut up. What do you mean? She literally made a tweet or made like a whole thing complaining that Manya is giving people fucking legal advice. When she's not a lawyer and like blah 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 blah. Like, what are you talking about? What? We literally talked about it earlier in the stream. What do you mean? This is so goofy. She's at the point where she's just denying shit. Like, with... I don't even know. She's just like... she's just in full denial mode. There's no rhyme or reason to what she's saying or what she's talking about or how she's responding or what she's responding with. It's straight up just like, it's completely it's just denial. No, you didn't. You mean? Yes, she did. Huh? You're saying that Manya never tweeted or said out loud in your direction that you should shut up and get a lawyer? That's a dirty fucking lie.
Legal, you know, you and I both, we have been doing some legal interpretation of whatever has been going on. Until now, we have been not spot on, but we have been there. We have been correct so far, if I'm not saying.
Yeah, I don't
So
think
for
we've done
someone
anything
to come in
horrifically incorrect.
No. So for someone to, like Ronell, to come in and laugh at us and say, oh, one is in Canada and one is in New Zealand, what would they know about American system? Honey, we know at least more than you. More than you.
Did you know it's impossible to learn about another country's legal systems? I did, damn. You have to be in the country to know.
Ronell, just because you're incompetent doesn't mean everyone else is incompetent or cannot attempt to learn something.
All right, I want to stop here for a second. I'm bring something out here. So,
Uh-huh.
I don't have a pen.
What do you need a pen for?
See, all my shit is in my suitcase. I don't have anything. It feels okay. So far, I've been called.
You only own a single pen in your entire house, and it's in your suitcase that's gonna be delivered to you tomorrow? Is this for real? Does anybody else think that's silly? That seems really silly. You have one pen in your whole house? All right. Okay. Continue. Go on.
She called me stupid. She just called Ronell incompetent.
That's not new.
But I want to try and keep track here. Because
you want to keep track at all the insults Manya throws at you? She wants to write them all down. Today Manya called me stupid. This makes for the 376th time that Dobby has called me stupid. You know what this whole video is? It's this. This is Erin right now.
Emotional, damn it!
She's just taking it. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh brother.
And now, don't get me wrong. I'm not all complaining or bitching. You know, I'll be straight up and honest, and this may make me kind of weird or whatever. But the only thing worse than being talked about negatively is not being talked about at all. So I'm not even complaining or bitching. I don't care. Please, in fact, I hope that they continue streaming about me, even if
This is what I mean. This is Erin has said this multiple times. She thinks any attention is good attention, and she doesn't care what that attention is, except she can't handle negative attention. She gets very upset about negative attention and goes off and ends up doing dumb things like this stream we're watching right now. And so because of that, she ends up like she shoots herself in the foot because she can't handle the negative attention. So she's posturing.
To call me stupid the entire time. I'm happy with that. But still, I wanted to point out some hypocrisy here because though I don't care about being called names or whatever, they seem to take much offense to myself or anyone else.
I think the word you're looking for is umbrage.
Speaking negatively about them, you know, for example, or
do we
even been sticking up for Katie Joy lately, which is fine.
No, we haven't. We haven't been sticking up for Katie Joy. That's just not correct.
Whatever. But I find it to be quite hypocritical, though, for them to do that while they're sitting up there just hurling insults.
What are you talking about? How are those things related? Even if we were sticking up for Katie Joy, it's a complete non sequitur from we don't handle criticism or name calling well. That's not an example, unless you're saying being nice to Katie Joy is the name calling part. It's not that it's because you're calling people names. It's funny when you try to call us incompetent. The things we tend to take umbrage with is the racism in your comment section and the racism of you calling Manya Dobby and the context around how that's a house elf who were slaves. Like, that's the way, which you agreed with was out of pocket, not great, and then just did nothing about and waffled around and left it there. I don't care if you call us dumb. It's just funny because, like, you are incompetent, so you're not good at calling us dumb. Can you give an example of us being overly concerned about a name that you had called us? Because, like, contextually, yeah, it could be problematic. Sure. What's the hypocritical part?
Which is fine, whatever. But I find it to be quite hypocritical, though, for them to do that while they're sitting up there just hurling insults after myself and others. And I'm not even sure why it is that they don't even like myself and Brunel, for example, and other content creators, other than.
Really? You don't understand why me and Manya specifically might not like your content? And are critical of your content? We usually aren't critical of you as people. We're talking about what you produce. Your rabid fans regularly come after us, hurling fucking racism and telling me that my dog should die of cancer and, like, all kinds of shit. What do you mean? And they're instigated by you. Why wouldn't they like me? What do you mean? And what's the hypocritical part? You didn't give us an example. You didn't give an example of me or Manya being upset by name calling. So what's your example of that to show that it's hypocritical? You brought up something different. Inaccurate, but different.
The fact that it's Steve's fault. And here's the thing.
Where? Where did we bring up Steve? You brought up Steve. The problems on your channel are your fault, regardless of Steve's intervention. Although Steve should probably help you out with that, since he should be capable of doing so, and he's just not for whatever reason. He's literally, as Manya showed in her video from yesterday, right? They think that they can use Steve as a shield to deflect the criticism. The criticism about you talking about casual animal abuse and laughing about it has nothing to do with Steve. I mean, if you want to make it about Steve, then I guess we could probably talk about how he's not saying anything about this and that maybe that should be something he should curtail you on. That if you're friends, maybe he'd be like, hey, maybe that's not a good thing to just put out into the world without anything to go with it, you know what I mean? But Steve's never really been good at PR. Our criticism of you is tertiarily related to Steve because of your proximity to him, not because it matters. We would be equally as critical of you regardless.
Because I had a talk with Faith over our time in Kansas there.
Who?
And we've come to the conclusion that this is all because of Steve. Everything's because of Steve.
Who's Faith? I don't know who that is. Blaming Steve for all your problems is probably not gonna... You have to take ownership of your actions. That's, you know, the thing. You like to call yourselves adults. That's the adult thing to do.
Because I had a talk with Faith over our time in Kansas there. And we've come to the conclusion that this is all because of Steve. Everything's because of Steve. Everything is because of Steve. Which, I mean, we mean that in a funny, comical way, but it's kind of true, too. Like, this is a lot of this dream here is because of Steve. Yeah.
Yeah.
So is it gonna be Steve's fault that you went onto Facebook and scrolled back years to try to go find somebody who didn't like Charla so you could try to bring them on to... You could reach out to them and tell them to reach out to Steve? That's all Steve's fault? Did Steve tell you to do that? Did he give you marching orders? That's Steve's fault? Steve told you to do this stream? Did he? Did Steve tell you to review my videos in the past? Like the one we were watching on break? And you can't make a decision for yourself, it's all up to Steve. Are you sure? That Steve's the one who... Did he tell you not to be a witness for Veda, or vice versa? Did he tell Veda to steal artwork? Is that Steve's fault too? Who is Faith? Did they bring her did she bring her friends' hopes and prayers? Very funny, I like that. I mean, we did see Steve doing some orchestration in that mod call. Sure, but does that mean that Erin is absolved from the responsibility of her own actions? I don't think so. I don't think that's how that works, and I certainly don't think that's how the court's gonna see it. You're saying that you wouldn't have gone after Charla at all if Steve didn't tell you to? Is that what you said in your statement at court, by the way? If she's gonna bring this up and say this is all Steve's fault, does she say that, like, in court during her testimony? Because I wasn't there for that. This isn't question. Is she saying that in court she just threw Steve under the bus? That if she was asked in court, well, why did you think that this was okay? She said, because Steve told me to. Is she trying for a plea deal? Because Steve's thing hasn't happened yet. Is she gonna try for a plea deal where she's like, oh, well, I'm gonna hand over all the information in the DMs of Steve dictating all this stuff? Because, like, that would be... That shouldn't come up yet. That shouldn't come up until the contempt stuff. It doesn't matter what Steve told her to do. She's still guilty as fuck. Well, this is an admission, right? This is a tacit admission. She's saying that she did things. She's just saying that it was Steve's fault that she did these things. So it's an admission that she's done something, but it's somebody else's fault that she did them. But they're not wrong in the first place. Well, if they're not wrong in the first place, then why is somebody at fault for getting you to do them? Right? You see what I mean? This is a tacit admission that she did something, and it's and it's a wrong thing, but it's somebody else's fault. Just like the same way she tried to distance herself from the conversation about the mice that she was out catching. She changed the story to say that, oh, well, just her sisters went and did this. She didn't participate in it. So the next question then is that this is all Steve's fault. Why? Why is it Steve's fault? What did Steve do? You want to make it all about Steve, right? Well, tell Elmo. Tell Elmo. Elmo's here. Elmo's here to listen. Elmo's a good friend.
It's me. So yeah, so I was giving them this advice the whole time. I'm like, till the cases conclude, get a lawyer and shut the fuck up, or just shut the fuck up till the cases conclude. And I even offered my 11,000 word statement for a price. Obviously, it's my hard work. For some
I'm
reason,
curious, so when she was offering this advice, saying, shut the fuck up, it is like the stream take.
So now you agree that she did offer this advice? Before you said no, she didn't offer any advice. Now you agree that she did? Okay. Just to be clear. I just want to be clear.
It is like the stream take the stream, for example. Is this her efforts in trying to facilitate this advice by, I don't know, choosing now of all times to start streaming and start spewing out all kinds of shit that they're spewing out and talking about things that they're talking about?
Lady, it's Dumb Feck Friday. What do you mean? Is she saying that Monya's been giving this advice the entire time, but she's just deciding to stream to talk about it right now? What? Shut up! In this stream, she is telling you to shut up. Here you are in a video talking about this shit. You should still be shutting up. You should not be talking about it. It's still not concluded. If it was... What are you talking about? You want to know how we know it's not concluded? This stream. Erin. Because if it was concluded, she would be fucking explaining that. And she'd be talking about that. And she'd say it was concluded. Oh, brother. And even if, like, her hearings are concluded and they get, like, a settlement or they get, like, orders from the judge, right? It's still not going to be concluded until after Steve's is done and after Rennell's is done, however that goes down. I don't know what's happening with that one, so for all I know, they're going to settle outside of court, right? And anybody else who has, like, an RO, TRO floating around, because, like, I mean, I can only assume there's probably a couple that I'm less aware of, right? So what do you mean? If she's been giving this advice the whole time, why are you so concerned that she's doing it now? Because you streamed before court. The advice is still applicable. The advice is applicable right now. If what Chad is telling me is true and you're losing your mind on Twitter, that would be part of the advice. It's not Monya's job to convince you to listen to her. The advice is sound regardless of where it's coming from. You're so deep in the genetic fallacy and so biased that you don't listen to her isn't her fault. Everything is everyone else's fault, Erin. Erin, you sweet baby, you've never done anything wrong. Everything you've done has been absolutely justified, and none of it is your fault. Sweet little child. No, you've taken no actions. Everything has been actions dictated by other people, and so you've never done anything wrong ever in your entire time on YouTube. You sweet baby. Yeah, Rennell did admit that that her entire purpose in what she was talking about regarding this particular situation was, like, the hearings and stuff, was that she was purposefully trying to protect Steve and his reputation. And Erin and Veda. Both of them were in there as well.
I mean, it just seems like to me, like they're doing this in efforts to try to instigate things or to try to bait people into talking about things. And I'm not going to take the bait.
if we were baiting you, we succeeded. You're streaming about it. It's not her fault you didn't take the advice. I feel like I'm being baited, but I won't be baited. Was Manya trying to bait you? Was I trying to bait you? I don't know. You figure it out. I'm not gonna give you the answer. Figure it out yourself. We are also not under any court obligations. Ew, Hawkskull. Ew. Ugh. Ugh. Why? Yamane and I aren't under any court orders. There's no change to what our decorum has to be. I've been playing nice. I've been playing nice because of my direct involvement, both going to the hearing prior and potentially going to one in the future. So I've been playing nice. Manya doesn't have to play as nice as I do. And quite frankly, I don't have to play as nice as I've been playing either, but I'm a nice guy and I want to see this shit resolved. Right? One way or another. Whether it's resolved through, I hope it gets resolved through financial compensation, and I hope it gets resolved through, probably some kind of restricted access. It's true, I am the masturbator. It's true. That might be some good evidence. Listen, Erin, if you want to demonstrate that we are baiting you, you're gonna have to actually put in some work to make that demonstration. Just because it feels like you're getting baited doesn't mean you are. You might just be baiting yourself. But I am the master debater. I am the masturbator, so that might be a point against me. I don't know. So if we're baiting you, how? By giving you good advice? Are you that childish and that stubborn that just because one of us was the one to give you the good advice, you're gonna be like, don't tell me what to do, and do the opposite? Because that's still not an us problem, that's a you problem. Although it's very funny. Albeit very amusing. Your just self-control is like just that out the window. You know.
But that's exactly what they're doing. And this is just what I want to point out. I mean, I don't care. They can do it. They can keep doing it for all. I mean, I'm not the one being harmed here. You know, they may want to take that into consideration. That's up to them. I just want to point that out.
We have a saying back home, like, before destruction, your intelligence just gives up on you. It says Vinashkalin Vipati. That's what it's called in our language, Sanskrit. So it means before destruction is imminent, your intelligence leaves you or gives up on you. So this is what's happening here. The intelligence has left them. And
so is she saying that our destruction is imminent? Because it sounds to me like that's what she said.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Think whatever that's coming and bring. For now, I think so. Just because maybe the quotes have told her to.
Erin, you can't keep up on regular speed. Speeding us up is not doing you any favors.
Shut the fuck up. Please shut the fuck up. I think this is not voluntarily, in my opinion. That's not voluntary. I might be wrong.
There's a question in the chat that says, yeah, Manya is saying that you don't have any self-control and you will stream regardless of whether, no matter what rational or reasonable, or even if you want to stop, you won't be able to because you lack self-control. That's what she's saying. I don't know if that wasn't clear. It seemed pretty clear to me. So did Renelle laugh at EJC for spouting nonsense about Canadian police? No, I don't believe she did. I'm pretty sure she's her consistency is in line with whoever she thinks agrees with her at the time.
Yeah.
They shit about the Canadian police. I mean, it's like they never watched a South Park episode. Come on.
Or whoever she's friends with, she will not criticize them. She will criticize everyone, and that's all in criticism that Ronelle brings up. She does ad hominem.
Okay, see, I want to touch on this here for a second. My YouTube channel is commentary. I commentate about people who aren't my friends. Okay, let's be honest. They're not, because I don't need to use my friendships to bolster my channel.
So you agree with her. And me. You agree with us. Your consistency is whoever you're friends with at the time. You're right, but fuck you anyway. She really does not like objective analysis of what she does. She seems to think that because she agrees with the analysis, right? She agrees with the analysis, describes exactly what we describes the same thing, but then says we're wrong because she doesn't like who is doing the analysis. If you want Dirty Uncle Sal, you can send it to me in Twitter DMs and I'll send it to the Discord.
If I want to criticize any of my friends, I'm going to be a friend and I'm going to do it privately because that's what friends do, okay?
I mean, if you had done all of this shit that got you in trouble in court privately, you probably wouldn't be in trouble in court. So, this is a lie. You don't do this shit privately. You sit around and circle jerk privately. How do I know that you sit around and circle jerk privately? You tell us that that's what you do. You go live and say, oh, we'll talk about this in DMs later. Or go, did you see that DM? Oh, well, we talk every other day. Oh my god.
If other people want to criticize my friends, hey man, that's their choice. But I'm not going to sit here for your enjoyment, for your entertainment. I'm not going to sit here and drag my friends on my public platform channel, whatever.
That's not what anybody told you to do, or even asked for. In fact, I'm pretty sure what Manya said was, shut the fuck up! And there's also a difference between you not dragging your friends and you defending their and excusing their bad behavior, which is what you do, which is a conscious choice and decision that you make. You defended Veda for stealing art. You defended the swatting thing. You went after Charla. Like, this is... Hello? Huh? Oh, what the fuck?
I'm not going to do that. Why it is you think I should, or why it is you think you're entitled to see that?
Nobody said that. She literally forgot what Manya said 30 seconds ago. Erin, I beg you, please. Obtain a secondary brain cell and rub them together. It's gonna sound like the world's smallest violin. And then when we do get a look at how they discuss things privately, it gets leaked. Or they've invited one of us in by accident. Oh my god. As a goblin once said, Erin, you're bad at this. Yeah, thanks, Athens. Erin has 2 brain cells and they're both fighting for 3rd place. Right? Oh my god. I wish her camera was better. This is a I do wish the quality of her live streams was higher. It'd be nice.
Astounds me because what kind of friend?
Guys, I'm so shocked and astounded by this straw man that I've put up here. Who could have done this? She builds up some ridiculous point that nobody said, and then it's just like, I am shocked. I must clutch my pearls about this made-up scenario that nobody said. How dare they? Erin, stop hitting yourself. She's astounded by this thing she made up in her head. You know, you find that it's when she brings up these made up, because this is what Mani was saying. You should make shit up. she makes shit up and then acts like it's so shocking or horrible when she's the one who brought it up. Was it Steve? Is it Steve? Is it Steve? Could it be Steve? Blames everything by Steve and then is like, well, why would you bring Steve up? You brought Steve up. Hello? But, like, the thing is, like, this is the first place her brain goes to because she's reacting, right? She's not thinking about what she's saying. She already agreed that her brain's not listening to her. Her mouth is going and not, there's nothing going on here. This isn't contemplative, right? She's not thinking about what's being said. She's barely listening. And so, in this case, the first thing she thinks of, and if you notice what she does is she applies what she thinks or feels or would do on pretty much everything. So when she arbitrarily pulls something out of her ass like that, it's because that's what she would do. She expects that. She wants other people to do that. Right? Like, that's what she wants from other people because that's drama, that's entertaining. Right? She sits around and waits for Katie Joy to betray people. Right? So they can go live about it. That's, like, she's made it very clear that this is what she wants from other people's channels so she can make content. Right? It's not that weird. It's not hard to look at and listen to what she's saying and put two and two together.
Friendships do you have? I mean, there's a rhetorical question, really. I mean, I think I know, but
why do you think you know that? I'm curious. Give us the analysis. Why do you think you know what my friendships are like, or Manya's friendships are like? Because one of the things that you probably would find if you went digging is that we're consistent. If somebody does some fucked up shit, we're like, get the fuck out of here. Because we're not going to deal with fucked up people. We have standards and consistency amongst ourselves. At some point I said, I was critical of somebody and I said, no, I would not allow this kind of behavior around me. And she took that to me and explained that I was saying that I could dictate other people's behavior. That's not what I said. What I said was I wouldn't allow this behavior around me. It means that if somebody is behaving that way, you confront them about it. If they're going to continue to behave that way, you go, nope, absolutely not. I will not tolerate this type of behavior in my space, which means I'm not going to dictate what they're doing, but I am going to not let them around me or be friends with them or let them in my, be a dickhead in my Discord or whatever. Or in my comment section, or on my channel, right? That it's really simple. It's also not only is that basic friend group maintenance, but it's very important if you're doing content creation. I wouldn't allow somebody like Maya Nova to hang around my channel because she's a Holocaust denier, and I'd be like, no, you don't get to spew that shit here. The only time somebody like that would be allowed around my channel is if they were being confronted on that stance. Right? Where it's just like, so, why do you think this? And let me tell you all the ways you're wrong. Like, that's the only time that would ever be remotely acceptable. And in a lot of cases, it still wouldn't be acceptable because of the way I run things. Because I know what my channel is and what I'm doing. I don't really know what my channel's about. Anyway, I'm willing to answer her rhetorical question if you would like, but for now I won't bother. You guys can sort that out on your own. I haven't looked at this in a little while. Were you apologizing to Chesh for not streaming because it forced her to try to come up with actual content instead of just bashing you for a couple of days? Oh, John, you sweet baby. I stream 5 days a week. Monday to Friday, and every other Saturday, and every other Sunday. I assure you, if I was streaming about Erin every day, there would be a lot more content. Could I stream about Erin every day? Yeah, she puts out enough stuff that I could, do what I'm doing right now. But would I? No, she's boring. Let's see. Manya sounds like a very bitter school M-A-R-M. I don't know what that is. That might be a racial slur. I don't know. There's enough racial slurs around here. Their attitudes just suck. They're not authorities about anything. Did we say we were? Chesh seems to try to come across as superior, yet she repeatedly uses name-calling insults like saying people are stupid. She comes across as a very insecure person. Well, okay, well, first off, superior is relative, right? So, like, it depends on who you're comparing it to, or what you're comparing it to. Do I think I'm superior than a good cup of coffee? No. I expect people would, like, shove me out of the way in front of a bus for a good cup of coffee, right? But do I think I'm better at this than Erin is? Absolutely. Why? Definitively. Her quality is bad. Her production is bad. Her way of speaking is, like, all over the place. She's inconsistent. She doesn't maintain her live chat, nor does she, like, properly moderate her comment section. She's not good at explaining things. Half the time she doesn't even explain anything. Yes, I think I can make an objective argument for why I'm better at this than Erin is. So if you want to say that's me being superior, sure, if that's how you want to phrase it. Implying that Manya is like a strict school teacher. That's interesting because, I mean, there was this whole racial connotation to the way they treat Manya, right? No, well, Chesh got a big ego now. Listen, it's not hard to be better at this than Erin. That's not impressive. You know what I mean? Like, it's not... it's not... This isn't a high bar. The bar's pretty fucking low. But there's this whole racial connotation in the way Manya gets treated for being too angry sounding, for being too strict, for being too emotional. And it's like, it's part of... it's a racist dog whistle. So... The term, I guess, is not a racial term, because I'm not familiar with the term. I'll take your word for it. It's not a racist term, but it's a racist dog whistle. No, don't bully me more. I'm not a Steve fan, but thanks to him, we've gotten to see just how awful Chesh and her sidekick are. Stop treating Manya like a sidekick. She's not. Manya is her own person. She makes good content on her own when she does. I don't tell Manya what to or to not do. If she asks me for advice, I'll give her advice. It's that simple. She's not my sidekick. She's my friend. Although it doesn't surprise me that this group of people is getting that all backwards, since apparently Erin and Steve are friends, except he's dictating to her because everything is his fault, right? These people are silly. Wait a minute. Steve's been targeted by these trolls over and over again? What do you mean, these trolls? Alright, let's keep going. All I said was that he wasn't swatted. And you agree with me. Why are you mad? I bet they would lose their shit if Renelle was talked about and treated the way they treat Manya. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. These people can't... I think I've mentioned it before, but people like this have not experienced what actually being trolled online is like. Like, considering, like, what Manya and I both went through while we were in close proximity to Steve, as well as some of the shit that Steve went through. Some of that shit was just not fucking acceptable. That shit wasn't okay. Like, that one guy running around with fucking, like, a printout of Steve's face on, like, a mask. Like, that shit's fucked up, dude. But, like, Erin hasn't experienced this. Erin hasn't experienced somebody, like, warping and taking her videos and blah, 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 blah. The closest she's even... Yeah, she doesn't know. People don't do to her what her and her fan base and her friends, that anti-Katie Joy group, nobody does what they do to Katie to them. Right? Yeah. Yeah, Athens, you're right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she doesn't know. She's speaking from a place of privilege, is what I'm saying.
As you think you're entitled to see that astounds me, because what kind of friendships do you have? I don't. I mean, there's a rhetorical question, really. I mean, I think I know, but I just who thinks that that's a friendship? If I sit here and talk shit about Katie Joy, no one's thinking I'm her friend, right? I mean, I don't hate her. I mean, I do kind of dislike her. I do, but I don't hate her, But no one's going to think that I'm just criticizing a friend, because we're not friends. Because my channel isn't here for me to display my shitty friendship behavior.
Your channel does display your shitty friendship behavior, though, because you have your friends on and you treat each other like shit. And you throw each other on the bus on a regular basis. Didn't she say we were laughing about somebody getting bullied and are happy about it? We're like almost halfway through this. Like, what are you talking about? She's so lost in her, like, attempt to, she's trying to strawman us, but she's so far out in left field that she's completely lost the plot at this point.
It's for private.
Attacks, like Manya's angry. Chesh, she puts up Chesh's picture while she's drinking for some reason. So both, like, she does ad hominem attacks. That's it. And for her to say that I in New Zealand couldn't learn about the American judicial system, madam, you underestimate me. I don't underestimate myself. I'm very.
See, Manya's saying the exact thing that I just said in response to Erin, and Erin's not going to say anything about it because she doesn't understand how what Manya is saying is counterintuitive to what Erin just tried to present it as when Manya was halfway through her sentence. It's exactly the thing I said, like, before break. I was like, she hits play, pauses somebody, tries to get ahead of what she thinks the person is saying, gets it wrong, gets lost in her own sauce, hits play again, and then gets debunked by the other half of the sentence. Every time.
Very confident in my intelligent faculties, and in my brains. So I got a master's, bitch. So just back.
I'm very confident in my brains. They just sound funny.
Back off. Just
back off.
And I'm doing a
thanks. We were entertaining.
Diploma at the same time. So back the fuck off.
I agree with Jesse in the chat. This poll is way too close. I did way better in this poll than I thought. That's not appropriate. Because Manya's probably going to answer your questions directly. I'm liable to fuck with you.
Yeah.
Way better. So Erin's looking around like a weirdo because she doesn't know what the poll was about, so she's like, what? I don't understand the joke. Yeah, you didn't understand the joke because you didn't watch and pay attention to what was happening. So, surprise, surprise.
Stop.
Hey, listen, get ready to get dunked on, kiddies. So, yeah. So here's the thing, right? When it comes to Erin being overwhelmed or not being able to stream because of whatever's going on with court, or if the court told her not to stream while she was there, I don't know. It's possible. Who's to say? But they wouldn't have told her not to stream at all. I don't think the court has that kind of power. They would have just said, don't stream, like, don't talk about the court. Then they can't give her legal advice. At least the judge can.
Yes, I was about to add that. Yeah, they can't give her legal advice.
She said,
tell me how that is wrong. So.
She's looking so hard for something that I said incorrectly, but she can't keep up. She's trying. I think she's getting mad.
Do tell me how that is wrong, right? Explain to us. That will be great.
I like that the advice you gave was get a lawyer, and Renelle was like, why are you giving legal advice?
Yeah, from New Zealand about American system. I'm like, that's
pretty sure that's how it happened, but okay.
That is literally the thing that happened. that was literally the thing that Renelle said. It's on video. She has you at 1.25 speed and is struggling to keep up. I wonder why, right? Very funny. She can't keep up with us at normal speed. She's got us turned up instead. Maybe slow us down, Erin. maybe listen to it. I'm back to you need to watch the content before you try to debunk the content because you're not good at this. But that's not going to help her anyway because she doesn't understand the concepts.
Majority of the courts all across the country, European, American, Canadian, South American, New Zealand, Australia, all of them, get a lawyer, shut the fuck up. That's the most basic advice I gave. And for some reason, she found fault on that also. I'm like, okay.
Don't get a lawyer then, see if I care.
They didn't get a lawyer. I think so. Renelle got a lawyer. She
Womp
did
womp.
take my advice, but she was like, she's so full of herself that she won't, accept the fact that she took my advice, right? She's so full of herself. So she has obtained a lawyer, and since then, I think so. What she has been trying to do is she has been trying to attack Chesh and I. Last video she made about us, it was about Chesh and I, not about Charlotte, if I'm not wrong.
Oh my gosh. What was the last time Renee made a video about either of these two? Like, it's been months, right? Right.
I don't know. Want me to look? We know she's not gonna look. The last time Renelle made a video about us was... this one might mention us, so that would be 2 months ago, but this one... The last time we were on the screen, at the very least, was... a month ago. Yeah, not that long ago. A month. Disregarding any, like, side comments, but that's the last time she did a video.
I mean, Renelle's made a lot of videos since then. I'm pretty sure it's been a while since she made one about either of these two, but...
Just check, Erin. Just go look. It's not that big of a deal. Erin doesn't want to look because she just wants to present it as if it's absurd for us to be mentioning it. And it's not, but she wants to present it as if it is. It doesn't matter if she's put out a lot of content. You could put out a shitload of content in a month. I put out lots of content between times I talk about Erin, usually. The reason why these ones are so close together is because pre-court, court, after court, right? So I'm just trying to get things done within a cohesive amount of time. But I went and made 4, 5, 6, 7 hours worth of video over the course of like 3 weeks. But that doesn't seem to matter. I've put out way more content than Renelle has. And it's like it's not relevant. Weird.
I mean, I don't know. I guess that they also agree.
Right, Erin? You don't know. So why are you making assumptions and why are you...
Like, the only thing worse than being talked about negatively is not being talked about at all. And I think that maybe that's why they're doing the stream and they're mentioning all these names and everything, because a lot of these names stop talking about them and they know that that's worse.
Why do you think that? That's because it's the way you think. We don't think that way. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm pretty sure this has been explained multiple times. And the reason we're bringing up Renelle is because she's related, because she also is involved in this harassment TRORO things. How do we know that she's involved? Because she put out the emails where she got from Charla saying she was going to receive a restraining order or a TRO, or she was going to get served papers. And she said she was served and then went and did a GoFundMe to get a lawyer for it. That's how we know. We know because you tell us these things. And so because you tell us these things, we know that she's related to what we're talking about. Renelle was there. Renelle's out here trying to pretend that she's got to remove her family from this dangerous online situation that she doesn't care about but won't stop making content about. Because she's still not stopping making content about it because most of her content is still Katie Joy related. And she claims that Charla or me, like Erin did here, are working for or defending Katie Joy. So if the threat is because of the overarching big bad Katie Joy, and she continues to make Katie Joy content, then the threat wouldn't go away, would it? But that doesn't seem to be the case. It's almost like it's bullshit. Weird.
So, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I can empathize with it.
Wrong. And where she was like, oh, these both...
Erin, what you're doing isn't empathizing, it's projecting.
Manya and Chesh implicated her, sorry. And we are like, madam, just because your bullshit got discovered a little late doesn't mean you didn't do that bullshit, all right? It was there for everyone to see.
Nobody has to talk about it. Like, that's just not how the courts work. The courts don't care if YouTubers and content creators are talking about the bad thing you did or didn't do. The court cares if, like,
No.
the plaintiff can demonstrate or you can defend. Like, this whole legal nonsense could have happened whether or not... Look at her face! She's so confused! She's so confused! This is amazing. I made a video about Steve getting swatted. Although I do think me doing that was probably ended up incidentally being a godsend to Charla's side because of the follow-up video that Erin and Veda and Nikki and Steve did in response to me. Like, I had nothing to do with it. Their response, they just spilled so many beans. I don't even know I don't even like beans.
Does she seem a little too happy about that? Like, not only that these things occurred, or that we did the things we did, but that she deems herself as the driving force, the thing that caused it. It's because of her.
I literally just said it had nothing to do with me. It had to do with your response. And yes, I am happy about it. I'm absolutely happy about that. What counts as too happy? I am absolutely happy that my video has facilitated a resolution. Why would I not be happy about that? Is it because you don't want a resolution because you think this court could be the best thing that ever happened to your channel? And are you upset that maybe it's not turning out the way you had hoped? Yes, I'm happy that a lot of that stuff came forward. I think it's good that that stuff came forward because it made it a lot more difficult to try to hide what you had been up to. The truth will set you free! So yeah, I'm happy about that. I am happy about it. I don't think it has a whole ton to do with me. I think it has to do with... That's why I said incidentally, and it actually had nothing to do with me, and it was all just you guys. But no, she's gonna take the literal words I said and then pretend I said something completely different, like she does every single time.
She gets the credit. The credit, it seems like she's looking at it like it's credit. I don't know. That just
credit for what?
Kind of fucked up.
Why?
I mean, and I don't even mean to me. Whatever. I don't care. But it's kind of...
You sound pretty angry for somebody who doesn't care. Are you just mad that people might attribute my involvement as something positive? Is that what your concern is? If we're playing the speculate game, is Erin just mad that people might think that I have influence in some capacity, and that I've consistently used my influence that I may or may not have to facilitate positive outcomes for victims of harassment? She seems really upset at the idea that I might get credit for something. I don't think I really deserve any credit for anything. I mean, I thought my video was pretty good, and I definitely think that you guys... Notice how she's not denying that she spilled the beans? I'm not mad that I spilled beans. It's Chesh's fault. It's all Steve's fault. I don't know. What do you guys think? You guys think I deserve credit for that? Do you think that because she said she's felt like she's getting baited by our Dumbfuck Friday video? Do you think that if that was our intention, do you think we succeeded? Do you think that Erin has been successfully baited? Do you think that I deserve some credit for them going off the rails in response to me saying Steve wasn't swatted? What do you guys think? You tell me. You tell me in the chat. You tell me in the comments down below if this ends up on YouTube. You guys let me know what you think. I'm curious to know, because I don't... It's If you're getting baited, stop watching. If you're getting baited, don't stream about it. She like got home and immediately went live to do this. Do you think she spent 10 hours watching me and Manya on repeat while she was waiting in the and while she was waiting in the airport? This is a joke, by the way. It's a joke.
So whatever, I think that what Renelle was mad about is that when I highlighted the fact that she was also involved in all this.
Yeah.
That's what she was mad about. What does implicated mean? Implicated what? In front of a judge? Are you stupid? You already did those live streams. Yeah, Charlotte's lawyer got hold of those live streams and said, "What the fuck? You are also involved in this? You bitch!" And if you did try to negotiate with the lawyer, with Charlotte's lawyer, maybe they didn't find it good enough. Maybe you weren't giving them what they wanted, and that's fair.
Do you notice that Erin's cat never, like, crawls up to her? It just is looking around on the desk, and then she grabs it and, like...
On their part. If they want something, and you're not giving them the legal route, and if you're still being a bitch, they have every right to serve you. So, don't try and blame other people for your own actions.
I just think it's super
Don't do
wacky that we've got people going to court over a stupid Facebook group that isn't even, like, that impressive. It, like, most people don't even know
No.
it exists. It's very silly. It's a niche within a
someone
niche
from
within
the-
a niche, and it's so, like, beyond. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just say one thing from the live chat, and then we can just wrap this
Yeah.
up. Daisy Reed, Daisy_Re_22 said from the live chat, I do find it hilarious that they talk about KJ's court cases in ways that could be applied to them when they are being sued. It's someone else's fault. Exactly.
Move your microphone
They
down
talk
just slightly. Just a little bit.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah.
advised me last time also. I think so. Yeah. Sorry, forgot. So they talk about KJ's cases all the time. And Renelle here, this bitch is mad that we spoke about her, what, twice or thrice? You got mad? Okay. Implicated or hilarious.
Whatever. Who cares? So, Erin said, thank you everyone for your support. I am aware of the current attacks as well. I don't know what she's referring to. I promise to stream tonight, even if only for 5 minutes, to thank. Do you think that she's got my, like, enough of my fucking content just sitting here without anything, that she's just replaying it, that I can strike her channel? Yeah, she's really aggressively petting that cat. Yeah. I'm convinced that she's compensating for the cat story. She wants to, this is performative right now. She wants that cat around her as much as possible to present to the outside world, like, look how nice I am to my cat, as if that was ever the fucking criticism to begin with. Thank everyone. That would be like tonight.
Yeah, and again, I didn't.
To thank everyone personally.
I didn't stream. I did want to stream. I wanted to do one more stream before I left to thank everyone.
Bro, we're not criticizing you for that. It's fine. We're not surprised that you got overwhelmed by court. What is she saying you guys did in the stream after Chesh's stream? They spilled the beans. They spilled all the beans. They explained how they were all working together, about this stupid SWAT story, that Steve had actually had the sheriff show up at his house for domestic violence on and like police showing, or officials showing up on multiple occasions. They spilled a lot of beans. There's a lot of beans. I would recommend just watching it. I covered it. I did two-parter. And guess what? None of the, as much as Erin likes to be like, oh, well, you know, it's negative content, she doesn't acknowledge either of those streams. 3 of them, actually, because I did 1 in response to her responding to me, and then I did 2 in response to the larger one that had all of them, the one that I'm referencing in Dumbfuck Friday. Remember when Erin said she was gonna link videos to people? Or she was gonna link what she was talking about, or people's videos, because she's so altruistic? Yeah, she gave that up pretty fucking fast, as soon as she didn't want people going to the actual videos.
I'm sorry. Just, again, it was tiring, and, you know,
Is
just
she
right
apologizing
there
to
in the
me?
middle of things. I thought it was better that I just said that time. So I did.
Please understand that I cannot talk about any business that's going on sorry, that's gone on the past few days, but I look forward to catching upon everything else with the community.
It was a typo.
I assume she means catch up on everything else with the community. Thank you.
It was.
Aw, look at that. She was so freaked out that I was gonna pick on her for her typo, and I didn't. She looks silly. Adorable.
So, I can't hear you. Did you hit your button?
Best part of the stream right
What did
here.
you do? Every time with this shit.
Yeah, it's probably not a good look if the white lady who's got a bunch of racists in her chat says the best part of the stream is when the brown lady can't talk, is muted. That's not a good look. Her wire came loose.
Nope.
Okay. Right, yeah.
So a couple of notes.
No.
She streamed 2 times before court.
Can I just say that
Yeah, you want to jump in and try and guess what I'm going to say and try to obfuscate or deflect or try to devalue whatever I'm going to say before you heard it? Go ahead. It's all right.
these are the first two tweets I put out in days, and I get Chesh is doing like an hour and a half stream complete with notes, kind of.
That is a lie. I am not talking about her and her shit for an hour and a half. This was a beginning tertiary thing that we mentioned for the first little bit. That's just a lie. I could probably show you the exact amount of time, too. Because I'm usually pretty good at that. Let's take a look, shall we? Let's see, liar, liar, pants
Welcome
on,
back
head
to-
on fire. Let's take a look, shall we? Shall we see how long this lasts? Okay, so there is the first ass report today. But we're not doing that today because I burned out all my brain cells watching. Okay, so we start about 5 minutes where we start talking about Erin, give or take, right? And then we go from 5 minutes to... I'm curious to know what the results of the court case are. If I'm able to share it with you, I will. Less than your sister did to the cat. I wanted to be really nitpicky. Do we have anything to ask somebody you do know?
Well, there was one.
30 minutes. We spent 30 minutes talking about the case, where it's at, your streams, what you had said about other stuff, and the tweets. We spent about 30 minutes talking about it. Goes to about 30 stops. We're done at about 35 and change, and it took us about 5 minutes to get started, to start talking about Erin. It was 30 minutes. And we also talked about Rennell, and we talked about the swatting video, and we talked about, like, the whole scenario. So, we didn't spend an hour and a half talking about your stupid fucking tweets, you weirdo. I don't know why you have to, like, self-aggrandize like that. It's very silly. It makes you look very desperate. Which is probably why you can't be the cult leader.
This is awesome.
Streamed up into the court. Talked a lot about what was going
No,
on,
you have to
even
get
if she tried to
down,
imply what was
come on.
happening without actually talking
No,
about what was
they
happening.
don't.
And finally,
See, the cat's isn't climbing on the desk to get to be with her. The cat is climbing on the desk because it wants to check out all the shit going on.
now that there might be conclusions for people, she's like, I can't talk about my business anymore. As if the whole thing hasn't been blown publicly. And as if their little friend, you guys remember Black Wolf, right? The guy who was like being all buddy with the chemtrail people and the Holocaust deniers? Yeah, that guy. That guy decided to tweet about what apparently was going on in the court proceedings. Now, keeping in mind that Wolf received a cease and desist, TRO, and didn't show, from rumors, did not show up to his online court date to fight that TRO, meaning that he currently has a standing restraining order, from what we can tell. Secondly, if he is tweeting about the individual's private...
No correction. That's actually interesting. So I was speculating about this, and the reason I was speculating about this is because I didn't have
verifiable, like I didn't have verifiable documentation. So I didn't have like a public record of whether or not Wolf's did or did not show up and whether or not that restraining order had actually gone through. That's why I'm saying through rumors, and I was judging the time based on when he freaked out and was making threats when he received his cease and desist to about now, which is about the length of time, right? So I'm speculating and talking about how it's a rumor and I don't know for sure, but if you notice, she doesn't correct me. So either that's because she's literally just not paying a single fucking attention because, right, what Dirty Uncle Sal's saying, I'm not talking about her, so she doesn't care, or I'm correct. So, because she likes to look for things, because she jumped on it if we were wrong about Renelle, but she doesn't seem to be jumping on it if I'm wrong about Wolf, and so if we're looking at consistency in her behavior, it's because I'm probably right. Private individual, he's in violation of that restraining order. And if he's tweeting out information about what's going on in the courtroom, that means either he's making it up or he's being advised about what is happening in the courtroom by people who are in the courtroom. And the only two people in the courtroom that talk to Black. Not a single correction. At no point. You notice how she regularly stops and looks for problems. Now she's just not gonna stop and say that, oh my god, no, how could you even speculate like that? We would never. Look at her. Black Wolf are Veda and Erin. And so if Veda and Erin are telling Wolf, who we know has been used multiple times to disseminate information from this group of people to make it public, i.e. Steve saying, well, I just sent it to you to deal with. It's such a clusterfuck. It is not just a violation on his part. It would be a violation of...
Well, how did Steve get involved now? Why is she talking about Steve? Like, Steve wasn't anywhere.
Because Steve sent Black Wolf to send me paperwork publicly. These screenshots are out there. Do I need to pull those up again? Like, this is a while ago. Hold on. I think I have them. Give me 1 second. I think I've got them, like, really easily accessible right now. Hold up. Twitter. I believe, if I am not mistaken, give me 1 second. Nope. Oh, did I actually have that separated out? Hold on. Here we go. Here it is. It's right here. Right here. Let me just pull this up on screen for you guys. Oh, why don't I do it this way? Hold up. I got an easier way to do this. It was this screenshot here. Here you go. So, if it's hard to read, it says, this is Black Wolf on October 12th, 2023, sending me a message that says, since this is the same subject matter, I figured this would be the best place to post this. I been told I could post it for the record. And then it's a screenshot of some paperwork. And I said, I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be getting from this. And he said, that came from Steve. Maybe read it and see that you made a mistake. We ain't got no beef. I deal in the facts. And there ain't nothing more factual than a legal document, that's all. That is Black Wolf being sent by Steve to post to me, because this was underneath my tweet. You can see the line going through. Hold on, I got another one. Uno momento. I closed it by accident. Hold on, let me get you the other one. There's the confirmation. The one that you're looking at now is the confirmation that it came from Steve. Then we have, if I go here, I also have this one. See? Sorry, that's the one I read out. So Steve is just being used as the example of Steve has sent Black Wolf to disseminate information. I don't know why she's taking offense to this. It's probably because she doesn't understand. She doesn't get it. Oh my god, why are you bringing up Steve? Why are you guys surprised every time Steve comes up if we're apparently talking about him all the time and everything is his fault? I don't, like, you're trying to have your cake and eat it too, and it's kind of silly. To be honest. This is the FBI one. I think this is the one that, you're referring to. The one where he's complaining that the FBI, yeah, FBI Victorville. Yeah. Ta-da! Da-da-da-da! Since this is the same subject matter, I figured this would be the best place to post it, under my tweets. I've been told I can post it for the record, so he was told to post it. And he posted it to me. And then he said that it came from Steve. Because I'm trying to discern what the fuck where this came from and what it was. That's why. Because Steve's a good example of somebody using Black Wolf to disseminate information. Duh. I didn't realize this was that complicated for you, Erin. I didn't realize that like you couldn't handle that. Just too quick to follow, is it?
We're in this part of this conversation, or the thing she's talking about, but she's got to throw his name in there. It's
yeah, because the entire company and you already admitting that all of this was related to Steve and Steve's fault means that I'm the weird one for putting it together that Steve is involved. That's so bizarre. You're right, but fuck you anyway.
Because of Steve. This is all because of Steve.
You get ready to have your group chat subpoenaed, am I right? I still can't hear you, Anya. Why are you confused, Erin? Subtitles here. She didn't have a single bit of criticism or pushback or denial that her and Veda were sending information while in court to Black Wolf. She didn't even say that anything Black Wolf said was incorrect. Sometimes you put out more information than you actually mean to. I wonder if one of them left their phone on and had it in a call and then put it down on the side in the courtroom and had it playing. I wouldn't put it past them. It'd be a huge violation if anybody found out, though. Speculation on my part, I don't know. Possible. I wouldn't trust it. What the fuck? So, and this is all still with at least one more known court date. Sorry, well, it's 2 dates, but one more court case that's coming up, and that's Steve's case. And that's whether we don't know if Renell has a court date or not. Yeah, we're good. We can hear you now. Welcome back.
Damn it.
It actually sounds better than it did a minute ago.
Yeah, the connection was loose from here. So
I
was like,
that makes sense.
This is the most boring stream I think I've ever watched.
Smitty, you don't need to teach me hand talking. Have you forgotten that stream where
I like how she thinks it's boring as soon as it's like we're not talking only about her.
I was muted for like first 10-15 minutes and
they're talking about me. Like, this shouldn't be boring for me. But this is so fucking boring. Like, they make me sound boring. Am I boring?
So we're not boring? We just make you sound boring? I wonder how that happened. Am I boring, she asks. Erin! Dead air! Maybe she should watch my other long video covering all of her stuff. Yes! Yes. It's boring because she can't find anything wrong. It's boring because she can't find anything to twist into being incorrect. Why don't you talk about me? Why aren't you talking about my hair or my lipstick or how I look today?
I'm not right. I'm not like this isn't representative of me, is it? Please tell me.
So Chesh was talking and I was miming. Like, did you forget that? I don't need to learn that. I can express myself without, my voice quite accurately, if I'm not wrong.
Honest Red has been plaguing me with this, but why male models? It's a good question. It's a very good question. I can't answer that question. What are your thoughts, Manya, on this?
So anyone who's trying to play cheeky and sneaky by thinking that they can give inside, oh hi Puck, boop, boopity boop. If anyone thinks that they can go around the court's orders to not talk about the shit that's happening in court by telling others in messages and then them putting it on Twitter, that's still violation of the court's order. Please listen to me this time. Oh, Mario, hey. It's still a violation of court's order. So far.
Like, what? Why is this even a thought? Like, seriously. Like, why is he so concerned and thinking about, like, I don't know. Like, I don't.
What? Why would it... What do you mean, why are people talking about how we might be in violation of court orders? Why is that even a thought? She didn't say anything that Black Wolf said was wrong, or that my conclusion was incorrect, or would be problematic if it was. She had nothing to say. And now she's just lost. And I don't know, why would YouTubers that are following a hearing about YouTube that could potentially be a precedent-setting case, that could blow up into even more cases depending on what happens, why we would talk about something as interesting as somebody being stupid enough to violate the court order by proxy. Blizzard down in the chat is being insightful, oh yeah. They try to sound so intelligent, yet neither one of them has any wisdom. Well, that's because wisdom and intelligence are two different things. I didn't know that was an uncommon piece of knowledge. Manya likes to accuse people... Mayo, yes, the people that are saying that it's wrong to call people names. Mayo likes to accuse people of being terrible because they make ad hominem attacks. No, she just says that they don't have arguments against anything. They only have ad hom, which is a fallacy. So, I don't have to spell this one out for you. She does them constantly. Where an insult isn't an ad hominem. Very yes, thank you, Dirty Uncle Sal. Very insightful. So this person doesn't know what a fallacy is, doesn't know what argumentation is, doesn't know what... Okay, they just don't... And this is why Manya says these people are incompetent. It's not an insult, it's an assessment at this point. 61 plus 1. Oh, my low IQ, what do I do? I've been defeated.
I have been spot on in my analysis of this whole legal shit that's...
That was it? That's all you got? Nothing? Okay. Yeah, you know what? I should take a break. We've been live for a long while. We're at the 4-hour mark. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna put this one back on. I'll be back in a little bit. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the stretch. I will definitely do that. Puck's taking a snooze now. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Oh my god. Unbelievable. What? Right, why would he call it swatting and not an attempt to find out his address? Right, yeah, Huxkull, that's a good point. What makes you think that's the case? Like, if you're gonna say, like, this is what you think happened, okay. Not that it changes anything that I've said, right? Because Steve claiming he's being extorted without actually showing what people want or showing the whatever was being asked for in a point of extortion. Why do you think whatever you think about this? He made it public. People are gonna talk about it. It's still not swatting.
I don't want to speak for Steve.
Like, what do they want? Then speak for you. You said that you believe that this was not the case, or you said that you think this thing about extortion, or whatever the fuck. Why? What makes you think that? Tell Elmo. From you. Like, that's how extortion works. Now, if somebody's reporting your videos that you may or may not have done 25 hours yourself directly of streams about them, and they're calling out for privacy after you tried to contact their family via Facebook, yeah, that's not a...
Yo, fam, you know a lot of fucking information here.
Do I?
So either you're like fucking balls deep in all of this shit, like you're talking with all kinds of people, you know, that are also knowledge or informed on things, or you're just stalking the shit out of Steve. I don't know which. I honestly don't know which. I'm not making any accusations here. I don't know.
I'm not making accusations, but
it's very likely one of those two things to some degree.
I thought you just said exactly, I didn't know, and I shouldn't be speaking on things, and it was really, really important that I didn't know anything about what I was talking about. Maybe, Erin, you should watch the video first. Also, I have a little secret about my information collecting that I'll tell you near the end of this video. I'm not gonna tell you guys right now. You gotta stay till the end, and I'll tell you my little secret and answer her question here. It's actually, you know what? It's so important that I answer this question that I'm gonna write it down. I got like a little spiral notebook. I'm gonna write this down real quick. Hold on. My super secret info gathering techniques. It's a straight up, like, seriously, it's a straight up jutsu. I'm just magical. Go figure. But her question, she seems to think I don't know anything, but now is very curious as to why I would know that Steve had done 25 hours plus, give or take, about a lady that has an RO out against him, and that his videos, some of his videos about her were removed due to that restraining order, and that the reason those ones in particular were removed was because they had personal information that was supposedly gotten from her family from forever ago. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil my super secret information gathering techniques. Listen, you guys will never guess. It's not like you guys are already guessing. How dare you? Gathering facts is stalking, but why didn't you gather facts? Right? It's either I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't, right? Like, I'm right, but fuck me anyway.
To an exorbitant degree, I would even argue.
Exorbitant. I have so much information now. Now I have all of it.
Like, that's crazy. Like seriously, like how do you know all that shit? You wouldn't happen to be a part of a certain Discord group now, would you?
I don't know what you're talking about. That's not false. I actually have no idea what she's talking about. I mean, I can show you my Discords, but I don't know what Discord she's talking about. I guess there's some kind of Discord out there that has a bunch of people that doesn't like Erin or Steve. Which wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I know that there's a Discord of people that used to be friends with Steve, that I don't know if they're still in there fucking around and trying to fuck with him. I haven't followed and I don't care. But I don't know what the fuck. Oh, I'll wait for the ad. read posts and I know things. I drink and I know things. Oh, I should have worn my drink. Damn. I should have brought beer for this, man. Damn it. I'm gonna need one after this. Okay, yeah, I'll wait for the ad. I like how I'm blurred here, though. I need more tea anyway. Yeah, we'll just vibe. We'll just vibe and let Bulbasaur be cute. We'll wait. It's cool. It's cool. I'll take the opportunity. And get some more tea. I don't blame you for not liking Steve. He's kind of a dick waffle. You know what I mean? Did the ad end? Oh, he's so cute. Did the ads are good? You guys are caught up? Yeah, as I was saying, like, Steve's kind of a dick. But this is something that I said when I was working with Steve. I was like, no, it makes sense that people don't like Steve. He's kind of a dick. Like, he's not everybody's fucking cup of tea. But I don't care if he's just an asshole. Like, that's just normal fucking asshole shit. It's when he starts fucking... Well, I mean, now I believe he's lying, because if she thinks that he thinks that that this whole SWAT thing was actually just somebody trying to find his address, then they weren't trying to SWAT him, which is against what she had said earlier. When she said that, oh, well, it was their intention matters, if their intention was to SWAT him, but now she's saying she doesn't believe that was their intention in the first place. And then on top of that, sorry, I'll explain Bulbasaur in a second. And on top of that, she's saying that he actually believes this himself, but she doesn't want to speak for him. But if that's the case, then he knew it wasn't swatting in the first place, and he's just telling people it's swatting to what? Drum up content? So if he's trying to drum up drama, fake drama, for content? And what exactly is the difference between him and Katie Joy in that case at that point? The person you guys like to go after so much? Did you become the thing that you hate? Is that what's happened? Okay. So, Bulbasaur, by the way, if you want to go get Bulbasaur, it's on Steam. It's like $4 Canadian. I don't know how much it'll be where you're at. But if you download Steam, you can go and find it. It's called, like, Wallpaper Engine or something like that. Hold on, let me double check. Let me open my Steam. I don't remember what it's called. Actually, I wonder if it's in my programs and features, if it shows up. Background processes. No, bloop, bloop. Not that. Steam. Oh, damn. Hold on, I'll pull up what it's called. Let me open my Steam real quick. It's called Wallpaper Engine. It looks like this. So you can just get this, and then when you launch it, you'll have options. This one's called Bulbasaur ASMR. So if you're looking for the wallpaper of the cute, adorable Bulbasaur doing cute, adorable things, that's what it is. If you need, you can hit me up later, and I'll send you a link or something. All right. Kid Lang. All right. Nor is that whether or not you. Sorry, yeah. If he's being a dick, I don't particularly care. But if he's lying and being transphobic and fucking pushing like bullshit, and being a bullshit bigot and pushing bigotry, I'm gonna fucking talk about it because that's bullshit. Bullshit is bullshit. I don't give a fuck where it's coming from. Like if Manya said something like that, I'd be like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" Like I would pump that brakes real fucking hard. I do not blame you for being angry. Who decides to follow through with it or not, that's not a false report. It's also not a false flag. Yes.
It kind of is, though. It's not a false flag, no. I mean, but if the report, or the privacy complaint, whatever it was made from a dishonest standpoint, then yeah, that would make it false, would it not?
No, it wouldn't. If the information was Charla's private information that Steve got from a secondary source, it doesn't mean that she is okay with it being there, and it doesn't mean that even if she had ulterior motives that she was wrong, because the information was still her private information. That's her shit. She's allowed to make a report about that, whether you think she had ulterior motives and the motives were to fuck with him. That doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. So no! Look, you see what I mean? This entire video is, she's right, but fuck her anyway. Oh my god. Listen, you guys. You guys let me know when you think she's actually disagreed with me about something, because so far the best we've gotten is semantics about knocking. About what constitutes knocking. Yeah, and there's no evidence that any of this was malicious, especially like the reporting, right? Like what evidence, what reason does Erin have to think that the privacy complaints were illegitimate? Particularly since those videos are still down and Charla currently has an active RO against Steve, a restraining order against him. You want to know why I know that Steve has an active restraining order against him from Charla? Erin told me in this video. So much paranoia. Yeah, you ain't wrong.
I think though YouTube more prefers the word like unfounded rather than false. And oh my god, why is my dog barking?
Whatever. I don't know what that would have to do with the swatting though, or what you're being extorted over.
Hi, welcome back. Hope that break wasn't so long. Speaking of like animals, with all the animals we've been talking about recently, has anybody seen Erin's dog recently? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Just as an aside. You grumpin' buck? Yeah. I don't know if you guys could hear him. Trust me, bro. Alright. God, this comment was really stupid. You want a boop? Fuck. You need a boop? Boop. Yeah, you go, boy. We got the boop. Let's go. Alright.
That's been happening.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say, stop communicating with each other. Shut the fuck up means shut the fuck up. That means stop communicating with each other too. Back off for a while. If you have done this, if anyone has done this on that fucking group, where they have gone to Wolf or Megan or Nikki and given them information and messages, I promise you, if you don't if you don't accept that what you have done is full of shit and you're at fault, and you drag this on, the next thing will be your messages will be subpoenaed. And if you think that you can delete those messages and no one can find anything, then get ready for your devices to be subpoenaed and getting taken away. So this is how it goes. You guys have been covering so many cases on your own channels, and you don't know what the process is, or do you think that you are?
Okay, first of all, I've covered like 3 cases on my channel. Okay, seriously, and I've barely done that. Like, I read court filings. I don't explain them. I don't understand them. I don't even know what the words mean. But I'm saying half the time. Okay.
What? That's a weird admission. So you read court document. We just watched you talking about and explaining the Unirock documentation. So yes, you do, or at least you try to. You talk about Katie and the IBL or IBL what and then that 7M stuff. We were talking about that. So you just put content out without verifying it, without checking it, without knowing what any of it is or what it means, and then you tell people what it is and what it means, even though you don't know yourself. And you present it as if you do. So you just lie to people. What about that Katie Joy's report, sexual assault report? What about that? And even if this were true, and this wasn't just like the dumbest, like her excuse is that she's too stupid, then why are you hitting the go live button? That doesn't absolve you. You being dumb doesn't absolve you from responsibility. What is this, the Trump defense? I was ignorant, or I'm stupid, therefore I can't face consequences. That's not how it works. Does that mean that you, when you're presenting things about your own case for the last year, you didn't know what you were talking about or what you were saying or what any of it meant? So the video that I just watched, or just had on for the break, you didn't know what you were talking about then either? Besides, just because you're ignorant about stuff doesn't mean other people have to be. And again, Monia's talking about the company, the group, not only Erin at that point anyway. As Erin's actively trying to distance herself from those people by saying something like this.
When I have the time, but some of the time. So I'm not quite sure what you guys cover court cases on your channels. No, and I don't pretend to. So yeah.
This guy is unfucking believable.
You literally were covering a court case in the video I watched before this one.
And I don't know, like it's a strange for anyone else just how invested she seems to be in our devices being taken away. Like the thought of it, like just the concept, like she's already like imagined this whole thing, this whole scenario in her head. Like it's some sort of like daydream or fantasy or something. You know what I mean? Like she's hoping for this to happen. I don't.
If you're doing things like this that you're not complaining or saying that we're wrong about, then why would it be wrong to hope to see consequences to your actions, as well as hope that the investigative bodies that are involved in this, because we know the FBI is involved, we know that because Steve tried to involve the FBI, and we know from Rennell's emails that Charla, assuming those were real, I don't know why we would assume otherwise, has also notified the FBI and there's an ongoing investigation. So if that's the case, why would we not want those things to be investigated thoroughly and properly? Why are you talking about your case, Erin? Why is she presenting it like it's a bad thing to want and hope that justice is properly investigated and proper court proceedings are followed? Is it because it's against you? Because you're the losing party right now? Is that why? I don't understand why these people don't like me. Because you're a lying bitch. Like, you lie to people all the time. You misrepresent people all the time. All while trying to be self-righteously indignant about it, while at the same time trying to skirt any responsibility for the bullshit that you put out. By saying, well, you know, you're just stupid. And then you get mad that people call you stupid or incompetent. And then meanwhile, you try to use that incompetency as a shield to deflect criticism. As if that's valid. Well, you enable racists and Holocaust deniers on your channel. Yeah, we're gonna look too kindly on that. Does that mean we hate you as a person? I don't know. I'm not gonna speak for Mani on that. I personally don't give a shit. If I didn't have to watch this because I want to see it to conclusion, which is why we're invested, Erin. Because we want to see this go to a conclusion. We want to see this get resolved. We want to see what the court's gonna do about it. One way or another. Like, if the court leaves Charlotte out to dry, I think it's going to be a massive miscarriage of justice. And a massive miscarriage of the court proceedings. I don't think that will happen. But, in that scenario where it does, I want to know what's going to happen. And this case could set precedents for other cases in the future. And it's possible that this case is going to escalate because there's still contempt charges. There's contempt charges for Steve. There's contempt charges for Erin and Veda that they're facing. There might be contempt charges for Wolf, potentially, if he actually has a restraining order. Potentially Megs as well, considering she's in your side chat, if she's got one as well. Potentially for Down the Rabbit Hole at Bedtime, since she's in here. Fucking talking shit. You just don't want people to find this interesting because it doesn't make you look good. As much as you like to pontificate about how good, but like bad PR is still good PR, like there is no bad PR. There is no bad attention, as long, like, even if it's negative, it's good that people are talking about you. You really don't like it. You really don't like it. Sorry. I'm not sorry. Fuck off. You gotta lay in the bed you made, lady. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know why.
I don't know why.
You're not, it's significant in that you won't go through the same process. Process.
Mm.
It doesn't matter whether you're a big YouTuber or a small YouTuber. If you commit certain actions, you will.
Who the hell's talking about YouTube? Okay, see, this is weird because they made mention to this a couple of times about the size of YouTube channels. Like, we get it. You're feeling inadequate, I guess, with the size of yours, but I'm perfectly content with the size of mine. I really am. I mean, I'm not trying to be any bigger than I am. I mean, if I grow, great. But if I don't, that's okay.
So you want to have a bigger channel with further reach, but you don't care if it doesn't happen since you're not putting any work in it. It's one of those things where it's like, I can't fail if I don't try. Right? Fine, whatever. Nobody's talking about the size of your YouTube to compare YouTube numbers. She's saying that the size of your YouTube channel is not going to protect you from the process of the court. The fact that went into your brain and the thing that came out of one thing went into your ears and something completely different came out. Nobody's talking about, notoriety here, Erin. Nobody's talking about how big your YouTube channel actually is. We're talking about whether or not the size of your channel is going to affect how you're handled in court. And in your case, it's not. It's not going to change anything. Duh? Like, how did you get this from that? And that just tells me where your mind is at. You are the one who cares about the numbers. You're the one who wants to try to compare.
You know, I'll still be here if I want to be. If I don't want to be, I won't be. So, yeah.
Not if the court takes your channel away. The court can do that. The court has the power to restrict your internet access. If you don't think a court can take a YouTube channel away from somebody, Kyle got the Non Sequitur show taken away from him. That's why Steve has it. The court can absolutely restrict your internet access. The court can absolutely take away your YouTube channel. Will they? I don't know. Then, I don't know. Maybe not over this step of court. Maybe over the contempt step of court. Especially if you keep going. Maybe if this escalates to a defamation case. Hell, maybe your channel, if it's got any kind of monetary value, will be passed over to Charlotte as assets. It'll have to be listed if you make any money off of it as part of your assets. We know this because we saw it with the Vic Mignogna case. Has Steve made any money from Kyle, by the way? I'm just curious. I'm curious if any of that has come in. Just a side note.
I'm sorry that you feel less than.
Will be part of certain processes. So shut the fuck up, stop talking.
Wasn't her chat just saying that we feel arrogant and that we're big fucking mad or whatever? So we're not acting superior? Alright. Nah, you don't have to watch this one back. It's just Erin definitely not talking about the court case. If you want feline, definitely check out how Erin reacted to me describing Wolf's potentially getting information from people in the court. Go watch her non-reaction and let me know what your read is on that.
Talking to each other, trying to like sneak around the court orders. Erin, you have already done, you have already like spread the shit around so much. You were in Chesh's DMs uninvited, sharing information, and now you're doing the same with other people on Twitter who are still.
I am going to elaborate on this because this was months ago. This was back in September.
It was November.
Cheshire was talking an awful lot about things that she did not know about because she was clearly not speaking of things that actually occurred or even were stated to have occurred, things that were.
She is referencing the video that I've been playing for you guys on break. The one where she said, Chesh, you don't know anything. Chesh, why do you know so much? So she's back to, I didn't know anything. I guess she can't make up her mind.
Accused or plain, whatever. Everything she was saying was completely wrong. And I had the hard copy in front of me showing what had alleged to have occurred or whatever. So before she became more involved and actually considered doing something crazy, like, I don't know, flying to America for some bullshit reason.
You mean complying with the court requiring me to show up to America at your behest? Oh no. Did Erin just call her reasoning for me having to be there in person bullshit, since it was her and Veda's proposal that everybody had to show up to court in person? That was their argument to the court. It was Erin and Veda's argument to the court that all witnesses had to show up in person. So at that time, wait a minute. So at that time, she had the foresight to suspect that I would show up to court. I mean, it's not impossible. She already had a TRO. So it is possible that she could have suspected that I might be a witness in the future and wanted to try to influence that. Is that what she's saying? That she was trying to influence me before because she thought I could have been a witness in the future? That's a confession. Huh? This is at 52 minutes. For anybody who's looking. Also implying that complying with the court is a crazy thing to do, right? Why would it be? Does she not understand that having sent me stuff, like court documents that she had in front of her would involve me further, not less? It's not like I was walking around pretending these things weren't real. Or they were frivolous. I'm not the one who's been calling all this stuff frivolous. I've been calling it ridiculous that these people have pushed this far, but I'm not calling the court ridiculous. The court couldn't force me, no, but I was willing to comply. Yeah. If I was like, no, absolutely not, they couldn't force me to be there. Or, I mean, I think there are ways, but they'd have to, like, extradite me from Canada, and I don't think it would, that would be weird. That there might be ways to work around that, but that would be such, like, a backwards thing to try to figure out that, like, it's not gonna happen. But hold on, I'm gonna put this back a little bit further.
Of things that actually occurred or even were stated to have occurred, things that were accused or claimed, whatever. Everything she was saying was completely.
Hold on. I just want to clarify real quick. The only thing I think I had stated at this time was Steve wasn't swatted and that there were TROs and ROs around because bullshit. What did I get wrong? And I knew that there were TROs and ROs because Erin said she had to go to a court here. Like, she had to go to court. And the only person she was in court with at the time, and they were all talking about how they all got cease and desists. Like, it's obvious who you're talking about, so I don't think I said anything out of pocket. How dare I be a lawful citizen? How ridiculous.
Wrong. And I had the hard copy in front of me showing what had alleged to have occurred or whatever. So before she became more involved and actually considered doing something crazy, like, I don't know, flying to America for some bullshit reason, I thought she should at least know the truth, the facts. So I let her know that back in my.
So you sent me your paperwork that was supposed to be court sealed. You sent me court sealed paperwork. For a restraining order case. And you're admitting this. So you're just admitting to breaking the TRO. Violating the TRO. So you're admitting to the contempt charges right now. You understand this? Because the thing you're in contempt for is violating the restraining order. So you're just saying that you violated the restraining order in an attempt to dissuade me from showing up to Kansas later as a witness. That's a pretty big confession. I don't. How is this not Erin talking about her case? Yeah, isn't this Erin talking about the case when she stated to not be she stated to not going to talk about the case? Yeah, she said she wasn't going to talk about the case, and here she is talking about the case. What are you doing? What are you doing? Meanwhile, she's like, oh, Manya's baiting me by telling me to shut up. Ugh. No, stop! Please! I implore you! Stop! I'm not gonna wear these. I don't want to right now. We're all begging you to shut the fuck up! Nobody's baiting you! We just want you to stop! We want this to come to an end! Cut it out! I don't like watching your content! I'd rather be doing something else! But I have to!
This guy is unfucking believable.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy diggy hole. Diggy diggy hole. I'm way less tired today than I thought I was gonna be. This is great. I thought I was gonna be super exhausted. And my voice is still a little bit tired, but it's not too bad. So yeah, this is basically if you start from 50 minutes. If you start from 50 minutes, this is like, okay, alright, yeah, one of the funny things is because I read that paperwork, right? She sent it to me. I was like, what the fuck is this? And she sent it to me in a Google link. You know, she sent it to me in a Drive link that wasn't a password locked Drive link. Anybody with that link could see what was in there. So it was not exactly secure. So that's not even saying that like anybody could have done that. She's saying everything is Steve's fault. Did Steve tell you to send it to me? I'm curious. Just out of curiosity. Since she said everything is Steve's fault and this is all because of Steve and Steve was telling her what to do, did Steve tell you to send that to me? Maybe you should stop taking Steve's advice. Maybe you should listen to Manya instead. On the other hand, either way, what? It's so much to unpack. Oh, this is such an awkward confession. Oh, brother. How long have I been live for? 4 hours and 50 minutes, okay. Alright, note that for later. Somebody remind me later.
But for some bullshit reason, I thought she should at least know the truth, the facts. So I let.
Yeah, about that, cause like I read the paperwork, cause I didn't know what it was. I was like, the fuck is this? Yeah, you want to know one of the things it says? TROs. You're under restricted. There's a protected. This individual is the protected individual. Cease and desist, essentially. The paperwork that she sent me indicated that I was correct.
Let her know that. Back in like September, one time.
It was November.
So yeah, fuck me, because we can see how how much I don't know if she paid attention to that, but
I paid attention to it enough that I took that Google Drive and I emailed the court to be like, hey, question mark. And you want to know how I knew what court to email? It was in the paperwork she sent me.
That's what I did. One time. It's a me.
That's what I did. I did this thing. I'm just gonna play this one more time just so it's all like laid out there because oh boy oh bingo bongo boy oh. I'm just gonna go to the 50 mark. Holy. I'm just gonna let this play.
What the words mean, but I'm saying half the time, okay? Well, not half the time, but some of the time. So I'm not quite sure what you guys cover court cases on your channels. No, and I don't pretend to. So yeah. And I don't know. Like, is it strange for anyone else just how invested she seems to be in our devices being taken away? Like the thought of it, like just the concept, like she's already like imagined this whole thing, this whole scenario in her head. Like it's some sort of like daydream or fantasy or something. You know what I mean? Like she's hoping for this to happen. I don't know why. Like I don't.
You're not, it's significant in that you won't go through the same process. Process. It doesn't matter whether you're a big YouTuber or a small YouTuber. If you commit certain actions, you will.
Who the hell's talking about YouTube? Okay, see, this is weird because they made mention to this a couple of times about the size of YouTube channels. Like, we get it. You're feeling inadequate, I guess, with the size of yours, but I'm perfectly content with the size of mine. I really am. I mean, I'm not trying to be any bigger than I am. I mean, if I grow, great. But if I don't, that's okay. You know, I'll still be here if I want to be. If I don't want to be, I won't be. So yeah, I'm sorry that you feel less than.
Will be part of certain processes. So shut the fuck up. Stop talking to each other. Stop trying to like sneak around the court orders. Erin, you have already done. You have already like spread the shit around so much. You were in Chesh's DMs uninvited, sharing information, and now you're doing the same with other people on Twitter who are still.
I am going to elaborate on this because this was months ago. This was back in September.
All right, so the exact timestamp of this is 51:45 if you're going back to look at this to hear what the context was of why she brought it up. But if you want the exact start time, it's 52:10 if you're looking for this later.
Cheshire was talking an awful lot about things that she did not know about because she was clearly not speaking of things that actually occurred or even were stated to have occurred, things that were accused or claimed, whatever. Everything she was saying was completely wrong. And I had the hard copy in front of me showing what had alleged to have occurred or whatever. So before she became more involved and actually considered doing something crazy, like, I don't know, flying to America for some bullshit reason, I thought she should at least know the truth, the facts. So I let her know that back in like September.
And now you're doing the same with other people on Twitter who are still.
I am going to elaborate on this because this was months ago. This was back in September. Cheshire was talking an awful lot about things that she did not know about because she was clearly not speaking of things that actually occurred or even were stated to have occurred, things that were accused or claimed, whatever. Everything she was saying was completely wrong. And I had the hard copy in front of me showing what had alleged to have occurred or whatever. So before she became more involved and actually considered doing something crazy, like, I don't know, flying to America for some bullshit reason, I thought she should at least know the truth, the facts. So I let her know that back in like September one time. So yeah, fuck me, because we can see how how much, I don't know if she paid attention to that. But that's what I did one time. It's a means, because like as another content creator, like if you're gonna sit up there and stream and everything and put your channel behind certain things or whatever, then I think that if I don't know, if they're known to be bullshit, then you should be made aware. That's what I did. I made her aware. And okay. And now Manya wants to sit here and act like and accuse me of doing this with everyone all over Twitter.
Why? How is her accusation wrong if you did it? You just said you did it. What the fuck?
Disseminating this information, I'm going to be surprised if you get arrested. I'm not going to be surprised if you get arrested. So listen to me. I'm helping you. Yeah, I'm making fun of you. Yeah, boo-hoo. Get over that. I'm helping you. Why am I?
Can we just clear this up right now? I don't care if you make fun of me. Like, I encourage it, okay? So I'm not going to go boo-hoo over it, okay?
This whole video is you going boo-hoo. Shut up. Boo-hoo. Waka waka. Womp womp. Alright, hi, we're back. Well. What a tangled web we weave. Not that one. What's this little black line here for? Get out of there. There we go. Well. I like how she makes this whole confession and then it's just like, no, but Manya wants to frame it or accuse me of doing something. Like, yeah, no, you just confessed to doing the exact thing that Manya said you did. Well, at least now if she tries to delete it, it's on my channel multiple times. Holy cow. She seems surprised at the idea that she could be arrested for being in contempt of court. She just admitted to being in contempt of court. She already said that she's not talking about court stuff and shouldn't be talking about court stuff, and yet here she is, in a live, talking about court stuff. She thinks she can't be like, she just gets to exist with impunity. Would it be impossible for you to know things that you have not stated? Would it be impossible for you to know things that you have not stated? No, no, I don't think so. Sorry, I might be confused by the wording of that. I could know something and not state that I know the thing. That is possible. So, I don't. No, then why is Erin making this argument? Because Erin's a moron. Earlier she said that Chesh and Manya don't have kids, so we can't say that you need to be careful with toddlers and animals. And then she went on this whole tirade that parenting is hard, and I'm like, nobody said it wasn't? What are you on about? She's all over the place. This poor woman is just falling apart, which, I mean, makes sense considering the consequences be looming, yo. Jesus Christ. Alright, I guess we... boo-hoo, whatever.
I'm gonna go boo-hoo if you stop just talking about me, really. So, but I don't really need or want any advice from Anya, you know?
Am I helping them? Why? Why?
I don't know.
That's my default.
Manny's a nice guy.
I'm the nice guy.
Vagary. It's me, I'm the nice guy. Vagary in the chat said, also, contempt of court. Those proceedings are sealed at the court's authority. To leak information is to violate the authority of the court.
Especially about the person, about the witness who was part of the case.
Yeah.
You're leaking information about them.
Well, the protected person. The protected person in this scenario.
Yes. Who is also a witness for their own case, obviously. So yeah, what is wrong with...
Or the person protected by the TRO, by the way, which would be Charla in this case.
You guys. And that's what I say. The company you keep...
By the way, in the paperwork that Erin sent me, none of it was redacted, which means it had Charlotte's full name and phone number in it.
Finds you and influences you and makes you who you are, especially when you are on internet, on YouTube. And for Erin to just sit there and say that YouTube won't have an impact on anyone else's life, you're full of shit. You're an idiot.
Actions have
You are so
consequences.
Oh my god! Did she just say that I'm impactful on YouTube? Like my channel's impactful? Did she just say that? Oh my god! I'm not, but you know, she thinks I am.
Yes.
You impacted Charlotte's life. You impacted Charlotte's mental health directly. You heard about that in the court proceedings when her healthcare providers were on the stand. Are you seriously still pretending that you didn't have any effect on this woman? You're trying to have an effect on Manya and myself. Or are you just pretending that that's not what you're doing here either? No? I don't think Erin will even try. Every time she tries to deal with one of my longer format streams, she, like, jumps around, gets lost, gets confused, and then gives up after 2 hours. She tried to do Manya's recently. It didn't go well for her. You're going to court. You're still going to pretend that there's no impact? That's very silly. As much as you want to deny it.
You're so desperate to minimize your actions. They're just saying, oh, it's just YouTube. But when
No, I definitely make attempts to maximize my actions, that's I'm sure. I speak a little too highly of myself sometimes.
I don't think that is a very good thing to say after you just admitted to trying to curtail me from being willing to show up to court. Which actually reframes her streams before the first court case, when she, like, the handful of streams that she did were in regards to my content. I mean, she was in fact, I'm pretty sure I asked that at one point. I'd have to go back and check, but I feel like I remember being like, Erin, are you trying to intimidate me? Because that would be intimidating if you were, well, intimidating. And so if she's trying, and I do definitely remember saying that you trying to affect my credibility to your audience doesn't mean anything to the court. Like, you can try to discredit me all you want online, but that's gonna have nothing to do with whatever gets said in the courtroom. So that actually reframes a lot. And if they're all, like, buddies and they're all talking to each other like they claim that they are about this shit in the background, then is it possible that it was a pronged effort from Megs, from Wolf, Steve, Nikki, Veda, Erin, Renelle, Rabbit, was coordinated to try to dissuade, intimidate, and prevent either Manya or myself from being able to appear as witnesses? And that was a coordinated, ongoing effort? From what she says was September? She didn't message me until November, so was this premeditated? Like, you guys knew I would find this? What the fuck? It reframes a lot of her attempts to re-narrate or rewrite what's happened or what people have said, or it reframes some things if we take what she's saying as true. Interesting.
Katie Joy does it, oh my god, she did it on YouTube. How dare she? Do you listen to yourself, you motherfuckers?
Motherfuckers.
All right, ran over.
Sorry. That was really funny. Motherfuckers. I need to make a mental note that they called us a mean name.
Water.
I'm curious to know what the results of the court case are. If I'm able to share it with you, I will. I have some other stuff that I've been sitting on that if I am able to share it with you, I will. I think I'm gonna try and do a timeline video with, of course, with receipts because I know this whole situation is incredibly confusing for anybody who hasn't either been following it from the beginning or hasn't been able to catch everything. I do have a company playlist that I think will help, but it is not exactly like definitive. This happened, then this happened, then this happened. So I'm gonna try and put something like that out. I think in the next little while. So look out for that if you are trying to figure out what's been going on. But holy shit.
Yeah, it's a good thing that I don't have any desire to be a private person or whatever. I have a YouTube channel. I'm perfectly fine being out there. Otherwise, I might be upset about being made into someone's content.
You mean like Charla? Did you actually just say that completely unironically without any thought in your head? You have a smooth brain. A smooth brain. No wrinkles or lumps, no valleys nor bumps. All ideas slide right off and out your mouth. Smooth brain. Did you really just say that? The receipts are going to be public pieces of information, not private ones. I'm not gonna be going 8 years back on your Facebook to try and find somebody who didn't like you from years ago and try and get them to come on. No, I'm gonna make a timeline. This happened and this happened. These were some of the statements. It's not even gonna be like oh, here's every single thing that was said, because that would be insane. Monty said a swear, so we can't listen to her, no matter how sage her advice. Yeah, you're right. God damn it. Did she really just say that? Without any, like, look at her face. Like, look at this. I almost want to rewatch this video, because, like, I'm finding that I don't really care about chat that much. You know what I mean? And I'm kind of wanting to just, like, instead of watch it, because, like, her layout is so bad anyway, you know what I mean? And just watching it like this. And actually just watching her. Can I move the... Can I... I can... Can I resize this? Is that an option? Click for settings. Can I change the subtitle setting sizes? Oh, stabilizing volume. That's kind of cool. Options? Oh, I can change the font. Hold on. I can change the font. I can color. I can change the opacity. I can change the edge style. Font size. Okay. Let's turn the font size down. We can go by 50%. Does it fit? It's close. It's close. Hold on. I'm gonna do my best here. Hold up. I'm pressing the wrong button. Hold on. Options. Can I make... I don't think I can make the font any smaller, so that's what it's gonna be. Oh, video override. What's this? Allow for a different caption style if specified in the video. Okay, whatever. If I change the font size, can I make it... Oh, it's so close. Oh, it's so close. I didn't know you could do this. This is fun. Do they have another font family that's like... No. Oh, cursive is close. Small capitals? No. That's no good. That's no good. Yeah, that's no good. The closest one for getting everything is cursive. Feline, are you good with cursive? Can you read the cursive? Oh, you guys can't even see it right now. Hold on. Wait a second. Hold up. Hold up. Alright. Alright. Hold on. Whoop. Actually, that's not gonna work. We don't do that way. Hold on. We do this way. Nope. We do this way. And we do this. There you go. Don't I dare use Alright, I won't use Comic Sans. Alright, does that work? Alright, let's hit play and see if it works.
But yay, I'm not.
Out of curiosity, Manya, what attacks do you think Erin is referring to in this tweet? She said she's being attacked, right?
Oh, I made some few tweets when you were doing your Twitch stream, where you were covering her live stream, in which she very tacitly admitted about things that her sister did to their cat, and she herself did to their pet mouse. So
I guess I guess I would have a question then. Did I attack you more or less than your sister did to the cat? See, she thinks that's funny. That was a funny joke. See? Come on. I'm a funny motherfucker. That's how you make a joke about about that kind of scenario. Oh, because I'm not making fun of the abuse that happened. I'm making fun of you and your ridiculous claims. Is she gonna answer, though? Do you think she's gonna answer my question?
That was pretty funny. I can't deny that. It was pretty funny.
See?
But, yeah. I didn't even know Maya spoke of me, to be honest. I really had no idea. And I had just heard about Cheshire speaking on me for 7 hours. So, yeah.
So how did you know they were attacks? You just made that assumption? You just guessed? So you don't know that you were getting attacked? You just went off of other people's words about what was happening? That doesn't surprise me.
Or yeah, fair. And if you know, you try and say, if Erin decides to, we were kids, madam, at 3 years of age, children usually start learning.
But now, when I told the story, I clearly said between 1 to 2 years of age. I clearly said that. And now she's saying by 3 years of age. Now, please.
That's sure. I should correct myself. When I was talking about it earlier, and I went back and played it again, I thought she said 4. She did not. She said between 1 and 2 years.
Manya, with all of your experience raising all of your non-existent children, please tell me, educate me on 3-year-olds.
Okay, go read a book. Go pick up a book about early childhood education there, Erin. It's common knowledge within that field that this is about the time. So 3 is the median, which means earlier and later. I don't know if this is too complicated for you, Erin. When somebody says, on average, 3-year-olds start exploring these things, it means it can happen a little bit sooner, and it can happen a little bit later. I didn't realize that I needed to spell that one out for you.
Dying to hear this shit.
Empathy and the concept of pain. At 2 years, children start talking. So, for your parents to unable to teach you that you do not throttle your...
You hear that, guys? She thinks that by 3 years old, kids have a good hold, a good handle on things like empathy and...
Really? That's not what she said. Let's play that again.
And the concept of pain.
Now, please, Manya, with all of your experience raising all of your non-existent children, please tell me, educate me on 3-year-olds. I'm dying to hear this shit.
Empathy and the concept of pain. At 2 years, children start talking. So, for your parents to unable to teach you that you do not throttle your...
You hear that, guys?
See? Look, I have to actually put it back further because she interrupted.
I clearly said between 1 to 2 years of age. I clearly said that. And now she's saying by 3 years of age. Now, please, Manya, I had just heard about Cheshire speaking on me for 7 hours. So, yeah, it wasn't you, Manya.
Or, yeah, fair. And if if you try and say, if Erin decides to say, we were kids, madam, at 3 years of age,
See,
children usually start learning.
but now when I told them,
Children usually start learning. And then they start talking, is what Manya said. Start. And what did Erin hear that as?
Empathy and the concept of pain. At
And-
2 years, children start talking. So for your parents to unable to teach you that you do not throttle your
you hear that, guys? She thinks that by 3 years old, kids have a good hold, a good handle on things like empathy and pain and
She was listening so closely, and yet. I mean, when you use a face filter to make a parody of your own son and daughter, it's very telling. Children in low pain by age 3. Yes. Yeah. Erin, Manya said, we'll start exploring these concepts. Not that they would guaranteed have a good handle on it by the age of 3. She said, on average. Meanwhile, Feline out here being like, nope, they'll definitely have all that shit down. More than likely. There are some kids that are underdeveloped in some cases. There are also some children who are, who lack empathy. That's a thing that happens. Will they fully grasp it and understand it? No, probably not. Yeah, that's what the teaching part is about. The teaching part is expounding on those mostly innate things that children will kind of figure out on their own. Explaining to them over and over again is good, because Erin talked about that earlier. She was like, it takes time, and you have to sit down and explain to a kid that you shouldn't hurt animals. And it's like, oh yeah, interesting. Did your father have those conversations with your sister? I don't know why you think talking about this in this way more and putting more loopholes in this is a good idea, but whatever. But yeah, early childhood development. You don't have to have children to be able to study the literature of early childhood development. You don't have to have kids to understand that parenting is difficult and that a lot of kids were not parented very well, particularly in the 80s. There was a lot of stuff going on in the 80s that wasn't cool for kids. Duh. Anyway.
and whatever else. Because pretty much any child rearing expert or whatever, psychologist, whatever it is you want to classify their position as, will
people who study early childhood development, Erin. It's not that fucking complicated. But let's see. I can't wait to hear this.
expert or whatever, psychologist, whatever it is you want to classify their position as, will disagree with you. Emphatic.
Name one. We have one in our community. We have someone who studied early childhood development and psychology and taught as a teacher. Citation. Erin? Name one. Name a book. Give me a paper that says otherwise. Because we've talked about this on stream before, and we've brought up early childhood development, particularly when we were talking about the Cass report. We were talking about the Cass report, and when we were talking about the Cass report, we were looking at early childhood development. And we've talked about it on more than one occasion. So we've actually posted information and studies on children in the past and their psychology no, generic doesn't want, we don't want generic here right now, because generic will blow a fucking gasket. And you know what he's gonna blow a gasket over? I'll tell you. He's gonna blow a gasket over a privileged white woman who has kids thinking that she knows better than he does. As a trained psychologist who works with kids, and who I guarantee will say that if he was teaching her kids, he would know her kids better than she did. And she's one of those parents that doesn't realize that because he's the one spending the most time with them.
she's the parent that gets jealous that the teacher gets called dad or mom by the kid. This is one of those things, Erin, if you don't want people questioning your parenting online, don't talk about your parenting online. I love Generic, and I'm currently protecting him from this. I will shield him with my tiny body. We can tell him about it later. in a more controlled environment.
In fact, I mean, sure, you may start to see signs of this. You may start to see their understanding of it or whatever at times.
Then you agree with Manya. Manya said, by 3, they'll have started to do this. So, I agree with you, Manya, but fuck you anyway.
It also depends on the child. But empathy is something that doesn't really take hold until several years later. So.
Cat's throat.
Emotional, damn it!
It's not just negligence. That was the wrong one. I meant to push this one. That just tells me that you didn't pay much attention to your children's. Are you the white dame to Generic? No, I just care about him, and I've dragged him into enough shit sometimes that sometimes he deserves a break and a mental health break. All Erin is doing is describing how she did not pay attention or have a good understanding of her children when they were young. That's all she's explaining. She doesn't understand early childhood development. She has no citation of this. She has no reference for this. This is just her espousing off of what she remembers from when her kids were that age. And that was, 22 years ago? 23 years ago? You know, when Erin first started her channel, her daughter used to show up on streams with her. I know there was, her daughter showed up on a stream not too long ago, but it was before... Was it before all this court stuff was going down? Haven't seen her in a while. Haven't seen that dog either. It's not just negligent on this toddler. It's not the toddler that's the problem. Toddlers are going to be toddlers. The problematic.
See, catch up there. Manya, though, tried to make it out to be my sister's fault, or even my fault, possibly. I don't know about the.
How? In what way? She said children start to learn this thing. And? You mean that she's saying your sister should have known better?
Mouse thing there. So she's blaming it on the child. If Cheshire comes in and says, it's not the child's fault. Huh. Mind you,
you mean Manya and I disagree on the nuances of things sometimes? Wild. The parents are responsible. Manya doesn't disagree with that. The parents are the ones that are responsible. Duh? What do you mean? Explaining that children also feel empathy and understand pain at an earlier age is just additional context.
Either one of them have kids. Okay, which I'm not dragging it for it. I'm not. I mean,
yes, you are. You did it at the beginning. You did it 20 minutes, like a couple of minutes ago. You were like, "Oh, I can't wait to hear what these childless women have to say to me about children." Yes, you did. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Children learn? What? What is this?
Hey, did you see my new profile pic?
No.
Here, look.
That's dumb.
No, it's not. It's funny. I'm flicking the butterfly off my head.
You want to see something funny?
Sure, what? I should have seen that one coming. Hey, did you see my new profile pic?
No.
Here, look.
That's dumb.
No, it's not. It's funny. I'm flicking the butterfly off my head.
You want to see something funny?
Sure, what? I should have seen that one coming. Hey,
okay.
Did you see my new profile pic?
God damn it, Erin. Oh. Okay.
I don't care if people have kids or not. Everyone makes a choice, and awesome. I love it. Okay.
You have no idea what choice we may or may not be making in our personal lives. I will point out right now, if I get pregnant, I'm not doing a pregnant announcement stream. You probably won't know about it. It'd probably be well along the lines before you guys would know about it. As in I'd get up one time and be fucking huge. Like, I don't make everything happening in my personal life put out onto the internet. You know what I mean? Like, there'd be signs. You might be able to infer that I was pregnant at some point, but yeah, suddenly my boobs just double in size, and everybody's like, what the fuck happened? Just suddenly my tits are gigantic, and it's like, yo, did Chesh's boobs just get rad as fuck? What the hell? What's going on? Like, I'm not gonna come on here and like wave around a pregnancy test, you know what I mean? Like, my personal life is mostly offline for the most part. So you don't pretend like you know what personal decisions we've made in our lives. You have no idea what you're talking about. Shut the fuck up and stop being so condescending. Learn something instead of being so arrogant all the time, maybe. It might help you.
Don't care. But I know this much, though. If
but
I've never had a dog before, I'm not going to go around telling people how to fucking train their dog.
What do you mean you never had a dog before? What? What? Hold on. Wait a second. Hold up. Hold on. Hold on, I just... Oh, wait. What? Hold on. I'm pretty sure... Did I just not just reference? Look at this.
Interrupted here now. One moment. Well. Yeah, well.
No, I guess maybe it's something to do with her dog barking. Her dog? Did we not hear? Hold on. I'm pretty sure. No, I don't.
I know you've been around for a while. I know this. You a lot longer than I've been around. So, and you've seen firsthand, because you experienced it yourself firsthand, the attacks made against Steve, against yourself, against Vanya. You know, when you were
some of them from you, but yes, go on.
We're all friends at one point in time. You've seen it. You've seen how people like Katie Joy and those who are, I don't know, in the defense of her or whatever, have been insistent and adamant on taking Steve and his channel down.
Actually, I never caught any flack from anybody that was a big fan of Katie Joy. Like, I got more flack from people who were like fans of Creepshow art, or people that were like Steve's old crew, the double old crew. But like not really from the Katie Joy stuff. So I mean, the most I think I got from Katie Joy was like she thought I was a super hacker or something, which is kind of weirdly similar to what you're accusing me of having access to information that I shouldn't have access to, allegedly. Yeah, triple old crew. She is a loss for excuse that she can't even string a sentence together. She's rattled, man. Sorry, what was she saying? Oh, I knew about it. Okay, so like attacks are not extortion though. bullying isn't inherently extortion. People trying to harass me isn't necessarily extortion either. So, like, extortion takes extra steps. So just because somebody is harassed in this way by this group of people doesn't inherently mean that they're being extorted. I'm glad that emo is gonna get some views. Ah, well, shit. Yeah, sorry, random guy. Thanks for stopping by.
Among others. I mean, I know you've seen this.
Uh-huh.
So unless you were full of shit back then, I don't know.
Who's demanding what from you? Either way. I'm gonna show you guys what swatting is.
If you wanted to know, I'm just going to throw it out there. That kind of information is usually something that friends will often be privy to. Just throwing it out there. 1 second, people, because I'm being
You mean like information to back tell Elma have with Steve that information? You would have known that, and we know she had no idea what was the.
interrupted here now. One moment. Yeah, well.
No, I guess maybe it's something to do with her dog barking.
No, the dog was barking earlier, I guess. Damn, this is too bad. I wish I had it, like, ready. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it in the transcripts. That's too bad. I'm pretty sure we just listened to the dog barking at the end of the break while I was taking a break. If somebody has it, pull it up for me, because, like, I am pretty sure she made that, like, that dog is in the background of her videos. Her old videos, not her recent stuff. Like, if I scroll back, like, from before she moved into this room. From, like, before all of this went on. Like, before this shit. If I just search jog on her channel, do you think it'll come up? My dog. Broke my dog with a laser. Look, it's right here.
Get it, Carter. Get it. Where'd it go? Get it. Come on. Stop looking up at the ceiling. Clever.
She never had a dog, guys.
Clever. Clever, come to bed.
Come on, pack member.
Come on, puppy. She's just walking around staring up at the ceiling.
Yeah, she's been bugging out. She jumps up here. She looks around.
What?
And then she goes back up.
Clever.
And whoever that guy is talking, who hasn't been around either for a long time.
Come on. There you go.
I guess the internet said that was a lie. On the other hand, I would also like to point out that that's not really a good thing for dogs to do. Like, you can do it sometimes, but the reason why is because dogs use their sense of smell and hearing so much. When it comes to stuff like that, you can accidentally train, like, anxiety into your dog if you play with a laser pointer with them too much, because the laser pointer has no sound and so no smell, and they can never catch it. And they start being concerned that it's like, oh, and it can come on and off, and they never know where it's coming from, and they never know where it goes. And so because that's not something most dogs can grapple with, it can cause anxiety in the dog. So I'm not saying that doing it once for a video isn't, like, funny or, like, that she's harming that dog, but if that's something that you're promoting or that you show, you should probably make that information easily available so it doesn't encourage other people to start doing this with their dogs in a way that can be harmful towards the dog's mental health and mental state. So be careful and cautious of that. Like I said, if you do it once or twice, it's probably not going to be a big deal with the dog, but if it's something that you start like playing with your dog with on a regular basis, it is possible that you can cause issues from that dog. Laser pointers are better for cats. You can still do the same thing to a cat, but a cat has a better... The cat's mindset, because of the way cats' object permanence works in their psychology, they have an easier time with it than dogs do.
So you can get away with it with a cat. If you're gonna do it with anything, you should do it with a fish. Fish, hilarious. Because as far as I know, as of right now, if I'm wrong about that and we find out more in the future, I apologize. That's just me not knowing. As far as I know, it's a fun thing to do with fish, and it does no harm to the fish at all. So, take that for what you will. It's usually not harmful for cats most of the time. At least comparative. Anyway. So, I don't know why she's going around saying she doesn't have a dog.
I love it. Okay?
I double checked that, by the way, by just searching the word dog on her channel.
I don't care. But I know this much, though. If I've never had a dog before, I'm not going to go around telling people how to fucking train their dog. You know? If I've never worked with a dog before, I'm not going to tell people how to I don't know, raise.
I've worked
whatever.
with kids, Erin. I spent 5 to 6 years dedicated working with children all through high school. I also babysat, and I took babysitting courses that I had to take to be allowed to do that. Sorry, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I've also been a child. Allegedly, I still am, depending on who you ask. So, and this isn't, all of this is stuff I've all talked about before. This isn't, like, new information, by the way. If I've never had a dog. Oh, so she's just not stating that she's never had a dog. I don't know, that could be taken one way or the other. I'm not willing to give her the charity that she's not just lying. Do I think it's likely that she meant if? Yes. But I'm not willing to give her the charity. They don't do it for KJ. If can be taken one way or another. I'm choosing to take it the less charitable way.
How to, I don't know, raise their dog, whatever. You know what I mean? And I'm not comparing dogs to kids or whatever, but I don't know how else to explain this to people, really. It takes...
Because you're wrong and you're an idiot. That's why you don't know how to explain it.
It takes experience to really understand and get a good handle on just how you'll never really understand or get a good handle on raising kids, I guess.
Well, good luck. Go tell that to any psychologist or young or childhood development specialist that doesn't have children. I guess you're predicated to not being a teacher in any capacity if you've never had kids. What the fuck? Early childhood development is similar to training a dog? Yeah. Around the ages 2 or 3, kids are smarter than dogs. Yeah, that's about where it goes. Yeah, that's about where the line is. Depending on the type of dog, though. Because some dogs are really fucking stupid. Some children are really fucking stupid, though, too. So I guess it balances out. But she basically just took an entire... So if you're a pediatrician, if you're a nurse, or you work at a hospital for kids, if you are a teacher of any kind, of any variety, outside of college... if you, so like primary school all the way through high school, if you work in early childhood development, if you work in research, data collection, the secretary, if you do not have kids, you need to get the fuck out of that field. She's just trying to gatekeep the entire field. You can't even, you know what, the parenting books and the child psychology books should be locked behind doors, and if you have to bring your child to prove, and you gotta do a DNA test at the library, if you... if you want to learn about it. Oh, brother, what a silly fucking dumbass shit thing to say. This is the same as saying, like, oh, well, Manya and Chesh aren't American. They can't possibly know anything about American law or knowing to shut the fuck up and get a lawyer. Oh, no. Your feline whistles in 300 IQ. thing that I'm talking about is that casual dropping of animal abuse, haha TT, what a funny story, learning nothing. It's not like she presented this story and like learned anything. And like that says like this was a really bad thing that happened, so therefore look out for this thing. And
was it supposed to be a PSA about okay, maybe it could have been a little bit of a PSA about don't let your toddlers around animals alone. Okay, fine. I get you.
thank you for agreeing with me.
But I mean, what was it? What was the it's the abuse thing that's being alleged here, because there was no abuse. You know what I mean?
What do you mean there was no abuse? Your sister strangled the cat and disabled it to the point that it was not capable of meowing for the rest of its life. How is that not abuse? How is that? What are you talking about? You said you and your sisters used to run in, like, go around the fields, take mice out of their environment, keep them in bad conditions, and the reason I'm saying they're bad conditions is because they got out all the time, which indicates that there's no possible way that it was a proper enclosure for them, and then they would run around your house. Take a drink every time Erin says, Ugh. I don't know what she's laughing about. I don't know what part about casual animal abuse dropping is funny to her. You abused the mice. The cat got choked out and nearly died, according to you. It stopped breathing. It was choked out for that long by a toddler. Before anybody noticed, the cat was already unconscious and wasn't breathing by the time your dad figured out what was going on. You could even argue that there's neglect on the parents' parts, if you wanted to.
There wasn't, and but I mean that's what they do, though, right? I mean,
Erin, denial isn't an argument. If you want to say that that's not what happened, you need to explain how it's not. We've already explained why and how that's abusive. You can't just say, nuh-uh, and then just be like, they're assholes. That's why Manya says you don't have anything. You're incompetent, and all you have is ad hominem attacks. You're not going to explain why it's not abuse or what we're wrong about. You're only going to say we're bad people. And that we're lying, or we're trying to spin what you said. We don't need to spin what you said. There was no spin. You agreed with us. You can't say we're lying after you said you agreed with us. That's not how it works. And your audience fucking bought this. Are you for real?
they'll take something and they'll exploit it. You know, they'll take something that's an issue with society, something that harms people or upsets people, and they will use it and they will try to put it on those that they dislike, and they will just try to drag them for it when it doesn't.
Tell El. How? In what way? What are you talking about?
There wasn't, and but I mean that's what they do, though, right? I mean they'll take something and they'll exploit it. You know, they'll take something that's an issue with society, something that harms people or upsets people, and they will use it and they will try to put it on those that they dislike, and they will just try to drag them for it when it doesn't apply. So they're desensitizing the trauma and the horror caused by this societal issue. And they're weakening people's shock and horror at it. You know, they're just making it more normal. You know, and why are they doing it? Why? It's just so that they can try to feed as something they don't like, or me as something that they don't like. I mean, think about it. There are actually people out there who actually do abuse animals. And they're trying to pin that on me because I was rocking in a rocking chair at 5 years old and didn't know that a mouse was running behind the chair when I was rocking. That's what they're doing.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. God have mercy on your soul.
That what she did was deny, agree, deny, accuse, and then excuse. She's been making excuses and denying, but also agreeing with us, but we're the bad people. This VOD should be public on the channel. I don't know. People could just watch this on their own. They don't really need my explanation. Just listening to Erin talk on her own, is bad enough, right? You don't really need my commentary. Doesn't like it. I don't think if I was trying, I don't think I could make this any worse. She was the one that's laughing at animals being hurt, and we are the ones desensitizing people about animal abuse. Yes, apparently. I don't know what to tell you. I need to add a trigger, by the way, to this. I'm gonna actually just do that right now because I need a break from what I just listened to. So I'm actually gonna add a, let's see, what's a good one? We want mint. What do I want? Let's use the rainbow one. I like the rainbow one. The rainbow one's cool. Yeah, we'll use that. Boop. Yeah, that's a good enough spot for it. I don't feel like I need to move that for now. It might need to be moved later, but, so, the way, Twitch stream works, for whatever reason, it doesn't actually show the highlighted messages. Like, if you notice on the side, there's no, Manya highlighted a message in the chat, but it's not showing on the screen. So I'm going to turn this on, and I'm going to view it, which means that I should be able to, give it a second, and see if Manya's message shows up. Let's just try this again. Can I resend it? No, I can't resend it. Yeah, I can't resend that, so I'm sorry. It might stay off of screen for now, but hopefully that should fix it. Like, I should be able to pull it up now. Okay, I'm gonna just jump forward on this, and I'm gonna take just 5. That was too stupid. I don't know how you could take something, spin it so hard, and have people, like, not even notice how badly that was spun. My goodness, what absolute shit show. Holy fucking jeez, dude. Holy Christmas, Batman. I don't know what to tell you. So yeah, I'm gonna take I gotta take a quick break. I can't with this. I can't.
Full update unit 3461 set status to arrive. This is literally a checkbox on their computer in car, and it's less than 6 minutes after the call. Click arrived, and the system logs it. Next entry, again.
Wait, so now the system is super easy where you just have to click a button and it auto-generates? Weird. How bizarre. Guys, it's in all caps. 11 seconds! Was it a knock, though?
All caps. This is the 911 operator communicating with the officer. They are on location, LOC location. And it took 2 minutes for them to report back. They had made contact with the residents. If you were dead asleep and someone pounded on your door, how long would it take? This was over 2 minutes between we are here and dude answered the door. Because in that time, it's only 5:40 a.m.
So is he saying the police are lying at that point? Because, I mean, Steve was just awake. None of this goes against anything that I said, nor what the police report says, nor what Steve's claims were.
As for what they told Steve when they arrived, not mentioning DV, their own SOP says when initially approaching the scene, indicate that they are responding to a call for service without revealing the name of the caller or the caller's whereabouts. This is standard police protocol.
Of course.
Park a few doors down. Knock and play dumb as you listen to see if something is happening. I literally teach this to baby police. They did all this, including listen, which is documented, and that no 415 was heard.
I mean, this is a pretty long-winded way to say, yeah, Chesh, you're right, it's not swatting.
Say number 415, but a no 415 is heard, meaning we didn't hear what the caller reported. There is no other way to view this. Saying this could be seen as, quote, a number 415 was heard is completely disingenuous, dishonest, and now that you know that is the truth, a lie if continued to be told or not corrected because that was the claim.
Yeah, I said the way I read it was number 415 and no 415. I mean, either would change nothing about the total. I think either interpretation is fine, but irrelevant. Right? If there was no 415 in the area, then it means there was nothing going on that the police saw. There was no general disturbance in the area when the police got there. We think he's a rent-a-cop that trains probably essentially federal rent-a-cops, or he's just lying. Oh boy.
It's wrong, false, and in my opinion, defamatory in context of the whole story. Also, this happened at 5:30 a.m. That's a really inconvenient time.
Wait, defamatory? But if it's no 415 in the area, it makes my point better. Unfortunately, you wouldn't know that because she hasn't gotten to that part of the video yet. Oh.
He's banging on your door on the West Coast, but for someone that is batshit crazy in Central Time alone, that's 7:30 a.m. Most are awake by then. That's a call before morning coffee. Yeah.
What?
Mm-hmm. So then Manya says, Chesh actually found
what the fuck does that matter? You think that I don't know, like, that Steve's sleep schedule is fucking bizarre as shit, or are you trying to say that, like, no, he was definitely asleep and this should be, like, way more disturbing for him, therefore the police are lying about going to the door, talking to him for 2 minutes and then walking back? Like, what is your point?
Level 3 is, if you watch the video. And that is non-emergency. Whether it was a call for DV or not, at that time the operator did not consider it an emergency. The operator can't make that distinction simply by listening.
Yes, they can. That is literally the operator's job. It is the operator's job to designate the priority of the dispatch. That's the dispatcher. The operator and the dispatcher are the same person. What are you talking about? That is their literal job to decide whether or not something is an emergency. That's why there's a criteria for what the emergencies are. That's why priority 3 is non-emergency, but need to respond as soon as possible. That is their... What does she think dispatchers do? Yeah, don't forget to click the like button. You just gotta check a box.
Operator has to act on the words being said to the operator. They can't sit there and say, oh, wait, yeah, sure, they said it was DV, but I don't really think it was DV. They can't fucking do that.
Well, then I guess you're confirming that that's not what they did, because that's not what it says.
Response to such events is low and can be as late as 5 hours.
Yeah.
Whatever municipality has 5 hours as a response time to DV calls, I bet they get a lot of fucking lawsuits.
It wasn't a domestic violence call. You should probably watch the video. And actually, she saw that part of the video where it says general disturbance. It's almost like she didn't read the paperwork.
So I don't know what is defamatory here. Even if the police is knocking at your door at 5:30 a.m., it's still not swatting. I agree. And Steve knows better than to label it swatting. I'm not so sure maybe I don't know. I will.
Now we're moving on to Steve is incompetent. The best argument, incompetency. I'm kind of a fan of that one. So now Erin is agreeing with me and calling Steve incompetent. Sure. Oh, there's ads. Alright, okay, cool. We'll take an ad. We'll do a stretch. Oh, god damn. I'm gonna give you guys some Bulbasaur. Here you go. Get some Bulbasaur in your lives. Dear Lord. Hi, welcome back. We're back from break. What good timing. Fantastic. I was about to take a break within a break. Hilarious. Like magic. So one thing that I wanted to point out, by the way, since we're talking about this, since Erin has this idea in her head that she wants to lie to her audience and say that me and Manya streamed out her 2 tweets that she made for an hour and a half, nearly 2 hours, when we actually only streamed about the entire situation for about a half an hour. She's also presenting like, oh, she was live talking about me for 7 hours, and like that's ridiculous, but I'm happy about it, but she's clearly bothered. The amount of coordinated streams that were done about Charla, right? The person that all these restraining orders are about. Within 2 weeks, I think I did the math, and I want to say, if I'm remembering correctly, Steve streamed for like 48 hours? Oh no, 20, within 2 weeks. 24 to 25 plus. Within 2 weeks. And then, like, by the time, like, the TRs went out, it was, like, the amount of hours that these people had put out was coordinated, by the way. And the reason why we know this is coordinated is because Steve said so on a stream. He said, one of the ways to deal with trolls accusing Charla of doing things she didn't do is to either ignore them completely or overwhelm them with content, and that's what we're doing here. Him and his group of friends, including Erin, purposefully tried to overwhelm Charla, and he said this out loud, publicly, on a stream, that they purposefully tried to overwhelm her with content about her. So what's wrong with me responding to Erin talking about me and taking the time to actually break down all the dumb shit she's saying? Like anybody who's like this, it takes a long time to explain the shit that they're getting wrong. Because the concepts and the things that they're getting wrong are long and involved concepts and statements. So she says one thing and it's going to take me 20 minutes to explain it. Why is it okay for them to do it, but not okay for me or Manya to do it? Welcome back, Feline. Just out of curiosity, like, what, speaking of, since she wanted to try to say we were being hypocritical when we weren't. We spoke about her for 20 minutes and she spent 2 hours on it. Yeah. And she tried to tell people that we were live talking about her 2 tweets for an hour and a half. This is why I'm not willing to grant her the charity of if I had a dog. Doesn't mean that she forgot that she had a dog. That she doesn't seem to have anymore for some reason. If I wanted to be really nitpicky about it, I would say it doesn't demonstrate that you are necessarily negligent as a child. It tells me your entire family was negligent to animals as a child.
Yeah. So to present that story as something like, oh yeah, like just as a tee funny story, what's wrong with you? What is seriously wrong with you? That's why Chesh and I say, Erin, you're not good at this.
I wonder if she looks like that because she already agreed with me that it's not the child's fault. So whose fault is it? The parents. Huh. Feline said, and I'm gonna highlight it real quick. So I know it was a VOD being played, but I want to reiterate: defamation requires intentional deceit. You stating it is not swatting based on information you had is a justifiable belief and could not be considered defamation. Thank you very much, Feline. Accurate.
You are not
Casual.
good at this.
That may be the case. I may not be good at this. They may be right about that. I don't give a shit though. I'm not trying to be like the best at this. I'm not trying to. I don't know. I'm here.
You're not trying at all.
It's cathartic. I keep saying that, but it is. It really fucking is. It's really why I'm here.
Guys, it got so cathartic it sent me to court. That doesn't mean you're absolved from responsibility. You ask people for money, Erin. You put out a GoFundMe, Erin. You have memberships on your channel, Erin. Are you lying to your viewers or yourself at this point?
It is cathartic. And I do enjoy the community and the relationships and stuff I foster. But I mean, I just got to be too.
Sorry, did she just say she enjoys the relationships and stuff that she fosters? You mean the Holocaust denier that you brought up the other day? The racists? Okay. I mean, no accounting for taste, I guess. A highlighted message from Anya says, shitting on people who criticize her is cathartic. Laughing about animal abuse is cathartic? ? She knows she's an idiot and she's proud of it? Yeah, I guess so. She doesn't care about animal abuse? Yeah, I guess not. Oh, I forgot to turn off the BRB thing. Oops. Did this go through? Did it go? Go. Send. Send. Oh, that's why. Oh, sorry, one moment. There we go. Try that again. Haha. I pressed the wrong button. Boop, there we go. Ta-da! So this, you'll see that this message didn't show up in the chat, so I've got them highlighted now. Yeah, I guess not. She doesn't care about all those social issues she said that we're twisting around, I guess.
Two people. Well, I mean, I met that before, but I got to meet two people I never would have had the opportunity to meet before. No, that's what.
Erin thanked me for coming when I was at court and said that she was excited to meet me in person, and it was too bad it was under such unfortunate circumstances. While I was on the stand. Wacky racers, my guys.
That's why. That's really why I do this. So, and I think I'm pretty good at that. That's something that they're pretty good
And just
even if those stories were fake, it's still not cool to just casually drop animal abuse stories and animal negligence stories casually as if it's a funny fucking thing to talk about. What the fuck?
And before Erin starts screaming, oh, it was in the past, blah, 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 there are other YouTubers, much bigger YouTubers.
Don't look so confused, Erin. She just called you out for literally doing the thing you've been doing in this stream. She fucking nailed you, dude. Twice so far. Got him. It's a funny fucking thing to talk about. What the fuck?
And before Erin starts screaming, oh, it was in the past, blah, 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 there are other YouTubers, much bigger.
Emotional, damn it!
Because it came out that they had abused their pets in the past. So, Erin, you are the one to blame for whatever we talk about. You brought.
Is Bonnie trying to get me canceled because I told a story about how me as a 5-year-old listening to music in a rocking chair, I rocked back, not knowing that the mouse got out of the cage and ran underneath the chair at that time.
Well, you didn't say you were 5 the first time. You said you were 5 the second time. And you actually didn't the second time. You just implied that you could have been around 5, and now you're reiterating that you were in fact 5. So your story just keeps kind of slightly changing. What she's saying is that bigger people have gotten more flack for finding out. You shouldn't fucking report or promote animal abuse on the internet because lots of people don't like animal abuse. Also, you shouldn't promote animal abuse because animal abuse is bad, okay?
Is that gonna get me canceled? Like, Don't get me.
Erin, should people not be canceled for promoting animal abuse? Do you, like, she was saying last time that she thinks that Nazis should be allowed on YouTube. She said she was 50-50 on that, and she was making an argument for why they should be allowed on. She didn't make an argument for why they shouldn't be allowed on. She said she was 50-50, but then only presented the positives as to why Nazis should be allowed on YouTube. And right now she's arguing that people shouldn't be should animal abuse just be on YouTube? Is that where we're going here? Thought all this attention was good to Erin, right? Yeah, she thinks it's good. What do you mean? It's good.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, I don't think my mom told me that it had happened at the time when it happened. I learned about this, I'm pretty sure, like years later, or at least because I think that that's something that would have stuck with me. I would have been horrified had I known I'd done that at the time. So there's that.
In your original telling of the story, which we already played before, you said that, like, your immediate response to being told was that your mom said, "Wow, I just watched that whole thing happen," and you said, "I don't want to hear that I killed a mouse." And even if she was 5, then that's still on the parents. And?
But clearly, I would have been horrified. You know?
No, I don't agree. I don't think that's very clear. You don't think it was abuse. If you don't think it was abuse and not okay, then why would you be horrified? Can you pick a lane? You said a minute ago that it wasn't abuse and nothing wrong took place. And now you're saying that you would be horrified if you knew about it at the time. And? Why would you feel horrified about it if there wasn't anything wrong with it? If it wasn't abuse? Yeah, I can do that, Manya.
It's why I don't know, man. It's like she wants that to happen so badly, and it's fine if she wants that to happen. She has every whatever she can want.
You think it's fine for people to want animals to be abused? And for her to promote that idea? Like, thought crime is one thing. She's not talking about thought crime. She's talking about espousing and promoting it on a YouTube channel. What are you talking about? Of course that's not okay. What? In what world would that be okay? It's because she thinks animal abuse is fine, obviously.
Whatever she wants, you know? But I mean, to say that that's what you want, don't try to act like you're doing some big, good double thing here, sticking up for this poor mouse that we had. I'm not going to say how many years ago that was. I'm not saying that.
Brought it up and we criticized you.
This is Hallmark creep behavior. Yeah, we're gonna speak out about animal abuse if it comes across our purview. We'll continue to do so, with or without your permission. I don't particularly give a shit, quite frankly. This is kind of fucking gross, not gonna lie.
You just don't like it because where the criticism is coming from. Suck my dick.
See, all right, why are you going to bring it there to the whole stuff? Why are you going to do it? It's so gross. It is really gross. I'm sorry, it is.
whatever. She can want whatever she wants, you know? But I mean, just say that that's what you want. Don't try to act like you're doing some big good
That was
noble thing here,
weird.
sticking up for this poor mouse that we had.
That was
I'm not gonna say how many
weird.
years ago that was. I'm not saying that.
brought it up and we criticized you. You just don't like it because where the criticism is coming from. Suck my dick.
See,
All right.
why are you gonna bring it there to the whole stuff? Why are you gonna do it? It's so gross. It is really gross. I'm sorry, it is. And like, I don't care who's criticizing me. Again,
Yes, you do. You care a lot. For example, just to, oh yeah, also if you want basically a Puck channel, the YouTube shorts are pretty much all Puck. God forbid Renell's ever sent a dick pic. Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, Chesh. How many dick pics have you sent out? And why are you misgendering Renell? How many dick pics have you sent out? I mean, this seems like kind of an insult, does it not? How many dick pics have you sent out? Like, oh my God. Are you suggesting that she has the dick? Like, oh my God. How many dick pics have you sent out? Like, oh my God. Is that what you're saying here, Cheshire? Because that's what it sounds like to me. How many dick pics have you sent out? You know, I mean, I think that's what you're saying. I mean, this seems kind of cheap, right?
God forbid Renell's ever sent a dick pic. God forbid Renell's ever sent a dick. So, yeah, just to be clear, Erin, the thing that you're going to take the biggest amount of umbrage with is suck my dick, and not the animal abuse stuff, not the potentially facing jail time for violating court orders, not the questionable behavior of Wolf putting out information that should only be information that is available to the people in court for restraining order hearings. This is the thing you're gonna be bothered by? Suck my dick.
I'm just happy to be talked about. For real.
Yeah, that's why you're spending so much time bitching about it.
So I do wish you get a little better at it, though, because, you know, then we'd have some real fun, you know, you go back and forth a little bit here, you know, but I don't see much I can work with.
So she wants to have a back and forth, but then when Manya shows up in her side chat, bans her immediately. She wants to have a back and forth, then complains that my video's long. She wants to have a back and forth, but doesn't address half the shit anybody says. Erin, you're transparent as fuck. Oh boy. You know, again, you're back to play stupid games, win stupid prizes. So if you wanted to try to claim to the court that I was doing anything inappropriate in going back and forth with you or Veda or anything like that while I was on the witness stand, or if you brought it up after the fact, I don't know, maybe you could. I'm pretty sure that you're allowed to bring up arguments like that. Well, I'm not there, I'm not 100% sure. But if you did, because I don't know, I don't have any of the information that Wolf seems to have about things that should be only available if you're in the courtroom. If you did, then you kind of just threw that out the window, didn't you? And if you did, you might just be lying to the court, which would be perjury. If you were saying that anything that I was doing was inappropriate, me or Manya were doing was inappropriate in any capacity, because this is what you want. Allegedly. Apparently. Supposedly. Probably. Hooey. So, moving on. Do we have anything to add about Wolf? I don't think so. I think that was kind of a brief.
Wolf if anyone associates with Wolf or interacts with Wolf, your brain is no longer a brain. It's mashed potatoes. Now, it's a bowl of
That
mashed
reminds
potatoes
me.
now. Why are you interacting with this person? Maybe just because you want someone to defend you, to be around you. Fine, but it will happen one day. This motherfucker will get you in trouble with the law, and you will have nowhere to go.
Well,
This motherfucker will
dude
drop
was
and run
making
like a bitch.
this dude was making threats to people online, being like,
Okay.
"Pull up to my house," blah 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 blah, and then people started asking for his address.
Here's where I'm gonna.
We're not even talking about Erin anymore. She said that we talked about her in her tweets for this entire stream for an hour and a half, and here she is demonstrating exactly. If you look at the rest, you can see where she's hovering the video. The purple line is where it's no longer. She's paused it, and we're not talking about her anymore. It wasn't even half the video. And we talked about the whole situation. It's very silly.
I'm gonna end this commentary on the stream after this part here, but here could be mostly because this is where things are going to get a little serious here. And I'm
The animal abuse wasn't serious. Violations of court orders wasn't serious. The wolf making threats to people. None of this stuff was serious. Huh? Nani? What? Okay. You just said that we like to weaponize serious things, but now you're saying that nothing was serious before this. Erin is constantly flipping back and forth and around about whether or not what is which thing and which thing is what.
hesitant to even point this out because I don't really think it's necessarily my place to. I think it's my place to as an American. But that's about it. So I just want to point this out as an American and whatever. But
What?
I'm gonna go ahead and play this.
But it will happen one day. This motherfucker will get you in trouble.
What about her being American has to do with anything? What? Okay.
Trouble with the law, and you will have nowhere to go.
Well,
This
this
motherfucker will
dude
drop
was
and run
making
like a bitch.
this dude was making threats to people online, being like, "Pull up to my house," blah 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 blah, and then people started asking for his address.
Hey, well, actually,
Very
actually,
funny.
well,
She looks really upset. Why are you mad? Look at her face. What's the problem?
actually was one point. I will also take up on that offer. Give me your fucking address.
Oh yeah, I'm here for it. That was the first thing I said. I said, "What's your address? where are you at? Let's go."
Yeah.
I gotta I'm likely traveling back to America anyway.
You know what? All I have to do.
We'll go get
I have
coffee.
Coffee and just sit on this motherfucker's chest and just sip that coffee away. That's all I have to do. Yeah, that's all I have to do. And he'll be wheezing and begging for his life.
All
I
right.
can't breathe.
So you brought this to my attention.
For those who are wondering,
Melania called herself fat, guys. Look the fuck out. Okay.
why I'm having this look of disgust and horror on my face.
Is that what
Mr.
that
Black-
was? That's what that face was? Okay. You said that about Team Skeptic, and I think you said it about I think you said that to Steve while we were still friends to Steve. You were like, listen here, he said something sassy to you, and you were like, don't sass me or I'm gonna sit on you. Like, that was like a running joke. Alright, let's hear what she's gonna say. I'm interested. What you got for us?
That's all I have to do. And he'll be wheezing and begging for his life.
All
I
right.
can't breathe.
So you brought this to my attention.
For those who are wondering why I'm having this look of disgust and horror on my face, Mr. Black Wolf is a black man.
Do we have any confirmation that this guy is actually black, by the way? I've heard him say that he's part Cherokee and African American. But I'd never seen the guy. I've never seen any confirmation that this is actually true. So,
Hey, welcome back. So, I mean, I guess it's fine to assume that it is, but I'm just saying, do we actually know that? Mr. Black Wolf, they like to do that. It's adorable. But yes, go on. The only person that just brought race into this is Erin. What a dumbass. Yeah, I'm not sure why she's bringing up that he's black. Let's wait and see what she says. I don't know. I don't know why she's bringing his race up. I don't know why that matters, but okay.
So there's Manya up there laughing about sitting on Wolf's chest, listening to him beg and plead for her to get up because he can't breathe.
Yeah, because he wanted to fight her. She would wrestle him and sit on him and win. And? What does this have to do with him being black?
Now, as an American living in modern times here, like,
as opposed to Manya, the Indian immigrant in New Zealand, and Chesh the Canadian. Okay, got it. I mean, they already called us out for being not possibly knowing anything about America because we don't live there. So, I feel like that kind of flies in the face of whatever she's gonna say next, but alright, let's go.
I can plead for her to get up because he can't breathe. Now, as an American living in modern times here, like, that's a really fucked up thing to say.
Why?
And I don't think this. I don't think she's. I'm not saying anything. Obviously, I don't think she's racist or anything like that. But I do think that she's missing and hugely deficient in a cultural understanding of what the atmosphere is like for Americans regarding race.
What? What are you talking about? Like, what? Huh? You mean like Steve saying that the police coming to the door would be really different for him if he was a lesbian black woman? Cultural understanding? What?
Racial issues currently, and that's where I think she went wrong. I want to be.
What what are you talking about? Hold on. Sorry,
what the atmosphere is like for Americans regarding racial issues currently, and that's where I think she went wrong. I want to be clear about that. I don't think anything else. It's not my place really to think anything else, anyways. But either way, I.
But I'm gonna say it anyway.
I don't, but yeah, I think that it's a fucked up thing to say that about any. You know,
why?
I don't know.
Why do you think that?
I take issue with it. So that's all I want to commentate on this for now, because.
What are you talking about? What are you referring to? I don't understand. Are black people not allowed to wrestle? What are you talking about? Is that an American thing? Are there just not very many black wrestlers and so they can't be pinned to the ground? What are they talking about? The only cultural issue, like, of racism in America that I can think of off the top of my head is, like, the police. Because it can't be financial, because that's not related. As much as there are financial, it's not political, because that's not related in any way, shape, or form. The only thing that's physical is police. Manya's not the police. Wolf wanted people to fight, and Manya responded by saying he would lose because of her weight. What? I don't know what she's trying to tie this to. She didn't explain it. What is she talking about?
I think that they go on and talk about other things, and
oh really? Do you? Because you said earlier we talked about your tweets for an hour and a half, so you admit you were just lying about that. Okay.
I do find it. I don't know. So like they make the comment there about sitting on a man's chest and, you know, as he fights to breathe or whatever. But then they go on to stream about violence against women at the hands of men, which is, yeah, they're absolutely right in all of that. But I'm just wondering why it is that they lead into that with their own violence. Mansion.
What are you talking about? Wolf was making threats to people, asking them to show up at his house so he could be justified to attack them. And people said, all right, pull up. And Manya's simply saying, I would beat you and you would lose just because I could sit on you because I'm fat. She's making a fat joke about herself. What is the problem?
Someone. What? Oh, thank you.
Somebody's yelling
just
at
told
her.
me Happy Mother's Day. So yeah.
Ooh.
All right.
That, whatever,
I'm gonna
it doesn't
go on
matter.
over to chat. I haven't spent much time over there. So what's going on?
Is she not gonna explain what the problem is? She just made this out like it was a really big deal and then just whoops. I didn't do that. That didn't happen. You guys didn't see that. You guys didn't see nothing. What is she fucking talking about, dude? Read the comments under the live. Okay, I'll read the comments. I don't know what she's referring to. No race anything was brought up. She brought that up. I don't know what that has to do with Manya beating him in a fight that he demanded, and what it has to do with Manya's weight joke.
Here. Where am I? Okay. Hi, Tex Max Fat Thunderclap. Hey, call me Frenchie. Yeah, their whole thing. I just don't understand why they're so happy and giddy about this. And like it's like fan fiction fantasy hour or something over there where they're just writing.
What is she talking about? What? Honest Red says, I'll wrestle Manya and win. Careful, she's gonna sit on you. And apparently that's a racial issue. Yeah, Honest Red, did you know that Black Wolf likes to purport that he is Cherokee? Well, again, we don't even know if any of that's true. We've never seen the guy. We have no idea. You want Karlak to sit on you? I don't know what about this is fantasy hour? What fan fiction? You agreed with us. Okay.
It's like they can't wait to see come into fruition or whatever, you know? I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if they're punking us or not, playing Mom Laura. Hi, by the way.
What?
I don't know. I do think that they want content, though. But I mean, I don't blame them there. I mean, they fancy themselves to be super
Erin, I assure you, if it was not for the court shit going on and people wanting to know what the resolution was, including myself, I would not be watching your shit-ass content. I don't know how many times I need to say that to make it clear. I think she's talking about her court case and the accurate statement I made about their content. Yeah. Conduct, sorry, yeah.
and content creators, you know? So yeah, they're gonna and they're talking about the things they want to talk about. I'm not gonna fault anyone for talking about things that they want to talk about.
Yes, you have
Whether it's
been.
something
You are
that's-
literally doing that right now.
Garners a lot of views or not, you know, if it's what you want to talk about and you want to talk about it, do it, you know.
Thanks,
so I'm not
didn't
gonna
ask for
give
your
a shit about
permission.
that, but yeah. Yeah, it's 1:25. Yeah, I'm gonna sign off too in a minute here. Michelle, hi Michelle. Because I now have to go into work early tomorrow. If she wasn't talking about you for 7 hours, she probably would have been half-ass playing a video game badly while drinking your her content to keep her loyals from falling asleep.
I play video games every other Sunday, most of the time. I didn't this Sunday because it was Mother's Day and I was fucking exhausted. But no. I like how she's totally fine with her fans or her content, like the people who follow her, regularly trying to call me an alcoholic, as if it dismisses any of the points that I've made. This is exactly what Manya said. They just stir up gossip, bullshit about people, and anybody who criticizes them, they try to paint at, like, they try to defame. Simple as that.
Awesome. Oh, that's cool. I keep her loyals awake. I love that.
Oh, yeah.
I really should stop showing just how pleased I am that they make me content in their streams and they talk about me, because the more I do that.
So you're doing the thing that you're accusing us of doing. So when you do it, it's okay, but when we do it, it's bad, as if that's what we were doing in the first place. The content of yours that we cover is only case-related content. I don't know if you've noticed that. We don't talk about you talking about fucking Katie Joy. We don't cover your content about other shit. We only cover the shit that's related to the case. I only looked at the ones that I looked at that on that 7-hour stream because it was all pre-court shit. And now I'm looking at the post-court shit. I'm not interested in your content. I'm interested in the court case. And interested in finding things where you straight up admit to fucking saying that you were that you broke the TRO, that you were in contempt of court. What do you mean? So you're saying that it's bad when we do it, but when you do it, it's fine, and also encouraging your chat to make false accusations to try to defame us as people.
That I fear that the more they're going to want to not give me what it is I enjoy. So, and then they will stop talking about me. So I need to start acting like I'm pissed off.
She's gonna go hang out in her bunk after hearing us talk about her. Yeah, you're right. Ooh. Projection!
Mia knew exactly what she was saying about Wolf and implications. I mean, I do.
Yeah, the implication being that she would beat him in a fight. Taking him up on his offer.
I'm going to err on the side of caution here and say I don't think she did, but it's possible. But I mean,
so you're trying to make some kind of implication without being clear about what it is you're implying. What are you saying Manya was saying that was racially charged? There was no race mentioned in whatever she said. So what you haven't explained. You haven't told Elmo what the connection is. What is the connection that's supposed to be so bad?
So the reason why I do kind of consider what you're saying there is because, like, this isn't the first time that they've been accused of blurring the lines or going too far in this regard, especially.
What are you talking? In what regard? The only people who accuse us of that is you.
And I wonder, I don't know, if it were me, if I were accused of shit like that, whether it's true or not, I think I'd be much more wary about it being true in the future, and I would go
shit like what? I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Why are you being so evasive?
We take extra precautions to not let it be true. And they don't
what be true?
But I mean, they don't have to, I guess. But I mean,
dead air.
That's a good point. Call me Frenchie says, in Sweden, they have class about empathy with children starting at 5 because they notice that there's a huge lack of empathy towards the planet. See, I just
what?
It's so strange too. Like I remember this in myself, even like it was almost like suddenly just one day I woke up and I felt I cared. Like, you know, I didn't want to be, you know, an asshole, I guess you could say. But I mean, that realization for me, anyways, maybe I was late, I don't know, but that didn't really come about until A little bit, I think in 4th grade was when I first started noticing, but then it wasn't like my mid-teenage years or really at home, you know? So, I mean,
That's a really good point. She is being evasive because she knows she is lying and is afraid to say anything concrete. Just be vague and let people think the worst. That's a really, really good point.
to sit here and say, like, if there's a 3-year-old is going to just naturally know.
I also don't know why she expects Manya to naturally know what she's saying this thing on the side, but she expects Manya to naturally know, but also not naturally know whenever it's convenient for her about what's going on with America. So in one hand, she's like, oh, Manya can't possibly know anything that goes on in America in legal or cultural cases. And on the other hand, she's like, well, Manya must definitely, absolutely know this thing that she has to have known. Like, what? How do gay people have sex? It doesn't go together. That's what this is what she's doing. That's the type of argument she's making right now. Baffling, truly. How could Manya know if she's not experiencing this? Earlier she said that it's not possible for people who don't have kids to speak on or know about having children, right? So it's like, okay, well, Manya's not American, so how could she possibly know about anything that goes on in America in any possible way? She's not experiencing it directly. So if she's not experiencing directly, she can't possibly know. Can you pick a lane, Erin? If you want to make an accusation, then make the accusation. Right now, you're just setting your audience up and playing Vic Mignogna does it all the time. What's it called? When you try to avoid responsibility. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. What's it called? What's it called? Plausible deniability. It's called plausible deniability. This one right here, this video down here. She's trying to have plausible deniability. So she's trying to say that she wants to imply, whoops, that's not what I want to get at here. She's trying to imply something. I don't know what that something is. But she's saying, but I wouldn't go that far. But maybe, but I don't know. But I could see that. But she's not being explicit about what that is, and then is trying to everything to encourage her audience to think poorly about Manya or myself, and then making this story, setting them up to make the accusation and then her not correcting them, right? Or saying whatever she actually thinks. That's what... Because she didn't say anything, right? She didn't actually make an accusation. She just said that, well, you know, I could see that if I were accused of this thing, even if it's not true, I wouldn't want that to become true in the future. What thing? What are you talking about? And all she said earlier was, well, Wolf is black, is he? Is that information we have? Do we actually know that? Or does he just say that he's black anytime he doesn't like that somebody tells him he's wrong? Because that seems to be what he does. You're gonna ignore that Wolf was threatening people? You're just gonna you're just not even gonna address that he was threatening people? You're not gonna address that at all? You don't think that's a problem? Do you not think that Manya has the right to defend herself? Did Erin forget that Manya's brown? Does Erin forget that there's a bunch of racist comments towards Manya in her comment section? Did she just forget about that? It's almost like we don't allow racism around us, and you do. And so whatever you're trying to imply Manya is saying or doing falls flat because we call out and keep racism well in check around us and do not allow that shit. So I don't know what or how or why you're trying to imply that what Manya said had anything to do with Black Wolf's race that he supposedly is, that we have no confirmation of, I'm willing to take him on the benefit of the doubt. But if you're going to make accusations about somebody being racist towards somebody else, you better be damn sure that you actually know, and the person you're making the accusations of actually know that that person is that race in the first place. We have no confirmation one way or another. Do you? Maybe you've been on camera with him. I don't know. It's possible. You seemed perfectly okay and comfortable with the idea that you were speaking to him in between court times. Or, well, at court, giving him the 1, 2, 3, 4. Didn't have anything to say about that. Don't have anything to say about him making violent threats towards women, particularly elderly women. And so, like, Manya's racist for taking him up on his offer? Funny. Interesting. Because Manya should, as an immigrant Indian in New Zealand, should have a very particular bead on African American issues in America, except for when it's inconvenient for Erin if Manya knows too much about the way America works. This is quite the stretch, I gotta say, especially for somebody who's trying to maintain plausible deniability to not actually make the accusation. So what is the accusation and the correlation, Erin? Until you can explain it, there's not really much to address, is there?
That if it does something, it's going to cause pain to another person or thing or whatever, you know, it's...
He threatened people, Erin. Wolf threatened to fight and attack and, like, cause people very real harm. Do I need to pull it up? I can pull it up. Yeah, why not? Let's go take a look. Shall we? Where is it? There it is.
Hi, and welcome back.
Sorry, one moment while I just pull this up, because why wouldn't I pull this up? Because of course I would.
Just thought I would point that out.
Like you do, you will get your ass stomped. You know what happens if you put my yard, Rebus? You get your ass stomped. So no matter what you do, Rebus, you a bitch and you get your ass stomped. Okay, now second dude, mocking media, bitchy bird. The motherfucker who talk shit when I told him you hanging with a fucking bitch who pedophile her own fucking son and sexualized a 15-year-old boy, and you got never to talk to her like you above me, bitch. Mocking media, all your tough guy bro alpha shit don't mean nothing. You want some of this? Pull up in my yard, bitch, and I'll embarrass you like the bitch-ass bird you are with your bird chest. I will fuck you up. Do you understand? I will fuck up your universe. I'll pull up if you think you want some, okay? Third guy I want to address, Maxi Pad the cat. This motherfucker, all three of these motherfuckers have dehumanized me and called me a dog. So they expect no humane treatment back to you motherfuckers, okay?
Just listen to...
He really doesn't like that people call him a dog when he calls himself Wolf.
To those two heifers cackling. This grown man is physically out of breath because he's so angry at the internet. He's asking people to come to his house and y'all think this is cute. You are pathetic.
Any of you that got the nerve, got a set of balls on you, pull up my fucking yard. Call me a dog to my face. Call me a pup to my face. I guarantee you 100% none of you ever will. I want one of you to do it. Because one of you, all I need is one of you to pull up my fucking yard, because I'll make an example out of your bitch made ass. I dare you to pull up my yard. I guarantee you, none of you will pull up in my yard and say shit to my face. You run like the bitches you are. You talk behind the screen because you a bitch. I'm about that fucking action. You ain't about shit but talking. Every fucking one of you ain't shit. You ain't never gonna be shit. You a bitch, a coward online. Each one of you is a bitch to me. I look down upon you bitches. You ain't gonna do a fucking thing to me ever. You gonna sit there and talk online and giggle and laugh? He's triggered. He's triggered. You trigger a motherfucker in the real world, which is actually make them angry. What do you think is gonna happen to you?
Wolf, you are audibly distraught to the point you can barely string together a sentence. Yet you aren't triggered. Okay.
You think I would let you get in my face and call me a dog or a puppy without busting your fucking grill out? No. Your shit would get busted up that day. And all of you know it. Everyone you know it. That's why you talk that shit online. Because there's something inside of all you that you all got, and it's called pussy. You all pussy bitches. Okay? None of you talk.
Exactly.
You think you want something? Come and test me. You think I'm not shit? Come and test me. You think I ain't nothing? Come find out. I guarantee you, none of you want to find out what I'm all about. Because I will end your world. Okay, I will end your fucking world. I'm not the one to play with. I've lived all over the fucking world. I've been an army brat my whole fucking life. I love my military.
Right.
Don't you ever talk shit about my military, because I love them guys. That's how I was raised. Real men raised me. My mother raised me. None of you have raised me to do shit. I have lived 46 years on this earth as a motherfucking black man. Ain't none of you gonna wake up black ever, and you're never gonna tell me how to be black. You can stick your privilege up your fat, white, walked asses. I don't give a fuck who you are. Because I'll fucking feed you your privilege if you put up my fucking yard. I'll make you eat that shit.
Oh, whatever.
That is what Manya was responding to with, oh yeah, whatever, fight me. I'll sit on you and you'll lose that fight. He is actively threatening people's lives, saying that he's going to murder somebody, which is the I'll end your world. That he's going to physically harm people, that he's got some kind of military backing or training, or that he's been taught that he's going to use to physically assault people if he ever meets them in person. And Manya's response is to, yeah, well, I'm gonna sit on you. And Erin is trying to make this be like, oh, how could Manya say something like that? Oh my god, he's black! What? Huh? So? Your problem is with Manya saying she would beat him in a fight, in a clear joke about her weight, versus, and says nothing about Wolf actively threatening to unalive people. And Erin's trying to pretend she's on a moral high horse over this, and her audience eats this the fuck up. Her audience full of racist Holocaust deniers. I don't know what to tell you.
But I'm glad you caught me live too, John. I mean, I'm going to keep going live and shit. It just, this week I had to take some time off. Yeah, very tasteless joke shows just what a piece of shit science fiction is. It was definitely a tasteless
Oh, you're gonna
joke.
go back to calling people psycho? That definitely ended well for you last time.
Right, yes. Yeah. And
yeah, how dare Manya make fun of her own weight? I'm kind of surprised they're not going through and saying, Manya's fat shaming people.
I don't know. I think that shit like that, it makes me notice things in myself, even, I think, maybe, and it bothers me, because not that I would ever say or do anything like that, but it took me a minute for me to make the connection for everything in my mind.
You haven't made the connection for the audience yet. What's the connection? Is the connection that he's black and what? What's the connection?
And then I just sit there and second guess myself, like, am I making this connection just because I don't like her? You know, is this my bias?
Probably.
Like, am I doing to her what I accuse her of doing to myself and others? You know,
Are you projecting? Probably.
And it takes me a minute. You know, and I have to seriously consider for a second there that she meant nothing by that. And then I feel like that's my own whiteness coming out by doing that, you know? And
Manya's not white, Erin. What the fuck?
And that's what bothers me. It's just the second guessing of things. I don't like to second guess myself, but I mean, I find myself doing it over a lot of things, especially issues like that. And when shit like that is said, I don't.
What's the problem? You haven't explained the problem. Nothing Manya said had anything to do with race. You made it about race, and you're projecting it onto her, just like that short I showed you. The short I showed you of her saying, "Oh, imagine Renelle is sent a dick pic," and she's like, "How many dick pics did you send, Chesh?" And then tried to say I was being transphobic and misgendering Renelle when that was the thing she just did to me. Over something I didn't say. And that's what she's trying to do to Manya right now. She's being racist towards Manya, then turns around and tries to pretend that Manya said anything about race to Wolf, and she didn't. What's the connection I'm supposed to be getting here? Grow a pair and make the accusation.
I can't read your name, but hi.
Oh, she doesn't have her glasses on again.
Yeah, I just went live a little while ago. I'm not going to be live for much longer, though, because it is getting late. I think we're going to wrap this up. And I just got done kind of commentating on a few things here. I don't know.
I can tell you don't.
I'm not, this isn't to say that I've done everything right or I've been perfect or anything. God knows I haven't. And I
Looks like she and her audience are just mindless drones that are unable to think for themselves. Yeah, right?
can sit here and I could literally list things that looking back on, I've done wrong.
Okay. I mean, you agree with us most of the time, so yeah.
I just hope that they can maybe eventually sometime see just how much they're feeding into this, how much they're causing a lot of this shit. Because like even Cheshire said there, she credits herself for my reaction stream.
She's so mad that people are making that we made content where she looked real bad. Yeah. Sure.
Nikki's reaction stream and Vada's, I think she said, and possibly Renelle's or whatever.
The Operation SWAT video on Veda's channel, the one that has you and Steve and Erin, you and Steve and Nikki Farron and it was on Veda's channel, so Veda. The four of you all on that channel all at once, all talking shit and spilling all the beans. That one. It was called Operation SWAT. It's still available. My commentary on it is still available, even though Veda took that video down for some reason. Yeah, Manya, it's our fault that Wolf threatened us. Yes. And you, as an Indian woman, should not be allowed to defend yourself because he's black and American, I guess. According to Erin, which is kind of racist. Weird. I would still love to know what the connection she's supposed to be making is.
Our reaction streams to her SWAT.
I could guess. I have an idea. I've had an idea the entire time, but we'll wait and see. I'm waiting for her to actually put it forward.
Thing. And she credits herself for the content of our streams and what they provided for people.
No, I didn't do that. If you want to give me the credit, though, I'll take it. Thanks.
And their effort. And I mean, I just hope that she sees it.
But it's okay for you to do it. But not for me to do it. For me to do it, it's a problem. But for her to do it, it's not a problem. You're still wondering what the connection is, too? Yeah, okay. All right, chat. You guys are live right now. I'm going to take a quick break. Because she's going to end, and then we're going to go look at the comment section, all right? So, during the break, I want you guys to tell me what you think she's trying to imply Manya said was incorrect. All right?
Hi, Aunt Jen. Dude, why didn't you text me back earlier? Suck.
Yeah, I'm going to play your video, Manya.
Hi, Aunt Jen. Girl, we gotta talk. We gotta talk, dude. We gotta talk. So, all right.
So, we know she has an aunt named Jen, I guess.
All right, let's go now. Thanks for watching, guys. And, yeah. I don't have anything to really end this stream with. Other than, I will try and stream tomorrow night. So, where is it?
She's streaming tonight, I guess.
Bye, guys. Kitty. YouTube.
Last 2 to... Okay, I'm gonna play Manya's video. Let me know what you guys think. What connection she was supposedly trying to make. You tell me. I'm curious to know what you guys think, and then we'll get into her comment section. We'll see what her comment section thinks she meant. And we'll go from there. Alright, so I'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
So, for the last 2 to 3 years, there has been a lot of shit that has been thrown around about me, my donations, and the respective refunds that I've obtained of those donations. So I have decided to clarify the whole story with presentation of proper timeline and facts. Oh, and boy, do I have receipts to back them up. So, hey everyone, welcome to Storytime with Manya. So, back when Steve and I were buddies and he used to say he would do anything for me, I made some donations to his GoFundMe campaign from October 2021 to January 2022. For reasons we will discover them later, I requested refunds from that campaign in March 2022. Now we will discuss what happened around these donations and refunds. First up, let's talk about the initial tweet that sparked everything. This was posted on Twitter on 16th of March 2022 New Zealand Standard Time and says, News, Manya is being investigated by the Trust and Safety Department for filing what is called, quote, chargeback fraud, for falsely telling GoFundMe that a card was, quote, unauthorized when it authorized by her. GoFundMe has assured me the GoFundMe is fine and is working to investigate her for fraud. Notice the date on this. It coincides with another event, but we won't dive into that today. It's important though for the context for what unfolds next. Steve then goes on to claim that he had a conversation with someone at GoFundMe and wrote the following in a tweet. It says, they, meaning GoFundMe, based the refund request on her claim her card was compromised and was an unauthorized donation with a card. I have informed them that in fact she authorized it and I have video evidence sent to them about her discussing the GoFundMe. It goes on to say, she is lying, go figure. Ada, I can see those donations were already refunded due to fraud. Ada, those donations might have been unauthorized and this is why they were refunded. Now focus on the word might here. Those donations might have been unauthorized and this is why they were refunded. Besides the contextual issues here, if we just focus on the word might, clearly indicated that the GoFundMe rep was uncertain and there could have been other possibilities. Misrepresenting this as a confirmed fact and accusing someone of fraud based on it is misleading and dishonest. So, I had to go back to GoFundMe to get a copy of my complaint. Here is my email request. Hi, can you please forward me the copy of complaint? A screenshot will do, thank you. Kind regards, Manya, yada yada yada. To which they responded, hello Manya, thanks for following up. Unfortunately, we are unable to take screenshots showing our internal tools. However, I can copy-paste the content of your complaint for you. Quote, concerns about how the money is being used. The funds were not used as stated on the campaign. Requesting a refund because they have not filed the case yet as it says in paragraph 1 line 5, then why have they withdrawn the money? If you need anything else, please feel free to follow up on this thread and our customer care team will be able to further assist. Best regards, Val, GoFundMe Trust and Safety Team. Also, on March 20th, 2022, Steve presented some kind of receipts on his GoFundMe page, but that was after I obtained my refunds. After I got my refunds. After. Now, let's introduce Erin. She has a gossip channel on YouTube named EKC People Suck. She works with Steve and in the process has appeared with him on several live streams on her, his, and other channels.
Erin, would you eat an anus burger?
And she also converses with him in messages.
Reach out to you today too. Don't mention any names, please. But you do what I'm talking about. But people that have had some kids and have some issues, and you know what I'm talking about.
No.
Okay, you check your messages then, because it was to me, you, and Nikki.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right. So
in 2022, when Steve accused me of fraud, she supported his unfounded claims, and since then has brought new accusations into the mix, escalating the situation.
Apparently,
I watched that last night.
Of frauding GoFundMe or whatever, and that's not what happened. I accused her of telling the internet a different story than what she told GoFundMe and why she wanted a refund after she donated to Steve's GoFundMe.
Erin's latest spin on 3rd of March 2024 on her Twitter. Yes, I said 2024. This is how long I have been unfairly targeted by Steve and Erin and their transphobic and Nazi trolls. Erin tweets, quote, this is why she, that's me, can't ever be trusted. She donated to a friend under a sock account and no one knew it was her account. Why do that to begin with? Then GoFundMe tells the campaign owner that the donation on the sock account was reported as fraud. The donation, not the campaign. Exact words. It's ridiculous to suggest that I donated to Steve's GoFundMe campaign with the intention of asking for refunds after our friendship ended. How could I have possibly predicted in 2021 that we would part ways in 2022? The idea assumes that I somehow time traveled from 2022 to instruct my 2021 self to make donations specifically so I could refund them later to undermine Steve's campaign. Perhaps I should borrow the crystal ball that they used to concoct this theory. Now, remember this screenshot? Well, Steve was not only fully aware of my actions, but also actively worked to assist me to make my GoFundMe account anonymous, supporting the idea of donating under an anonymous account. He did not check our conversation in messages or otherwise before he made this horrible claim about me. I, who shouldn't have had to present any proof of innocence as I didn't make any claims, had to go back and check our message conversations to clear this matter. So, Erin, did Steve lie to you or did you jump to conclusions? Why didn't Steve stop you from looking so dumb? Maybe next time, don't trust Steve to send you off with half-cocked information and ask him for receipts, you lazy, incompetent nincompoop. These accusations had escalated so much that Steve and Erin's vile, vacuous, condescending, transphobic, Nazi-sympathizing, incompetent, dyspeptic nincompoop followers had started harassing me with these false accusations. I had to go to GoFundMe in March of this year in 2024, 2 years since all this started, and informed them about this harassment and requested clarification on this matter. To which they apologized to me for what Steve, Erin, and their trolls did to me and said the following. Hello again, Manya. I truly apologize for the issue here. I can confirm that your donation was not refunded due to chargeback. Please let me know if there's anything else I can assist you with. Thank you, Renee, Customer Care GoFundMe. GoFundMe also clarified by saying, "Hello again, Manya. I can only reply here on this email, but once more, your donation was not refunded due to a chargeback. Additionally, there is no active report on our account or your charge. Thank you, Renee, Customer Care, GoFundMe." In the end, I will leave you all with this.
Yeah, was it Steve? Was it Steve? Was it Steve? Come on, Susan. Let mommy know. Mommy needs to know. Was it Steve? Was it Steve? She's gone.
I don't know, man. I'm tired. I need food. I'm so hungry and this is bullshit. I really hope everyone enjoyed what I put forward today. Feel free to use it if you want to cover it on your channels. Have a good day, everyone. Cheers.
It's a good video, Monty. I think you did a good job. Surprise, surprise. These dumb motherfuckers. Oh no, she's gonna get mad that I said motherfuckers. Oh no. Alright, let's look at the comment section. If you guys know what what Erin means by her bringing up her being mad about Manya saying that she would beat Wolf in a fight, and somehow that's related to his race. If you know what she's referring, if you think you know what she's referring to, tell me in the chat right now, because we're gonna go and look and see what her followers think she was saying. Alright. Chesh comes across as a watch the world burn type of person, just existing to make the world a worse place. Is that how I come across? That doesn't surprise me, actually. That sounds about right. I probably do come across that, but you'll notice that I went to Kansas. I went to go and do my due diligence and make sure that justice was served to help find a resolution to this situation. Nobody showed up for Erin. Nobody showed up for Veda. And Erin in this video is implying she's not going to show up as a witness for Steve either. So, what do you think? Let's sort by newest. What we got here? When people bring... Sorry, I'm gonna have to zoom this in a little bit for you guys. Here we go. When people bring a case to court, they usually want to win it. So why is she so invested in giving the other side advice to help them by definition, and by definition, hurt her own case? Manya? It's not Manya's case. Easy. It's not Manya's case. It's Erin's case to lose. Actually, at this point, it's Charlotte's case to lose, because, like, it seems pretty obvious. I don't know how anyone can listen to those two babbling idiots. Okay, well, that's fine. Ask Erin. She was... Well, I mean, Erin wasn't really listening either, I guess. Here for the replay. Got it. Literally, George Floyd shouted, "I can't breathe." The protest posters for him quoted that as well. "You're far too terrible. This was a worldwide event." Well, no, it wasn't a worldwide event. It was a local event. And even the Australians know about this. Yeah, knowing about it doesn't make it a world... Just because it was reported in the news, because the protests were reported in the news, doesn't make it a worldwide event. And historical marches his passing inspired. Yeah, seems I may have been wrong. After hearing some people speak on this, I think I was wrong, so not give her more shit about this. What? Okay, so her followers seem to think that Erin is implying that Wolf is the George Floyd in this situation. What does Wolf making threats to people and not involving the police whatsoever and defending herself have to do with how the police treat black people in America? Please tie her comment to this. They're just a bumbling band of baboons. That sounds familiar, but I don't know if I can pull the reference where it's from. Damn it. So they think it's so that's what Erin was implying, and now Erin is saying, yeah, she should have given Manya more shit for a correlation that didn't exist and she wasn't convinced existed, and now she's been told by other people definitely exists. Alright, so let's pretend. Alright, let's say that it is. Right? Let's say that let's steel man what they're trying to say here. They're trying to say that because
Manya said the words, "He'll be struggling to breathe because of how overweight I am if he tries to fight me." And she is going to pin him to the ground by sitting on him, on his back, that is somehow related to George Floyd. In George Floyd's case, the police stepped on a guy's neck to kill him. Where in anything that Manya said anything about killing him, or stepping on his neck, or unlawfully calling the authorities and threatening his life? This is a reach and a half. This is a reach and a half. If you wanted to call it not tasteful, sure, but you would need somewhere where Manya made it about his race, of a race that we haven't even confirmed. I'm willing to take that at the benefit of the doubt, right? I'm willing to be like, okay, yeah, sure. Let's just take his word for it. But to try to say it's racist for Manya being willing to defend herself from him, I don't think. When he's threatening to kill people, I think you're trying real hard if you're trying to make this about George Floyd. I also think it's a really, negative thing to try to frame Wolf as George Floyd in this case. If you recall, George Floyd was not a threat to the police. George Floyd was not attacking police. George Floyd was non-violent and complying with what the police had said. To try to paint Wolf as a non-violent participant being attacked and victimized, when what Manya is describing and what Wolf had said was him threatening to unalive people because he didn't like that they said he was a puppy and not a wolf, is you want to talk about kind of gross? Just sitting on someone is not endangering someone's life. Keeping someone in a chokehold at the neck is. Exactly. It's a real, this is the thing that Erin described that she was concerned that she was doing. She was taking a real-life problematic issue and events and using it as a weapon to target people she doesn't like on the internet. She's doing the thing that she said she was concerned she might be doing. And here she is doubling down on it, and she didn't even say that in the video. She was trying to go for plausible deniability, and then she immediately threw it away in the comments section. So now we know that Erin was explicitly trying to tie Wolf to George Floyd just because he's black without any context, which is kinda racist, and then trying to frame Manya for racism she never committed because Erin didn't like that Manya was willing to defend herself as well as be critical, defend herself against Wolf, who was saying he would attack her. And that she was calling out Erin for her problematic behavior online in regards to Charla and the court. And so because Erin doesn't have a clapback to her animal abuse, she wants to instead try to paint Manya as a racist. Well, she has racism in her comment section towards Manya. And well, she's also being racist to try to pretend all black people are equal. Or all black people are the same. And they're not. They should be equal. Equal is the wrong word. All contexts are equal would be better phrasing. So not every black person is George Floyd, just like how not every white person is Charles Manson. Duh. People are individuals in how they behave, and painting an entire race as one type of person is racist, Erin? So if you want to try to say that Black Wolf running around threatening to unalive people is the same as a non-violent person being murdered by the police, are the same just because of their skin color? When race wasn't even mentioned in the first place? I don't know. You tell me. You tell me, chat. You guys let me know. See what else we got here? Anything else? Very immature. Oh no, you're immature. Angry short-haired lady. Oh, is that me? My hair's not short. I've only got shaved hair. My hair's actually getting pretty long. Ugh, these people are such losers. I'm sorry I tried to reach out to them. You mean you got sorry you got busted lying? Na, 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 na. How can Chesh comment on what happened when the records was seals? Who is she talking to? I was there! Erin said in this video that she sent it to me. What do you mean? Oh my god! Smells awfully of race baiting. It does sound a lot like race baiting. It's a white lady white knighting for a black guy who she's trying to present as innocent in when he threatened to murder people. Oh boy. Oh, read comments under Erin's first stream covering Suzanne's video. Okay, we'll take a look. These two are absolutely convinced they are better than all the people everywhere. Nah, that's not true. I'm better than Erin, though. Actually, I'm probably better than the majority of the company, both at doing this and also I believe I'm a better person. I'll just to be clear. Sorry I missed this live. Watching replay. Happy you made it back home. I bet you are so glad. I was thinking of you and Vada the whole time. Oh, yeah? I haven't been looking at the replies. I don't really care. Just wanted to let you know I wasn't asking you about Kansas. Okay. Alright, you said you wanted me to look at something else. Let's take a look. Hold on. Erin responding to Manya, right? You said the second video? Is it this one? Which one is it? The first one. Do you know what it's called? Before that. Discussing harassment? The company. The company. Wah, 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 wah. So it's okay for her to wear a bunny suit? Erin or me? Allegedly, I'm wrong for wearing the bunny suit. I've heard. I like how the thumbnail is just her not saying anything. Manya, which one is it? And I mean, we listened to Wolf making threats, like... yeah, I'm going to your stream. I'm already on my way. Is it this one? You're confused? No good deed? This one? So the comments under this video, so Mania made a video criticizing Suzanne's apology video, which she took down to Charla. And Erin decided she wanted to respond to that. This is where Suzanne was being really weird about the Holocaust. This mayo chick can get stuffed. Okay. Why are you up till 3 a.m. talking about Manya? Oh, here's Manya. I thought you said that you will put links to videos you are going to cover. I don't see any in your description. Why do I have to do your job for you? I didn't feel the need to be fair with covering you since you're such a shit when covering me. I have no job here whatsoever. So whatever job you're doing is for you. So you're admitting you did a bad job, okay? No, I'm not gonna go over this nonsense. Misgendering. Cool. This person's misgendering Manya. Good shit. I think you should get back to India or wherever you're from. Racist. Shave the staff. Racist. Sir. Again, racist. Erin responding underneath all this, meaning that she's seen it and she's tagged. It's her video. Racist, 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 racist. Got any more? So there's a bunch of racist comments. Oh no. Is her dog still alive? That she abused live on streams? So she's got people in her chat accusing us, or me, of abusing my dog. And she's got nothing. No moderation. Nothing. What do you mean? What do you mean? So it's okay for you and your fans to do it, but when we catch you out in a straight up story where you talk about abusing animals and we talk about you saying those things, we're bad. But when you and your followers do it, nope, definitely not a problem. The fuck? That foreigner would be complaining about something else. They're blah 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 blah. Yeah, so her chat is full of racists. And so she's trying, her and her chat being racist towards Manya, she's now trying to turn around and pretend that Manya is racist to fucking hide her own shit. That's why she's got, like, is all up in arms about people fucking talking about people. And nice xenophobia you got there, right? Xenophobia, accusations of animal abuse, that she just leaves. No moderation. She's fine with the racism. But then gets really upset if she thinks she can imply that Manya is being racist in a really roundabout way, which purports, because these two people are black, it means that the situation is the same, even though in one, somebody is talking about they would defend themselves if, with their weight, if one of them tried to unalive them like they said they would, and the other one was attacked by the police and who was complying with the police and was murdered by the police, as if these things are equatable, and that's definitely not racist. Okay, Erin, I think we're done here. I think that's about enough. Whoo! Watch Erin. She says she'll go over this and will delete those comments, but she never does. Yeah, well, I mean, that video's been up for how long? When is this from? This is from a month ago, March 29th, and those comments are still up. So, I don't know what she expects from people. Like, is anybody supposed to take her fucking seriously? She called the animal abuse not serious. She called the, whatever the other, the neglect, child neglect not serious. She called the court case not serious. It was serious when she thought she could try to frame Manya for racism by being racist herself. Jesus Christ. God, I cannot wait to stop watching her content once court's all dealt with. Ugh. I can't wait to never talk about her again. Alright, thanks so much for joining me. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here, man. This is absurd. I'll see if there's somebody to raid. Oh boy. Oh, thanks for the stretch. I'm gonna get the hell out of. Oh my god, Jeff Holiday is alive. Go tell. Okay, listen. Normally, when we raid somebody, I say don't tell them about what we're doing and what we've been up to. Definitely don't do that. But this is Jeff. Go absolutely tell Jeff Holiday. Exactly what we were up to. Tell him exactly what we were doing. I don't want to hear anything besides you guys telling him exactly what we were up to. Go tell Jeff. Go tell him how mean and nasty Erin was being to me and Manya. Go tattle. I would thank you. Do it. All right, I'm getting out of here. I'll see you guys later. Bye.